Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 73 shows no mercy to their enemies. A couple minutes before the sky went red, Sasuke was learning that Hinata had never watched TV as a kid. Never? He asked, surprised despite himself. He'd known the Hyuga clan was traditional, but never suspected it was to that extent. It wasn't his business to know. Well, not never, she said with a self-conscious blush, which was dangerously cute. I've seen it at Kiba's home. But there aren't any in the compound. Some of the older members say that the radiation they give off is too distracting. Is it? Sasuke had never heard of such a thing, but Hinata laughed it off. It's visible to the Byakugan, but only barely. I'm sure they don't mean it seriously. She glanced back, probably checking to see if Kurane was still following them. They both had been shadowed by Hinata's sensei from the beginning of the date, an arrangement that had no doubt been made by both of their families. Even acting on their own initiative, their actions were being shepherded. He kind of hated it. What about you? Hinata's earnest question drew him away from his bitterness. Did you watch a lot of TV? She pondered for a moment, gracefully stepping around a man who wasn't watching where he was going as he carried a heavy box into a nearby store. The streets were busy, stores with greeters out front trying to call them in and avid shoppers everywhere. Or still do. I watched a little with my brother when I was little, Sasuke said, not even tripping over Ataka's presence. Mostly nature programs and things like that. He didn't have time for it most of the time, sometimes he fell asleep in the middle. But I didn't mind. After he left, he pondered the hole in his life and how much it had asked of him, and how little he wanted to draw Hinata into that. I stopped. But I did watch a little in Rain. Suijutsu. He paused, and Hinata noticed. They stood there in the middle of the street, like stones that a human tide pushed around, before he started walking again, heavily breathing out the rock in his throat. Suijutsu liked watching strange things. He usually made me after missions. Strange things? Hinata asked with a cock of her head. Game shows, mostly, Sasuke said with a chuckle. Rain has all sorts of domestic programs, and with its location it picks up signals from a bunch of neighboring countries. I don't know why he liked that sort of thing. There was this one where a mouse and a person had to go through a maze, like a race. Sized for each of them, I mean. I think it's broadcast from the land of Earth. He was always rooting for the mouse. Did it win? Yeah. His mouth was dry. The mouse usually won. Most people are pretty bad at mazes, turns out. That makes sense, Hinata said with a little laugh. Besides, for the mouse, I bet there was food on the line. It would probably try harder than a person who was just playing a game. Sasuke had never considered that. He'd been happy just to watch a silly show with his friend without analyzing it. The rest of his life had enough analyzing. But he liked that Hinata saw it that way. It was another example of how she approached things thoughtfully, no matter how important they were. He liked movies too. Crappy action ones, he continued. The kind made by people too cheap to hire real ninja, so they would just use wires and stuff. I never really liked them, but... He paused. You don't have to talk about him, Hinata said, and Sasuke grunted, realizing he'd been holding his breath. I understand. I just haven't thought about it, Sasuke said honestly, looking down at the road. I don't know if that's disrespectful or not. But there's been too much happening. His eyes burned. I don't think he'd want me to mope. He saved my life. But if I go back there, all I can do is... It's okay, Hinata said, and then she stopped. Sasuke saw her hand open and close in the corner of his eye. It's not. She paused, watching him. He wanted to grab it. Because of his insecurity or because he wanted to show he was grateful, he wanted to grab Hinata's hand. But Sasuke hesitated, not sure if it was the right thing to do. He didn't understand his feelings, or this date, or what was appropriate or why he wanted to cry all the time but felt that doing so would be pointless, and all that kept him from taking Hinata's hand. Then there was a loud crack that echoed across the village, and he was out of time. What dash? Hinata looked up, and Sasuke followed her gaze as his Sharingan instinctually spiraled out. He saw the pulse of chakra that raced across the giant invisible dome that always enclosed Konoha before the whole thing flashed red, hundreds of individual lines of energy pulsing towards the center and colliding in a crimson light show. Barrier incursion. A huge one. As the sky flashed red and people all around stared up in confusion, snow began to fall, the sky blanketed in red and white equally. The snow was artificial, generated purely from chakra, and filled his vision with fuss. Sasuke's heart sped up, adrenaline blaring through his body. Barrier incursion. The village was being invaded. It had started snowing. Sasuke wasn't sure if it was pure instinct or a cunning thought that his trained mind constructed before his soul could understand it, but a notion overwhelmed his body and left him twitching. It's rain. It's Haku. Hinata. He asked out of a formality. Her Byakugan was already active and no doubt seeing even more than him. She was standing stock still, absorbing a supernatural amount of information, her brow twitching as she focused. In his peripheral vision, Sasuke could see people start to panic. Kurane was dashing straight at the both of them, shouting something into her shoulder radio. "There's several hundred," Hinata said faintly. "Maybe more than 1,000. They were practically right next to the wall in one of the commercial districts, so Hinata must have had great clarity on what was beyond it. "Sasuke, it's dash. Rain, yeah," he said, and Hinata gave him a surprised look as Kurane came within 20 feet of them, her face furious. "We've got a dash." Sasuke would never be able to say while his Mangekyo activated at that moment. It wasn't instinct, because despite his battle experience he still wouldn't have realized anything was wrong until it was too late, but it wasn't luck either, because his body acted on its own, forcing his eyes peer into the future without him having any say in the matter. In the static world of the future yet to come, where everyone had vanished except himself, Kurane, and Hinata, he watched a bearded man dressed like a civilian rush past him and Hinata, looking like another panicked person running towards the center of the village. He watched as the man, a shinobi who must have infiltrated the village and had been waiting for a hidden signal, jammed a blade through Hinata's throat. He watched Kurane stagger back in shock as the ninja pushed the blade out and carved it across her eyes at the same moment. He watched himself react, too slow, firing a beam of fire through the man's heart as both Hinata and Kurane fell. The vision blew away like dust in the wind. Hinata blinked, no doubt seeing the blood trickle from his eye. Sasuke saw the ninja who would kill her in his peripheral vision. His heart turned to ice. Sasuke turned, his hand coming up. The ninja from Rain didn't have time to look surprised before it slammed into his throat. Sasuke squeezed, crushing his trachea, and swept his legs from under him as the concealed blade came out. The ninja was strong. Probably a jonin, and an experienced one who'd managed to sneak into the hidden leaf without tripping the barrier in preparation for the battle to come. Maybe he'd been following them for a while, recognizing the threat a Hyuga could represent to the operation. All that told Sasuke that the man was a dangerous and clever opponent who'd launched his attack at the perfect moment. But there wasn't a man alive who could have kept Sasuke from driving his heel down into the intruder's throat and snapping his neck, cratering the street below him. The blade spun across the ground, freed from twitching hands, and Kurane stopped it with her foot, staring at Sasuke in complete shock. "They're already in the village, and they'll be coming over the wall soon," he grunted, and twisted his heel as the man gurgled under him. He felt more bones fracture, the spine finally giving way completely. "Kurane, anyone on their way?" "There's a counter-attack being organized," Kurane said, her surprised expression making way for determination. As she spoke, explosions bloomed across the top of the wall, and distant screams reached Sasuke's ears. "But it will be several minutes." And dash. There was a boom that shook the ground, and Sasuke spun just in time to watch the south gate in all its massive glory fly off its hinges about 4 blocks away, spinning up and away into the sky. "Let's go," he said, unconsciously taking the lead, and Kurane and Hinata fell in step behind him, running through the fleeing crowds towards the gate. Sasuke and Hinata weren't dressed for a fight, they'd worn nice clothes, not flak jackets, and didn't have a knife between them. Kurane fixed that, flipping a kunai to both of them. A single ninja tool could be the difference between life and death. It only took a moment for them to reach the gate, leaving the street and leaping up onto the rooftops to get a better view. Sasuke had expected them to have been dislodged by an earth or maybe wind jutsu, but there was no sign of anything like that. Instead, there was just a single tall man with long orange hair striding through the smashed open entrance with rain ninja streaming in behind him. They were coming in over the walls too, hundreds of them, a human flood of malice pouring into the village and pushing north, east, and west. Sasuke had put himself at the very tip of the spear, but he wasn't alone. Even if the main counter-attack wasn't here yet, Leaf Ninja had responded to the obvious invasion from every direction, dozens beelining for the gates. Even some of his classmates were here. Kiba and Shino rocketed in from the east, Akamaru howling as a vast cloud of insects darkened the air around Shino. There was no moment to take stock, no pause of recognition from the Rain or Leaf Ninja as the attackers crashed into the defenders. All at once, chaos exploded across the hidden leaf. Sasuke launched himself forward, suicidally aggressive if not for his Sharingan. Kurane and Hinata were still at his back, and he trusted his life to them without hesitation as ninja at his flank were brought down by invisible enemies or blown away by the gentle fist. He only had one initial target, the man who'd destroyed the gates. The chakra flowing through his body was barely human to the Sharingan, while he looked normal enough, the strength inside him was incredibly beyond superhuman. An Uchiha so soon. The man yelled as Sasuke charged him, ninja scattering out of the way as they leapt deeper into Konoha to spread mayhem. Nice. He swung, not at Sasuke but at the ground below him, and his low punch carved out a shotgun blast of concrete and rebar. Sasuke didn't slow down, twisting between the debris and letting his momentum blunt the ones he couldn't dodge. The attack, lethal to most other ninja, was still just a feint. He could see the Rain Ninja running through hand seals for an earth jutsu, some kind of containment technique. Most likely, he was intending to lock Sasuke inside an earth trap and kill him at his leisure. So mid-spin, he threw the kunai Kurane had given him. It wasn't enough on its own, the man caught it out of the air with a grin. But it slowed down his hand signals for just a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second was all Sasuke needed to hurl the piece of rebar he'd caught out of the air himself. The Rain Ninja cursed and spun out of the way as Sasuke leapt forward, his free hand coming up. His whole body was wreathed in hungry chakra, an absorption technique that would steal Sasuke's own if it touched him. Sasuke jumped up, flipping over the man's head. The Rain Ninja followed him with unerring accuracy, his mouth slipping into an ugly grin as he reached his hand out. Lion Fist! Sasuke shouted, and the man's grin slipped. What dash? He asked, looking back as he realized Sasuke had never been the real threat, just a distraction. It was far too late. Hinata came in like a shining purple bullet, burying the ferocious face that had covered her hand in the man's gut. He let out a yowl of pain and flipped the kunai he'd caught around to bury it in her head, and Sasuke kicked down with a primal yell. His blow knocked the knife out of the man's hand and sent it flying into the ground hard enough to stick there, bits of the shinobi's palm still stuck to it. Sasuke landed on top of him as Hinata laid a series of brutal blows into the ninja's gut and chest, sending him staggering back with another cry of pain. Sasuke's hunch had been right, the chakra draining techniques had cancelled each other out. As the ninja's hands came up to wrench Sasuke off his shoulders, Sasuke snarled and tumbled forwards. There was nothing graceful or clever about it, he formed both hands into knives and dug them into the ninja's eyes. The large man bellowed in agony as Sasuke fell forward, feeling his fingers scrape against orbital bones. He pulled as hard as he could, and the cry of agony intensified as he crushed the ninja's eyes into paste. One of Hinata's hands darted up, the lion fist falling away, and jabbed 3 fingers into the ninja's throat. The man gagged, his breathing cut off, and Sasuke kicked him away, tumbling to the ground and rolling away as the ninja staggered back. Sasuke, Hinata! Kurane shouted out, the unmistakable call of retreat, and Hinata and Sasuke fled side by side without looking. All around them Rain Ninja were attacking imaginary enemies or screaming with false pain, but some of them were shrugging off the waves of powerful genjutsu that Kurane had been sending out to shield her younger comrades. The Jonin's face was pale, her hands running through a new hand sign every second as she constantly ensnared and recaptured the senses of Rain Ninja. Sasuke had known that Kurane was a master of genjutsu, but seeing it on the battlefield with his Sharingan gave him an entirely new appreciation for Hinata's sensei. It was like playing a dozen instruments at once. The streams of red chakra pouring off Kurenai and into the bodies of the invaders were so thick that it made the air seem hazy. While he and Hinata had been fighting, the battlefield had moved deeper into the village. Kiba and Shino were out of sight, hopefully still alive. The southern gate entrance was covered in injured, screaming men and women from both villages, and still bodies being steadily buried by the constant snow. Sasuke and Hinata both scooped up a casualty as they ran, two young men in Chunin vests that Sasuke didn't recognize. One was missing an arm, and the other had been hit by a weapon or jutsu that had opened up his chest. Kurenai already had an older woman slung over her shoulder. A knife had gone right through the woman's cheek, and she was leaking blood all over Kurenai's vest. But despite that and two broken limbs, she was glaring hatefully at the gate, still clearly ready to fight. The blinded man was wheezing behind them, trying to shout something. Sasuke ignored him. They were cut off and without support now if another wave of enemies came, and judging by Hinata's face, that was about to be the case. Get deeper! Kurenai shouted, turning and running with them as Sasuke and Hinata adjusted the ninja they were carrying, putting them on their backs. The counter-attack should almost be here. We'll pincer the ones that made it in. Sensei, there's another one coming, Hinata said, stumbling over the last word. Sasuke looked over at her. Blood was splattered on her face, but it wasn't hers. They were both unharmed. She seemed calm, calmer than he would have figured. Maybe, like him, this betrayal had turned her heart to ice. He's just one? Kurenai asked, and Hinata nodded. They held back an S rank for the initial breach. Bastards. We need to get as much distance as possible. Right, Sasuke thought. That was basic doctrine. You didn't commit all your most dangerous ninja to the initial attack, because battles between ninja had incredibly high attrition rates during initial contact. The slaughterhouse around the gate was proof of that. You sent some of them in after to clean up the survivors and secure a beachhead for further assaults. But he hadn't thought of that in the moment, only in hindsight. No matter how strong he'd become in Rain, the gap in experience between him and someone like Kurenai was vast. His body is strange. I don't know what I'm looking at, Hinata said, and this time there was a tremor of fear. Sasuke looked over at her, and she locked eyes with him. He's not alive. Great, Kurenai groused. A rain ninja came out of nowhere, hurling herself at them with a water jutsu, turning her whole body into a dragon-shaped bullet, but to Sasuke she was going in slow motion. He knocked her through a storefront with a hasty roundhouse kick and they kept going, not bothering to stand and fight when they could be surrounded by more enemies at any moment. Then all at once, the main battle was before them. Countless ninja were engaged in skirmishes everywhere Sasuke could see, battling each other with their bodies, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and summons. It was all too much to take in at once, even with the Sharingan, so he just followed Kurenai's lead as she charged straight ahead. Medics first. She shouted back at them, leaping through an explosion of knives and diving into a tangle of shadows that shielded her from an enemy ninja. Then dash. A fragment of steel, moving so fast it was glowing red-hot, sliced through her throat, and Kurenai gagged, blood erupting from her mouth. Hinata blanched, letting out a scream, and Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Sensei. Kurenai didn't slow down even as blood gushed out of her throat, just pointing towards the back line of the ferocious battle, her eyes blazing. The meaning was obvious. Go. She charged ahead, even with her throat cut, and Sasuke and Hinata rushed after her as the battle raged around them. Enemy ninjas targeted them, friendly ninjas defended them. After a moment that seemed impossible to define or measure, they were through. Kurenai collapsed, but her shadow kept running, her body and the woman she was carrying gliding along the ground. The shadow carried them all into a blasted building that had been a grocery store until about 5 minutes ago, where many other wounded were laid out. The men they'd saved were lifted off their backs, and carried along with Kurenai to a corner covered in barrier jutsu and filled with serious-looking ninja wearing both hospital garb and casual day outfits. Sasuke looked around, shaking his head and trying to center himself. Are you hurt? A woman asked him. She had the same kinds of tattoos as Rin Nohara, but it wasn't her. Sasuke shook his head, looking over at Hinata as she answered the same question. The woman nodded. Good luck, then, she said, turning away to meet some new arrivals. What they needed to do was obvious, but Sasuke hesitated, waiting to see what Hinata would do first. His home had been attacked before, hers hadn't. But she didn't hesitate. Sasuke. She turned, pointing back towards the cacophony of the battle. Let's go. They rushed back out into the snow, and as they did a voice echoed through their heads. The last time either of them had heard it had been the Chunin exam, but today Inoichi Yamanaka was infinitely more serious, not sparing a single unnecessary word. Flying enemies are coming from the south and east. Counter-summoners have been neutralized. Assist the dash. A roar tore through the air, loud enough to wipe away the sound of the battle for a moment, and Sasuke looked to the east. Through the buildings, he could barely make out a huge, dark shape near the Hokage Tower, looming over the skyline as the snow fell darker and heavier than before. Inoichi began speaking again, his voice even more serious as it resonated through their minds and the minds of every leaf ninja nearby. Assist the sane dame. A tailed beast has been unleashed. A tailed beast. Sasuke hoped his mother could handle it, especially with Obito out of commission. He wasn't confident he would be up to something like that. Ninja that could fly seemed just as dangerous. There were leaf ninja everywhere and of every clan: Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka, Sarutobi, some Uchiha, and every other great clan of Konoha was present in the counter-attack, pouring towards the wound that had been torn in the village and mercilessly slaughtering every enemy that got in their way. Choza Akimichi was leading the counter-attack alongside his clan mates, a coterie of giants that crushed and squashed any enemy that dared to get close. Their size, strength, and speed were almost impossible to believe. Watching one snatch up a fleeing rain ninja and throw him so hard the man soared up past the glowing red barrier and out of sight, Sasuke found it hard to believe anyone could hope to fight them. But then the flying ninja arrived. Just like Inoichi had said, dozens of figures in dark red cloaks hurtled through the sky, swarming the counter-attacking Akimichi like oversized gnats. It took Sasuke a moment to understand what he was seeing. Long, impossibly strong strings of chakra bound the flying ninja together as they darted amongst the Akimichi, nettling with them blades of every type as leaf ninja both on the ground and across the giants' bodies tried to shoot them down with ninjutsu and ninja tools. But the flying ninja were fast, unbelievably coordinated, and only took 2 casualties as they finished their assault. But actual ninjas, no matter how smart or fast, couldn't be that coordinated. Because the flying ninjas were puppets. Puppets that looked and moved like humans, but puppets all the same. Sasuke understood puppet techniques, theoretically, though it hadn't been especially inspiring when he'd seen it before. But this was simply on another level. Whoever was controlling these bodies was inhumanly skilled and powerful, able to conduct 24 fights by themselves. No, he realized. More than that. More and more of the puppets were arriving, soaring down from the sky and picking off leaf ninja like birds of prey. Dozens more, easily 50 were assaulting them, and more coming every second. Was it even possible for one person to control this many with such finesse? It had to be, because it was happening. As if to make a mockery of his previous thoughts, some of the Akimichi began to stumble and fall. Choza was the first, his face studded with countless needles from a bomb that had gone off in front of him and seemingly done only superficial damage. He collapsed, crushing a building beneath his bulk as Sasuke stared, and a cry of dismay went up from the defenders. The other Akimichi followed, until all but 3 of the giants had fallen. Poison, Sasuke thought. It had to be. Nothing else could take down Akimichi with just flesh wounds. But every idiot knew that a clan with such command over Yang Chakra had incredibly durable bodies, for a poison to affect them so dramatically, and when they were enlarged to boot, it had to be ridiculously deadly. Leaf Ninja. The voice booming out behind him made Sasuke flinch in disbelief. He saw Hinata turn, but he kept his eyes firmly on the puppets, which had come to a stop floating above them all like a murderous parade, moving only to dodge attacks. Despite his age, the authority in the third Hokage's voice could still make men move on its own. All those below Jonin, fall back. Take the wounded. Hinata started to move, but Sasuke reached out. He grabbed her hand, and she stopped. Even in the middle of the battlefield, she stopped, and looked back at him. Stay, he said, not taking his eyes off the puppets. You're strong enough. We'll need you. Sasuke believed it with all his heart. The idea of watching Hinata die in this battle made him want to shrivel up and stop existing, but he'd seen her speed and strength and decisiveness. He said it both as her maybe boyfriend and as a jonin, they'd need ninja like her to win this fight. She nodded, and she stayed, but she didn't let go of his hand. As more and more puppets arrived, still in their holding pattern, Sasuke chanced to glance back. The third Hokage was there, along with the Jonin commander Shikaku Nara and 40 or so other ninja, spread out across 2 neighborhoods. The Hokage was dressed for war, wearing traditional armor and wielding a huge staff. Sasuke felt his heart kick into overdrive. Even if it was a little childish, the third Hokage was a legend, the god of shinobi who'd mastered every jutsu of the hidden leaf and led it through 2 world wars. The idea of fighting alongside him was thrilling. The last of the puppets arrived as Sasuke and Hinata backed out of the no-man's land they'd found themselves in, retreating to the line of mighty leaf shinobi. One more figure came along with them, alighting on the rooftop beneath the floating army. He was cloaked and hooded, but under the hood the Sharingan could make out a young man with shaggy red hair. Sasuke squeezed Hinata's hand, and she squeezed back before letting go. This was the ninja she'd seen, the man who wasn't alive. 92 puppets and their master against the third Hokage, the Jonin commander, 3 dozen ninja, him, and Hinata. Sasuke felt the air fill with an unseen electricity as the combatants took each other in. There was about to be a kind of battle he'd never seen before. Sasori of the Red Sands, the third Hokage called out, and the puppet master shifted. The sounds of battle still echoed in the village, but the electricity filling the air seemed to bring a terrible calm to the shattered neighborhood. The land of fire is rich. We cannot forgive you for those you have killed, but you are a mercenary first. Whatever a Megakuer is paying you, we will triple it. Sasori let out a boyish laugh, and the hairs on Sasuke's neck stood on end. The puppet master flexed, chakra pouring out of him, and his puppets laughed too, the chattering sound of wood on wood. I'm not here for money, the thing in a boy's body said, and then the puppets rushed forward in a wave of wood and steel. The third Hokage moved before anyone else, flinging out a single Fuma shuriken which became a wall of blades that sliced through several of the attacking puppets. Then, everyone else. The neighborhood descended into chaos, some of Konoha's best doing battle with the seemingly endless puppets. Sasuke and Hinata threw themselves into the fray, burning puppets to ash and cutting their strings with jukin. Attackers wielding blades covered in deadly poison came from every direction, but the leaf ninja were vicious, shredding them to pieces with animated shadows, clouds of insects, fire, and wind jutsu, and their bare hands. Some of the puppets fought back with more skill, jutsu of every kind erupting from their bodies. Sasuke moved without thinking the whole time, destroying any puppet that dared to approach him or Hinata. He sliced them to pieces with scavenged weapons, fired burning beams through their hearts, and wrenched a head with a spiked tongue from its shoulders. Then, quite suddenly, it was over. More than half of the ninja from Konoha were on the ground, some writhing and others still, but all the puppets were destroyed. The third Hokage was in the center of it all, looking about with a disgusted look and then up at the puppet master. He'd smashed any puppet that had gotten close to him to pieces with his huge staff, and blasted plenty others from the sky with precise earth jutsu. The ground around him had come alive with just a single hand sign and flung itself up in pinpoint spears and pillars. Those who were poisoned weren't dead, Sasuke realized after a moment. Paralyzed, certainly, but not dead. Whatever poison coated the puppets' weapons wasn't meant to kill them immediately. Sasuke, Hinata said quietly. The third and the ninja at his side were in a standoff with Sasori, and her voice carried through the deadly silence. They're not just puppets. She was right. Now that he understood, it was as plain to his eyes as it was to hers. The puppets they'd been smashing to pieces had chakra systems woven through their wooden bodies, they were filled with flesh. These puppets were corpses. She's right, Sasori said with a grin. A dozen ninja flung themselves up at him and he danced out of the way, his cloak flapping as he pulled something from beneath it. You're all lucky, you know. Very few people get to see my art in such detail. There was a burst of smoke, and faster than Sasuke could believe 3 of the ninja who'd leapt after Sasori were torn to shreds by a storm of razors. He blinked, his Sharingan recording the moment in perfect detail. Another puppet had emerged, a large man with shaggy black hair and glowing yellow eyes. This one, Sasori was controlling alone. As the rest fell back, the puppet opened its mouth and metallic particles began pouring out, filling the air around it with dancing sand. It had its own ninjutsu, chakra, that danced out and manipulated the particles around it to a fine degree. It was just like Gaara, Sasuke thought as the Konoha ninja spread out, surrounding Sasori and his new puppet. He and Hinata stayed side by side, leaping up to a nearby roof and watching carefully as Sasori spun, taking in all his opponents with a mean grin. The Kaze cage. He heard several ninja mutter, and Sasori spread his hands like he was soaking up praise. He and the third Hokage locked eyes with one another, and Sasori sneered. "What do you think, Sandaime Hokage?" he said, and Sasuke felt his blood boil at the insolence in Sasori's voice. "Would you mind helping me make a matching pair?" The Hokage didn't answer. At his side, Shikaku Nara spoke loud enough for everyone present to hear. No new ninja were arriving. Sasuke was sure their instincts were steering them away from this battle. Either that, or the rest of the village was doing bad enough that reinforcements couldn't be spared. He was so focused on Sasori that he'd even lost track of the Sanbai. Right now, this shattered neighborhood was all of Konoha. "Magnet release," Shikaku said, his shadow writhing around him and racing out towards Sasori and the third Kaze cage. "Don't bother with weapons, ninjutsu only. We'll have to overwhelm it." "Good luck with that," Sasori said dryly, and his puppet lashed out with an arm as the ninja surrounding it began running through hand signs. At the same time, water began to rush through the streets, carrying away some of the paralyzed bodies as the ninja leapt atop it. Somehow, Konoha was beginning to flood. It was time, Sasuke decided. He needed to make the difference here. This was worth sacrificing his future for. The future spooled out, and he watched as the third Kazekige's arm split, and then split again, and again, and again, a fractal nightmare of seals from which hundreds of hands emerged, impaling a dozen ninja and scratching twice that, bringing low most of the Konoha contingent in mere moments with an explosion of blade limbs. The future shattered, and Sasuke blew out a fireball, hoping to catch the arm mid-deployment. A screen of iron sand interspersed itself, the fireball falling to pieces, and he shouted out a warning. "It's going to split." He roared, and trusting his word without thought, the Konoha ninja scattered as the arm exploded out, hundreds of limbs racing towards where they'd been standing moments ago. Sasuke fell back towards Hinata as she leaped in front of him, spinning into a chitin that shattered the limbs intent on impaling him. She landed on the water without a ripple, her chakra the most focused it had ever been. Sasori spun towards them, eyes narrowing as the third Kaze cage poured out more and more iron sand. "You," he muttered, and then shrugged. Ninja began firing off ninjutsu, shadows darting forward to immobilize the third Kaze cage, but Sasori hardly seemed to mind. "Well, I haven't had an Uchiha puppet yet." The Kaze cage began fighting back, launching kunai from its mouth at an incredible rate and flinging out its restored arm, throwing blasts of iron sand that tore through concrete without resistance and gutted two unlucky shinobi that hadn't backed far enough off. The sand itself was suffused with the same poison as all the other puppets' weapons. Sasuke saw, even a glancing hit could be fatal, and so much of the stuff was filling the air and forming into deadly geometries that even his Sharingan couldn't see a safe path towards the puppet. Masked by its sand, the Kaze cage brought its hands together, chakra practically exploding out of it as it began gathering energy. At Sasuke's side, Hinata gasped. "Something's coming," she said, and Sasuke nodded. Should he look into the future again? He wasn't sure it would even help. The attack that was coming dwarfed everything else the Kaze cage had done before. Sasori laughed as more ninjutsu spattered against the shields of iron sand, failing to meet their targets. Shadows wrapped around him, but Sasuke could see that he hardly cared. His chakra strings moved practically of their own accord, even as his body was locked in place. "Good luck," he shouted, and then the iron the Kaze cage had been compressing beyond imagination fired. Sasuke realized what it was as his Sharingan traced out the path of the iron sand, which was fired so fast that it was impossible to follow with an ordinary eye. A theoretical weapon, the kind of thing that existed only in people's imagination, but made possible with the insane power of the puppet's magnet release, a railgun. The compressed sand was fired in bursts, each shot obliterating a ninja in Sasori's line of sight. Apparently, he had no interest in turning any who were struck by the blast into puppets. Those who were hit were nearly vaporized, whole chunks of their body vanishing on impact. As the Kaze cage spun on Sasuke and Hinata, he realized he'd been right. Even if he'd looked into the future, there was nothing they could do to dodge or deflect this kind of attack. He tried to push Hinata aside, hoping it would be enough and knowing it wouldn't be, but in the moment before Sasori fired, someone leapt in front of the both of them. The third Hokage. Sasuke saw Sasori's face twist up in annoyance, but it was too late. The railgun was already unleashed, and the iron bullet leapt forward at hypersonic speed with an ear-splitting screech, tearing a hole in the iron sand masking the puppet. But the third Hokage had already made hand signs, running through 24 in less than a second, and flung his arms out with an angry shout. The bullet veered off mid-launch, flung high and soaring off and beyond the horizon in an instant. Sasuke almost laughed. Had the third Hokage always known how to mimic magnet release, or had he just figured out how in the course of the battle? Given the man's reputation, Sasuke honestly couldn't be sure. Nice! Sasori shouted with a grin, the storm of chakra around the Kaze cage dispelled, the puppet leering at them with its glowing yellow eyes. That's what makes you worth having, Sarutobi. The third ignored him. Sasuke, Hinata, he said, not looking back at them. His staff was gone. Sasuke wasn't sure when he'd lost it. Beyond him, the Konoha ninja that were still alive, less than a dozen of them, desperately battled as the Kaze cage as Sasori watched and laughed, perfectly guarded by his monstrous animated corpse. You need to reach the puppet. I will keep him occupied. Us? Hinata asked, voicing the surprise that Sasuke felt, and the Hokage nodded. With your eyes, you are the only ones who can. Its defenses are too strong. He drew a short sword in one hand, making one-handed signs with the other. Too many have already died, but you mustn't hesitate. Go straight for it, I will protect you. Sasuke reached back, and Hinata squeezed his hand. He knew it was the truth, there weren't any other Uchiha or Hyuga left here. Sasori's puppets had killed the rest. Hinata would be able to watch every angle of attack, and he could predict anything he could see. They were the only ones who could get close without being shredded. At the same moment, feeling each other's pulse, they flung themselves forward. Sasori laughed and gestured, and as they entered the floating field of iron sand it began pulling together, forming a vast array of sharp, poison-dripping spikes that expanded in every direction at once. The field would have been impossible to navigate for a normal ninja, it was instant death. But neither of them were normal ninja. Sasuke forged ahead, dashing and flipping through the fractal death trap as the current surged under him. Wherever it was coming from, the water was rising higher and growing faster. Hinata was right behind him, matching his moves perfectly. The field constricted, giving them less and less room. Iron spikes began to snag Sasuke's clothes, mere centimeters from cutting his skin. He shut out everything in the world but the Kaze cage, pushing forward and feeling the third Hokage's chakra resonate around him as the Hokage flung pulses of false magnetism into the field, keeping them alive for an extra moment. The third Hokage let out a grunt and Sasuke missed a step as fear flooded his body, the overwhelming sensation the iron field was about to crush and impale him. But even then, he and Hinata moved without fault, finding the one gap in the iron defense. It wasn't them doing it, their shadows moved without their consent, guiding their bodies in impossible patterns and flinging them through the final gauntlet. Beyond the field, Shikaku Nara was keeping them alive even as the Hokage faltered. No, Sasuke saw as he was flipped head over heels, finally reaching the third Kaze cage. The Hokage hadn't faltered. He'd been impaled. In his moment of intense concentration, an iron spike had been flung out and pierced his gut. The Hokage had collapsed, curling around the wound as his body froze. Sasuke let out a roar, flames bursting to life across his hands as he landed and lashed out at the Kaze cage. The puppet danced back with a chattering laugh, flying up and away into the field of iron as Sasuke's flames fell short. That was when Hinata arrived, leaping forward and slicing through one of the thick strings that held the Kaze cage in the air. The puppet buckled like a man having a stroke, and with another scream of effort Sasuke burst forward, burying both his flaming hands in the Kazecage's chest. The fire exploded out, burning through the puppet's body and meeting the iron sand that filled it. For a moment, there was an impossible resistance, and Sasuke thought he would be forced back and crushed. Then his eyes burned and the flames surged forward like they had a mind of their own, exploding inside the Kazekige's body with the force of a bomb and blowing him back. The glowing yellow eyes were reduced to cinders and the puppet collapsed, smoke billowing from its open mouth. All around him and Hinata, the iron sand collapsed, thudding to the ground with a heavy thump. Sasuke rolled to avoid being crushed. Hinata went the other way, and after a thunderous rain it was silent. He looked around, desperate to know what was happening. Shikaku Nara and 2 others were all that were left standing. While he and Hinata had made their mad dash, the rest had sacrificed themselves to buy them time, even the 3rd Hokage. Where once there had been more than 100 combatants, there were now only 6. Sasori was staring at him, and Sasuke had never felt more vulnerable in the presence of an enemy, prone on the ground as he was. The puppet master, now out of puppets, took a faltering step forward, his whole body shaking. "Do you have any idea," he asked, "how long it will take to repair that?" Hinata spun to her feet, and Sasuke did the same, kicking away the poisonous sand near him. "You won't get the chance," she declared, and Sasori sneered. "You seem to enjoy each other's company," he said, and Hinata flinched back. "When we're done here, I'll make you a single puppet, back to back for an eternity. Would you like that?" "Shut up," Sasuke grunted. "You're the last one, aren't you? Let's finish this." Sasori narrowed his eyes. "Young people are so impetuous. I'm making a generous offer, you ingrate." His cloak fell to pieces, shredded by a hidden knife, and the man stepped forward wearing only sleek black pants, his chest bared to the world. No, not a man. A puppet. A walking corpse. It was just as Hinata had said. She must have seen the truth with her Byakugan before even the Sharingan could devise it. Sasori's whole body was composed of lifelike lacquered wood, his living eyes set in a dead face that still twisted into sinister expressions. At the center of his chest a pulsing cube of meat sat, the living heart that drove his impossible and inhuman body. Sasuke could see the artificial chakra system it was creating spreading throughout the puppet's false body, like a web of veins embedded in the wood. Sasori was a monster in every sense of the word. Sasuke felt his heart skip a beat as he fully took in the disgusting reality of their opponent. "Don't you want to embrace immortality?" The monster finished, and Sasuke grimaced. "You look more like a morgue to me," he spat, and Sasori grinned. "Don't fret," he said. "You don't need to understand art to enjoy it." He moved with lightning speed, leveling a hand as a nozzle emerged from it, and Sasuke and Hinata flung themselves aside as a great gout of flame burst from Sasori. The puppet laughed, sweeping his hand across the neighborhood and melting everything that it tracked across, evaporating great tracts of water into walls of boiling steam. Shikaku and one of the other shinobi managed to take cover behind an upturned piece of concrete, the flames melting through it but not fully penetrating, but the last shinobi, an Abarame, wasn't so lucky. The intense heat burst all her insects, and the woman went down in a melted heap, her limbs burned away in an instant. Hinata rushed in to shatter the puppet, but huge razor wings sprung from its shoulders and began rotating violently, forcing her back before she could land more than a single blow. Sasuke saw the blast of Jukin chakra ricochet off the thick puppet body, failing to penetrate and sever the artificial chakra system. They had to destroy the heart, he realized, anything else wouldn't be sufficient. Hinata froze, chakra strings wrapping around her like invisible rope as Sasori rounded on her, but Sasuke charged in before Sasori could cut her to pieces, slamming a kick into the puppet's side and driving it back, barely avoiding having his foot removed in turn. Shikaku's shadow came in like a dark blade, trying to pierce the puppet's heart from behind, but Sasori's head rotated 180 degrees even as he drove Sasuke back with a sword that had emerged from his hand, and he spat a volley of poisoned needles at the Nara. Shikaku dodged with a curse, but a single needle struck a floating shattered puppet that still had some of Sasori's strings attached to it. The puppet's hand twitched, redirecting the needle on a new trajectory, and it stuck into the Jonin commander's thigh before his shadow could intercept it. The man reached down and ripped it out, and for a moment Sasuke thought he'd been fast enough. Then he wobbled and collapsed, his spread-out shadow fading amidst the snow stained red by so many Leaf Ninja's blood. The last ninja stumbled back, his body studded with needles, and fell as well. 2 left. Sasori chuckled. It's always nice to have a net gain. He rounded on Hinata, who was still trapped by his chakra strings. And I'll have some particularly nice pieces this time around. Hinata. Sasuke charged forward, and Sasori leveled his other hand at him, another nozzle emerging. On instinct, the future spooled out. A blast of water emerged from the hand, a concentrated burst that reminded Sasuke of Sakura's flowing water blade. The burst would be fired with such sustained force that it would cut right through him, bisecting Sasuke and then continuing on deep into the village. Sasori would sweep it to the left, and that single motion would cut through a fifth of all of Konoha, leveling buildings, and slaughtering ninja without a hope of counter-attack. It was a water blade of such length and power that it was closer to the Kazekige's railgun than any sort of water jutsu Sasuke had ever imagined. The future shattered, and Sasuke stopped dead in his tracks, running through 7 hand signs in a heartbeat. Sasori's eyes narrowed, but the beam of water emerged nonetheless as Sasuke slammed his hands together, palms making contact and both hands forming a tiger seal facing his opponent. Katon! He shouted in desperation, pouring out the kai to intensify his chakra as much as he could. Mekyaku Iso! A beam of fire burst from his clenched hands with all the speed and brightness of a laser and cleaved a path through the tide, evaporating everything below it before colliding head-on with Sasori's water jet. The puppet rotated his hand, intensifying the pressure of the water as a horrific shrieking and steam began to fill the air, Sasuke's and Sasori's chakra slamming into one another as opposite elements and obliterating each other with a frenzied intensity. Sasuke could feel his feet sliding back even with chakra reinforcement, but he grit his teeth and poured it on, draining all the energy he could from his body in an attempt to keep Sasori's attack from piercing through him and striking the village. Sasori grimaced, twisting his arm in a way that would break it if he were human, and Sasuke desperately adjusted to keep his fire spear in line. The jutsu had to clash head to head. If he was off by even a fraction of a degree, the water spear would slip past and cut him in half. But even with the head-on collision, Sasori was forcing him back, and the spitting, boiling steam was drawing closer and closer to him, raising welts across his body. His hands were shaking with the effort of maintaining the beam, his Sharingan deactivated, his chakra racing away, and he devoted everything to the desperate defense. At the exact moment that Sasuke was sure his arms would fail and it would all be for nothing, Hinata spun. The chitin tore away the weakened threads binding her, and as Sasori's head twisted towards her in alarm, spitting more senbon, she leapt forward with a shriek of anger and buried the 4 fingers of her right hand in his exposed heart. Clear white chakra exploded from her palm, piercing straight through Sasori's body. A textbook fatal blow from the gentle fist. As if the world had recognized the moment, there was a sonic boom and the thick clouds covering the village were blown away, banished by the importance of Hinata's strike and revealing a clear blue sky. Winter was gone, and the tide was receding. But Sasori didn't fall. The puppet staggered back, blood leaking down his chest. Sasuke didn't understand how he could still be alive, but he definitely was. One of his blade wings lashed out, cutting Hinata across the chest and sending her tumbling back, and Sasuke's heart stopped. The wings were just as coated in poison as everything else. Hinata's body was already freezing up. Sasuke! She screamed out between lips that were locking up. Finish him! He barely had anything left. Sasori rounded on him, his movements slower but still unsettlingly fast, and Sasuke staggered forward, his attention split between the puppet and Hinata. She'd been poisoned. Hadn't that happened back in the Land of Waves too? How quick did it act? How quick did it kill? Did she have any immunity built up? Would she be okay? How much of your future would you give up, if it meant she'd be okay? Time stopped. The question was so simple and so painful that Sasuke rolled it around in his head for a long time, locked in that moment as a homicidal puppet advanced towards him with blood leaking from its exposed heart. It didn't end up being much of a question. His Sharingan future spooled out. He rushed in, trying to finish the heart off with a stab. Sasori killed him. The future spooled out. He fell back, trying to reach the heart with another spear of fire. Sasori killed him. The future spooled out, the future spooled out, the future spooled out. 7 times Sasuke looked into the future in as many heartbeats, and 7 times Sasori killed him before he could land a definitive blow. His eye ached, blood wetting his cheek, and Sasori cocked his head. "There it is again," the puppet said, and Sasuke clutched his head by instinct as a burning pain raced through his temple, spreading to his whole body. "That's the main Jikyo non, isn't it? I'm glad I left you for last. It's some sort of prediction technique, isn't it? I'll have plenty of time to figure it out when I'm stripping out your optic nerves." For some reason, that gave Sasuke the flash of clarity that saved his life. He flung his hand out, channeling the last of his chakra into the jutsu he hadn't relied on yet. A glittering purple raise-non formed in his hand, rapidly spinning up into a handheld tempest. "Cute," Sasori said. "Don't move too much. I don't want to harm your body." "The prediction isn't the only technique I have," Sasuke said, and Sasori paused. He was an experienced ninja, his instincts had to be screaming at him not to recklessly approach the cornered beast that Sasuke had become. A huge spike on a metal hose quested out of Sasori's stomach, seeming to scent the air like a snake as it poked forward and looped over his shoulder, ready to shoot forward and impale Sasuke. "Really? What's the other?" Sasori asked, sincerely curious. "That could be just as useful." "Kagetsuke," Sasuke said. "It doesn't do anything on its own." The raise-non in his hand began sparking, lightning piercing through it and destabilizing the perfect whirl of energy. Sasori watched it cautiously, ready to impale Sasuke the moment he moved. To the experienced ninja, it must have looked like a suicide technique. The second it was released, it would detonate in a storm of lightning, after all. When he'd used it back in the Land of Waves, that's exactly what had happened, taking his arm with it. "All it does is guide my chakra," Sasuke said, and then his right eye burned as he jumped back and flung his arm forward in the same motion. It was a quick draw contest, right out of the crappy movies Suijutsu had loved. Sasori was an S-rank ninja. The moment Sasuke moved, his spike was lunging forward to impale him. The raise-non in Sasuke's hand distended, a beam of lightning as thin as a needle flying out of it and piercing right through Sasori's stomach, cleanly missing his heart. "Raiden, raise Nyaranage." The lightning raise-non zipped forward, flashing along the line of lightning in the blink of an eye. It moved at nearly the speed of true lightning, and made contact with Sasori about a 20th of a second before the puppet's stomach spike would have slammed into Sasuke's gut. At the millionth of a second after contact, it detonated. The lightning raise-non burst into a contained storm almost exactly 2 meters in diameter, expanding out into a sphere of shredding lightning that completely obliterated Sasori's body. The spike kept flying forward on sheer inertia, but without Sasori guiding it, Sasuke was able to just barely slip out of the way, feeling the cold metal brush his shoulder as he half dodged, half fell backwards to avoid it. He would have liked to fall all the way, land on his face and leave it at that, but it wasn't done. Sasuke threw himself forward, following the path his Sharingan had shown him as his tingling hand, still resonating with leftover lightning, lashed out, and caught the heart that Sasori had ejected from his chest right out of the air. Sasuke straightened up, feeling the heart buck against him as strings of chakra squirmed out from it, wrapping around his hand and scouring the ground for a weapon to fling into him. He raised it up, bringing the strings farther from everything and squeezing it hard. The strings receded, and blood leaked out from between his fingers as he looked around, taking in the devastation that surrounded him. He was the last man standing. Every other ninja had been brought down, and every puppet destroyed. The third Hokage and the Jonin commander were paralyzed, so still that he wasn't sure if they were alive or not. Hinata was the same, her slashed chest barely rising and falling as she sprawled out in the blood, snow, water, and splinters. Sasuke looked up at the heart in his hand, feeling his face twist into an ugly expression. The Sanbai was still rampaging in the distance, though another huge beast had landed on top of it and was wrestling it to the ground. A toad, he was pretty sure. The beast had definitely been the source of the flood, but it was being pushed into submission. Did that mean the Hokage was back, or was Obito over there, fighting even without his main Jikyo Sharingan? Rain ninja were still everywhere, burning everything they touched to the ground. In less than a minute, ninja from Konoha and Rain would probably pour onto this now quiet section of the battlefield to rescue or slaughter the helpless men and women floating across it. Sasuke was their only defense. The heart spoke to him through his hand, the chakra around it vibrating the air like a dissonant whisper. "You bastard," it said. "If I hadn't been trying to make you immortal dash." "That was your mistake," Sasuke said, baring his teeth. "You should have listened when we said we weren't interested." He crushed the distended and disembodied heart in his hand, squeezing until his fingers broke through the fleshy cube that protected it, and thick, dark blood ran down his arm in an endless stream. Sasori cried out, the sound fading as his chakra rushed away, and then was gone. Sasuke's arm swung down, exhaustion pulsing through him, solid smoke. He'd pushed his body to its limit just avoiding Sasori's attacks, and his eyes had taken their toll. A migraine was forming, like a knife steadily digging into his temple. He winced, bringing one hand up over his left eye and squinting. It wasn't his imagination. Everything was a bit blurrier than it should be. Still clear, especially with the Sharingan, but like his eyes were perpetually trying to focus. He shook his head. It didn't matter. He'd known what he was doing. If you knew the consequences of your actions, you didn't have the right to mourn them. But still, as he staggered to Hinata's side, he felt his breathing speed up. He bent over her, examining the wound. It wasn't deep. Sasori had been trying to preserve her body as well. But her whole torso was locked up, as if in rigor mortis, and her arm could only shift an inch at her approach. She was in terrible pain, her lips pulled back in a wide grimace, but couldn't speak, only stare at him. "I'll get you to a medic," he promised, and she watched him, obviously terrified. "I'll get everyone to the medics. They can fix this. I'm sure of it." He wasn't sure of it. But the alternative was just giving up and watching everyone here die, which wasn't an alternative at all. So Sasuke stood up, getting ready to ferry the Hokage, Hinata, Shikaku, and all the other survivors to safety. That was when he realized there were 5 rain ninja approaching, moving slowly and cautiously as they surveyed the battlefield. He recognized one of them, a Chunin named Gabi, who had reported to him at some of his shifts at the central tower in Omegakure. The girl clearly recognized him in turn, stopping alongside her comrades. "Walk away, Uchiha," she called out. Sasuke barely kept a sneer from creeping across his face as her comrades spread out, unsheathing knives and eyeing the prone ninjas. They all knew he was still dangerous, but clearly thought 5-on-1 was winnable. They were probably right. Even if you fight to the death, you won't save them. "Try it," Sasuke barked, trying to fill his voice with every ounce of authority he'd wielded in Rain. "We're going to kill every one of you anyway." The Rain ninja didn't take that well. They rushed forward, some attacking paralyzed victims while others raced directly for him, intending to overwhelm Sasuke with simultaneous attacks. Sasuke countercharged, the future spooling out once more even as his eyes ached in protest. But the future didn't make sense. He came to a stop, trying to understand what he'd seen. Something metallic slammed into the water next to him, and he glanced at it out of instinct, diverted from the enemy for a fatal moment. It was a 3-pronged kunai. Then, there was a flash. Arrive. Shadow kunai jutsu, secret formula replication. Unsheath. Move. Stab through the heart. Slit throat. Stab through the eye. Decapitate. Throw. Create raise non. Shatter ribs, pulp organs. Catch. Stab through the heart. Decapitate. Stab through the head. Stab through the head. Stab through the head. Stab through the head, 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 stab through the 42 a minute. Putting it in such a clinical, heartless way was the only way Minato Namikaze could be summed up. 42 ninjas in 1 minute. The speed and methodical nature of his practice of killing would be simpler to classify as a pandemic or natural disaster than the work of a human being. To say that a single man was killing, on average, 42 highly practiced and devoted shinobi each minute was simply too difficult for most to wrap their head around. A single shinobi was the sum of years of difficult, expensive training, the product of ridiculously sharpened instincts, the foundation of military might. A single mediocre shinobi would match 10 normal soldiers, a single well-trained shinobi could dominate 100 normal soldiers. For one man to kill 42 such people a minute was why Minato Namikaze was the only man in history to be designated as something shinobi had no choice but to run from. For one man to cut away, on average, 7/10 of such a person's life every second with nothing but his chakra and a blade in each hand was simply too monstrous to comprehend. Within a half-second of being reverse-summoned back to Konohagakure, the fourth Hokage raged across his village, covering hundreds of feet every second and killing with every other beat of his heart. Even in his enraged, murderous state, Minato Namikaze's heart barely sped up, only going fast enough to enable his rampage and not any farther. After his first 78 kills, Minato took 8 seconds to ensure the Sanbai would not range any farther. He arrived at his student Obito's side. Obito, along with many other elite ninja, had been battling against the Sanbai, a living tidal wave that had flooded a significant part of the village. Asuma Sarutobi had nearly died in the attempt, while Inochi Yamanaka had, along with nearly 70 others. The only thing that had prevented more casualties was Obito's summoning of Gamabunta, the chief toad of Myaboku, but the effort had been too much for him, and when Minato arrived, Obito was mostly unconscious. It was simply for Minato to take over the burden of Gamabunta's summoning from his student. He told Obito that he was reliable, meaning it in his heart even though the effect was somewhat diffused by the blood covering the Hokage. Then he dropped another 3 monstrous toads on top of the tailed beast, including the guardians of Myaboku, leaving the Baijuyo tied up until he could return to deal with it in a more permanent fashion. Then Minato kept killing, following the blades he'd scattered across the village upon his arrival. After his 124th kill, Minato arrived at his wife's side, appearing next to Jiraiya the Toad Sage and observing the grisly tableau with a white face. He stayed there for 44 seconds, lending his aid to repairing Kushina's seal and ensuring she would survive, though she had already slipped into a deep coma. He departed when Rin Nohara arrived, telling his student to save his wife no matter the cost. Minato must have been further enraged by his wife's condition, because the rate of his killing sped up. Like a storm that had been kicked up into a hurricane, the natural disaster the Hokage had become began to claim the lives of 47 ninja a minute. 4 minutes later, the Battle of Konoha had come to an end. Obito Sensei Chapter 74 Understands Hatred. The assault on Konoha would later be regarded as a Pyrrhic victory by some and a disaster by most. More than 1,000 Rain ninja were dispatched to Konoha, 3 of which were S-rank, less than 200 returned, and all of the S-ranked ninja perished in battle. Conversely, Konoha took brutal casualties, with more than 2,000 ninja dead and thrice that injured. Civilian casualties exceeded that by more than double, and minor injuries among the entire population were uncountable due to the scale of the battle, the sudden deep winter, and the rampant flooding that half the village experienced. However, of that number only one of Konoha's S-rank shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perished in the battle, passing due to Sasori's vicious poison before aid could be administered thanks to his advanced age. Though nearly all of Konoha's S-rank ninja were grievously injured and removed from service for at least 2 weeks, the Sandaime was the only one to die. In a war between villages, trading 3 of your S-rank ninja for a single one of your opponents would never be considered a good decision. However, the disaster didn't end there. Rain had also lost the Sanbai, which was captured by Jiraiya and Minato at the conclusion of the battle, and its promising new Jinchuriki Hakuyuki, the first of its S-rank ninja to die. It didn't matter that it should have been impossible for Sakura Haruno and Tenten to kill Haku, and that impossible event ultimately decided the course of the invasion. Impossibilities were a part of any battle, and the reality of the situation didn't care about the likelihood of events coming to pass. So then, how could anyone call what Rain had accomplished anything but a disaster? One would have to be deluded to regard it as anything else, surely, let alone a Pyrrhic victory. But many across the world took notice of what had happened to Konoha. The villages were hidden, but such events could not be kept secret. Even if Konoha would continue to demonstrate its power in the weeks going forward, for the first time in the reign of Minato Namikaze the seemingly indomitable Hidden Leaf had been bloodied. Konoha had been definitively shown to not be invincible, and Rain had proven its power on the world stage by bringing the most powerful hidden village in existence to the edge of disaster with a fraction of its forces. To many in the Hidden Rain, this was a costly victory, but a victory nonetheless. Revolution was impossible without sacrifice, and those who had died in the hidden leaf were martyrs of the most glorious kind. Many in the village hidden in the leaves tasted, and some for the first time in their life, the uncertainty that almost all the world lived with, the realization that strength did not guarantee safety and that their home could be attacked and their lives destroyed by invaders from without, that they were not untouchable. It shouldn't be surprising that most of them reacted poorly. Sakura couldn't say when the battle had ended. Maybe it never had. She'd staggered after Naruto, his burned arms held stiffly at his sides as he guided her and Mikoto to shelter. They'd stumbled into a gutted store and Mikoto had fallen again, sprawled out face first on the ground bleeding everywhere. Sakura had fallen too, Naruto watching over the both of them, her face pressed against the cold snow that had accumulated everywhere. Haku. She'd passed out, her resolve finally dry. Sakura had no idea how long she was unconscious. When she'd woken up, there had been people everywhere, the three of them had been dragged somewhere, a triage center, and medical ninja were treating them. There were a lot of them gathered around Mikoto. Nothing had really made sense, and so she'd passed out once more, her body too weak and her mind too tired to drag her consciousness back together. The second time, she'd lain there for some time looking up at the sky. Her whole body hurt, her neck was covered in a cast that kept her from moving her head. The sky was blue again, it was still cold, but it wasn't snowing anymore. The last of Haku was gone. She should have cried, but what was there left to cry about? It was her fault that Haku was dead, she just had to move forward knowing that. After a long time, Sakura had sat up. Naruto and Mikoto were still there were guards posted nearby, more ninja, some injured, but they'd ignored her as she'd investigated her teammate and Sasuke's mother. They were both still unconscious, they'd drained themselves completely saving Kushina, and been just as injured as her on top of it. Sakura observed it all dispassionately, barely thinking, and then started walking south. One of the ninja had tried to stop her, she'd looked at him, and he'd backed away. Now she was walking, guided by her instincts and struggling to stay on her feet with every step. It was quiet, occasionally Sakura passed people running around and shouting orders, a woman sitting and crying, a lost child, but for the most part a deadly tranquility had settled over the village hidden in the leaves. The world itself was in shock, hesitant to acknowledge what it had just witnessed. Sakura didn't have room in her head to think about the political or military implications of Rain's attack. Her head was filled with death and betrayal, cloying thoughts that muted everything as she moved forward. She wanted to be filled with hatred, but instead she was numb. Her hatred had rushed out of her the moment she'd seen Haku's hands separate from his body. Haku had thought this was for the best, even if he hadn't wanted to do it. Rain probably did too. But that's what everyone thought, good or evil, shinobi or not. That was the system, that was the world. People would always try to accomplish what they thought was right, and in doing so, commit atrocities. Right now, Sakura understood you could hate someone for that, but didn't know how to hate anyone except herself. Konoha had done the same, turning Rain into a battleground despite it being a neutral country. If she were blameless, maybe she could have cast blame. Eventually, she reached her neighborhood. It was near where Naruto's mother had been trapped in that Akatsuki seal, she dimly noted. Only about a kilometer away. Most of it was gone. Ninja had battled here, and most of the structures were burned down or shattered, missing walls at best. Some of them had been replaced by pillars of bone. A forest of bones had sprouted here, impossible structures of unbreakable white that twisted into the sky and were covered in deadly spikes. There were still bodies on some, and ninja rushing around removing them. Sakura stopped, staring. Her home was gone. Bloody bones had replaced it. There weren't any bodies. But that didn't necessarily mean anything. Where's Mom? She wondered to herself, the question urgent despite how small it seemed. Where's my mother? She circled the property, marveling at how completely the place she'd grown up in had been obliterated. Kimimaro had reduced it to nothing and left it a monument to his power. Would the bones eventually fall apart, or were they just a permanent feature? Was the man even still alive, or had Kushina, glorious and golden, finished him off? She hoped so, if only because she couldn't handle the idea of Naruto losing his mother. But Kushina had already been so hurt, and the seal had broken. Were both her and Naruto's mothers dead? She couldn't even call it too cruel. There wasn't a bottom to the cruelty people were capable of. Sakura started walking again, content that there weren't any bodies around her home. A hospital would be the best place to look, she thought. If her mother was alive, she'd be at a hospital, or maybe one of those temporary triage centers like she and Naruto had been left in. She started circling where her home had been, looking first for nearby triage centers. There were many, but her mother wasn't at any of them. Nobody stopped her as she wandered. The village had more important things to worry about than a single dazed ninja, and Sakura was surely not the only one moving about in a haze. Maybe she was at another far across the village, but that would be too hard to find. Sakura settled for heading to the closest hospital, the central one. It was thick with people gathered in the streets and its corridors, injured ninja and civilians left on gurneys wherever there was space, some still crying out or grunting with pain as they waited to be attended to. Sakura weaved through the crowds both within and without the hospital, feeling as light as air and guided by an intangible force. Eventually, she found a harried medical shinobi fielding questions from 20 different people at once. Sakura waited patiently until the man had shown off panicked apprentices and grieving families, and then approached. He sighed when he saw her in his peripheral vision, and then caught her eye. He straightened up, looking right at her. Almost looking frightened, but everyone did. It was a frightening day. "My name's Sakura Harino," she said. Her voice sounded horrible. It was the first time she'd spoken since she'd woken up, and Sakura didn't recognize her own words. "I'm looking for my mother. Mabuki Harino. Registration number 7601. "Let me grab a chart," the man said after a moment, still not breaking eye contact with her. He backed away like he was faced with a wild bear, and for the first time Sakura wondered what she looked like, why people were steering so far clear of her. She found that she didn't care at all. She stood there for several minutes, unmoving, until the medical ninja returned, brushing his bedraggled brown hair out of his eyes as he read over a clipboard. "She's here, and alive," he said, looking up at her. He was nervous, only maintaining eye contact for a second before looking back to the paper. "Room 507. "Thank you." Sakura headed towards the elevator, saw how many people were waiting, and decided to take the stairs instead. It was only 4 floors up, but she felt lightheaded after the first flight. She had to stop and pant, leaning against the wall as she desperately tried to get air through her shredded throat. It was just like after the Chunin exam. Where was Sasuke, she thought for a moment. Maybe he could carry her up the stairs again. She wouldn't mind that one bit. But Sasuke might be dead just like Haku was, so after a minute Sakura started climbing again. She had to do it herself, because no one was coming to save her. If she wanted this not to happen again, she had to be the savior. By the time she reached the 5th floor, all of her limbs were shaking and black splotches raced across her vision. She was still so hurt, so tired. Only dumb stubbornness had kept her going this far. She limped along the wall, falling into it so that she wouldn't go to the ground instead, and eventually made her way to 507, stopping outside it with a grunt. The door was closed, so she pushed it open and dragged herself inside. Her mother was there, hooked up to an oxygen machine and with several different IVs in her left arm. Her right arm was gone, and her face was a mess. A huge bandage covered everything to the right of her nose. Her eye was probably gone, and maybe some of her jaw. Sakura stood there taking it all in, searching for a feeling. But nothing came. "Rain tried to take my mother from me," she thought. "I guess that makes sense. After what happened, they must really hate me." Had that been what Haku had been trying to say? "I really hate you?" Maybe. After what you did, you'd be foolish to think he was trying to say anything else. "You're a traitor, Sakura," she thought. "No one will ever trust you again." She stumbled to her mother's side, sinking down next to her bed and taking her hand. It was warm, she was still alive, no matter how badly hurt she was. She wouldn't die, but who knew when she would wake up? "Mom," she muttered, squeezing, feeling consciousness slipping away again. Everything hurt. Maybe if she went to sleep, it would stop, at least for a while. "Mother." Sakura fell asleep sitting down, her back propped against the bed and her mother's hand in hers. When Naruto woke up, the sun was starting to set. He stirred awake, feverish and stiff. A thin blanket had been pulled over him, and he shifted, feeling it brush against his hypersensitive arms. When he opened his eyes, the sky was red, and he took his time looking around, feeling as though he were in a strange and timeless dream. There were people all around, some resting, others patrolling. He was in an open-air triage center, the village quiet. Even when people spoke, they did so in a murmur, conscious of the exhausted and the casualties that surrounded them. A gentle breeze fluttered his sheet, and Naruto slowly pushed himself up, drawing some attention from a passing doctor. The man didn't look like a ninja, he was a little too paunchy for that, but he still moved decisively, with the same sort of instincts that Naruto recognized in himself. "Don't push yourself," he said, and Naruto felt a twinge of irritation. "Your wounds aren't fully healed." His throat was sore, but he forced the words out anyway. It felt like his mouth might tear, his lips barely parted. "I can fix that," he said. "Soldier pills." The doctor frowned. "I don't recommend that," he said. "It'll only delay your full recovery dash." "I'm a medic," Naruto said shortly, looking around at all the other casualties. "I need to help." The man paused, started to say something, and then paused again. Then he left without a word, and returned about a minute later with a pouch of vibrant yellow pills, each a ball about the size of a knuckle. "What time is it?" Naruto asked. "How long has it been?" Looking around, he couldn't see any pink hair. His heart picked up, pushing a bit of life into his body. "Where's Sakura?" "It's 5:20, the man said patiently. "PM. Are you looking for someone?" "My teammate. A girl with pink hair. She'd been." Naruto rasped, coughing up the rest of the sentence as bile. He jabbed a ring around his neck. How had she gotten those ridiculous wounds? They'd been Senbon entry wounds, he realized. What kind of ninja could have gotten that many Senbon into Sakura's neck without killing her? The answer was obvious, even if he didn't want to think about it. Haku. Haku had been that kind of ninja. The guy had loved using needles, and he'd been crazy accurate with them. Not only had Haku brought the snow, but Sakura had fought him. If she'd shown up to rescue him and his mom in that state, did that mean that Haku had run away, or that Sakura had won? Naruto didn't know which one would be worse. "She wasn't here when I arrived," the doctor said, "but maybe she'd been moved. I'll ask around, take your time on that pill." Naruto chewed slowly even though the pill tasted like dried snot, and energy bloomed throughout his body. The pain in his arms and head flared up, and he brushed his hands across his arms like he was wiping away what was left of the burns, replacing the skin and repairing the muscles completely. With the soldier pill, he gradually felt wired, like his blood was being recycled for something hotter and heavier. He shook his hands out, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. The headache, a symptom of exhaustion, only got deeper, and that was only the start of it. He was sure that by the end of this he'd be unconscious, not asleep. Naruto didn't know how long he breathed like that, trying to center himself before the doctor came back. "She left several hours ago," he said, and Naruto sagged in relief. She was stable. He didn't know how that was possible, given how she'd looked, but maybe Sakura had only lost a ton of blood and the injuries had looked worse than they were. A blood transfusion might have been enough then. "Okay," Naruto said. "What about my mom?" "Kushina Uzumaki." The doctor shook his head. "I'm not sure." Naruto pondered that. He wanted nothing more than to be at her side, but he also knew that right now he probably wouldn't make a difference there. He made his decision. Then who needs the most attention? He spent the next 30 minutes there among the emergency medical tents and freestanding gurneys, methodically tending to lingering injuries. At this point, everyone who was critical had been moved to a hospital for more advanced treatment. The worst Naruto dealt with was a broken neck, and it was only a minor vertebrae fracture. When he was done with it and had fitted the neck brace, the woman, a Chunin who had been thrown off a building, gave him a nervous grin. "You'll be fine," he assured her. "Just don't turn your head for a week. That's what this is for. It's mostly fixed, but you could aggravate it." Thanks. She hesitated. You're the Hokage's son, right? Naruto Namikaze. Naruto wordlessly nodded, and the Chunin fidgeted. Could you thank him for me? She finally asked. He saved me. I don't know if he even noticed, but I couldn't move. I thought I was done for. He killed the rain bastard that was about to finish me off. I barely even saw him. Naruto stared at her, and after a moment she shrank back. But before she could ask if she'd done something wrong, he spoke. I'll tell him, he said quietly, dragging himself up and moving on. When he'd seen everyone, he was sure that Mikoto was gone like Sakura was. She must have been moved to a hospital as well. Which hospital is the worst off? He asked, and the medical ninja directed him to the south, towards the central hospital. Naruto started walking, observing the destroyed streets. Why did this keep happening? When would it stop? He trudged through the streets, picking his way through debris. There were ninja and civilian volunteers everywhere, picking up rubble and clearing the occasional body. Wave, and rain, and now leaf. In 3 weeks, he'd been at the center of 3 disasters. That was a curse, certainly. Was it following him and his teammates around? Were they causing it? It didn't seem possible, but it being random would be even worse. Naruto had learned medical jutsu because he wanted to be able to fix up his friends. The idea of being able to keep people safe even if they'd been hurt had appealed to him. That was the core of his Nindo, he was pretty sure, protecting the people important to him. Protecting someone was all well and good, but being able to heal them when you couldn't protect them was even better. Especially when the world had been proving so thoroughly over the last month that sometimes you couldn't protect someone. He hadn't been able to keep his mom safe, but at least he'd been able to give her the strength to suppress the Kyuubi. Naruto didn't want to think about whether his mom was alive or not. The seal had broken. He was pretty sure about that. But if his dad had come in time, maybe he'd have been able to repair it. And his dad was always on time. To Naruto, that was his most defining trait. What was his dad doing now? How would the Hokage have to react to something like this? Rain had gone psychotic, the attack on Omega Cooler had driven them insane. Naruto was filled with crazy contradicting emotions that occasionally made his teeth chatter and his migraine spike. He could understand being driven crazy by what had happened. It was really easy to see himself in that position, Kabuto's smiling face and burst eyes running through his head again and again. Just kill everyone who could threaten you. Yeah, that made sense to him. But while Naruto could sympathize with what had happened to Rain, how they might have been driven to commit this unbelievably stupid atrocity, most of him just jittered with hatred. They'd tried to kill him. They'd tried to kill his mom. They'd tried to rip the tailed beast out of her so it would kill all his friends. He hoped his mom had torn Kagami and Kimimaro to pieces, and in an ugly way that Haku hadn't gotten away, that someone else had killed him, so Sakura hadn't had to. Maybe he was getting better at handling disasters like this, having been through so many. Practice made perfect, and they were all getting a lot of practice. All those thoughts and more rushed through Naruto's mind on his journey to the hospital, and kept going as he made himself available there. An exhausted medical ninja pushed him into the rotation, and Naruto found himself setting bones and closing lacerations for hours. The sun set, hiding the devastation of the village. Most of the western half had been flattened, and the area around the Hokage Tower was a sodden wasteland. Naruto gathered that the Sanbai had been unleashed over there, and had rampaged until Obito and his dad had stopped it. He couldn't imagine fighting a tailed beast by yourself, not after seeing Gaara, but it just went to show how insanely strong his teacher and father were. The Sanbai had been captured, the rumors went. Rain had lost a powerful weapon, and most of their ninja that had attacked were dead or captured. News like that fed the hatred in Naruto's heart and gave him the strength to keep going, keeping up his pace even as other medical ninja were forced to rest or dropped from exhaustion. It was almost 10 o'clock when he found Sasuke. It wasn't an intended meeting, and Sasuke wasn't one of his patients. Naruto just spotted him across the crowded floor and chased after him when he was finished up with his current patient, a ninja who'd been patiently waiting to have a copper pipe that had somehow pierced his side without hitting anything vital removed. The pipe had formed a vacuum with the flesh it had removed, keeping the man from bleeding out, and he joked with Naruto as it was pulled out about keeping it as a souvenir. Sasuke trudged up the stairs without noticing Naruto, who stumbled after him. "Sasuke," he rasped out, and his friend turned around. He looked terrible, even though he was basically uninjured. There were huge bags under his eyes, and he looked over Naruto with a slowness that was uncharacteristic of him. Naruto tripped up the stairs and, after a moment of hesitation, wrapped his arms around him. Sasuke stiffened, and then wrapped one arm around Naruto as well, squeezing him hard before letting go. "You okay?" Naruto asked, and Sasuke nodded. "I'm fine." He raised his arm, covered in welts and patches of white skin, nasty burns, already healed, from boiling water or steam, if Naruto had to guess. "This was the worst I got. Everyone else." He trailed off, and Naruto nodded, feeling a bit more solid in the presence of someone he'd been through with this before. "Is Hinata okay?" he said, suddenly realizing that Sasuke had definitely been on his date when everything had started. Unless it had gone really bad. "No," Sasuke said shortly, and Naruto swallowed. "Is she here?" he asked, and Sasuke nodded. "She and the rest who were poisoned," he said, turning and starting back up the stairs. Naruto followed, drawing up beside him. "They're all confined to the 3rd floor. Poisoned." Again, he couldn't help but think. Things were moving in cycles, and getting worse each time. Sasuke gave a grim nod. "There was a mercenary. Sasori. I think he must have been from the Hidden Sand, once upon a time. He used puppets with poisoned weapons. Hinata and I ended up fighting him, along with a lot of the main counterattack. We got him, but everyone." He blew out a heavy breath. "Everyone except me went down. It's something horrible. They're not dying, not right away. It's paralyzed them first, and is slowly shutting down their bodies. The older ones, the 3rd Hokage's already died." Naruto stopped at that, pondering the enormity of what Sasuke had just said. The 3rd Hokage was a legend. He'd been around for basically as long as the village itself had been. He'd spoken at the academy many times, and known every ninja's name by heart. A kind old man with a great laugh, but still someone who seemed strong even if they had some wrinkles. The idea of him being dead made Naruto sick to his stomach. Rain had taken something from them they could never get back. "Who's Dash?" he started to ask, but Sasuke beat him to it. "Rin," he said, and Naruto nodded. Rin was an incredible medical ninja. If anyone could handle that poison, it would be her. "Have you seen Obito Sensei? Or Sakura? What about your mom?" Sasuke shook his head. "Obito's alive, but I don't know where he is. I haven't seen Sakura or my mother." "Did you?" "They both saved my mom," Naruto said frankly, and Sasuke breathed out in obvious relief. "Sakura and your mom looked pretty hurt, and I think we were dragged to the same place, but when I woke up they were both gone. I don't know where they could have gone." "Maybe Sakura went home," Sasuke said, turning and continuing back up the stairs. Naruto followed him, his legs aching with each step. "Mom might be here. Or in another hospital." "Maybe," he said. "I'll come with you, take a look with Rin. Maybe I can help." Sasuke glanced back at him, and Naruto caught his eye. For the first time he could ever remember, Sasuke looked hopeless. No matter what had happened before, Sasuke had always either forged forward or knuckled down and figured it out. Even when his arm had been destroyed, he'd just accepted it as the price of fighting Gaara. But right now, his resolve had been scooped out, and he just looked tired and afraid. "This is why you learned medical jutsu, right?" he asked, and Naruto understood. "Yeah," he said. "This is why." Sasuke led the way up to the 3rd floor. The whole floor had been allotted for victims of the poisoning, and they were spread out through a central operating theater encircling individual rooms, dozens of people gripped with paralysis and full body pain, twitching and whimpering in their beds. Hinata was there, her skin as pale as her eyes, and 2 chairs had been pulled up next to her bed. Naruto wasn't exactly surprised to see Neji in one of them, but he also wouldn't have expected that Hinata's cousin would be there. He had a cast covering one of his legs and his upper body was wrapped in bandages, but he sat resolutely at her bedside, his Byakugan active as he pored over his cousin with an intense focus. He barely shifted when Naruto and Sasuke approached. The only indication he gave of noticing them was a slight twitch of his mouth. Sasuke slumped into the other chair, and this time Naruto was surprised as his friend took Hinata's hand, gently holding it and keeping it at Hinata's side as she vibrated with agony. Maybe the date had gone well after all. The thought made Naruto smile, even if just for a second, before he spoke to Neji, his voice even raspier than before. Using it wasn't helping much. "Where's Rin?" he asked, and Neji nodded to his left. "She must have been in one of the private rooms on that side of the building." He nodded back and turned to go, before he realized he had to ask something else. "Is Sakura here? In this hospital?" he asked, and Neji's eyes flicked towards him, irritation plain on his face. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and the Hyuga sighed, seeming to take a moment to search around. "She is," which Naruto also hadn't expected. "Upstairs, in room 507. Her mother's there." "Ah." Naruto swallowed, said thanks, and went to find Rin. He'd wondered that, just for a second, when Sasuke had said that Sakura might have gone home. His memory for the village wasn't perfect, but he was pretty sure the mall he and his mom had fought in had been pretty close to Sakura's house. If her parents had been home. Naruto thought a ninja was someone who protected people, his dad thought it was someone who sacrificed. At times like this, he was pretty sure they were both wrong, and a ninja was someone who was good at compartmentalizing. One thing at a time, he had to speak to Rin first. He went room to room, poking his head in and only finding more dying people in the first three. Rin was in the fourth, accompanied by a full forum of medical ninja and another one of Naruto's old classmates. They were all surrounding Shikaku Nara, the Jonin commander. Shikamaru Nara was leaning against the wall, watching as a full team of staff attended to his father. He glanced over as Naruto came in, but didn't say anything, just watched. As far as Naruto could see, he was unharmed. Naruto slipped into the circle of medical ninja. Rin was at the center, right at Shikaku's side, and seemed to be directing the group effort. As far as Naruto could tell, they were all trying to figure out how to save Shikaku's life. "It's most analogous to heavy metal poisoning," said one of the ninja Naruto didn't know. Several of them were glancing at him with vague recognition, some confusion. The knowledge that he was a medical ninja too wasn't universal, not nearly. "But it's self-replicating. If we could just remove the tainted cells dash." "Wouldn't work," Rin said, her voice clipped. She looked rough, her head was bandaged, and one of her arms was in a sling. Every time Naruto had seen her hurt before, she had just healed herself. Was she saving her chakra for other people, or had the injuries been so bad that even medical jutsu hadn't been enough? "They're binding to their neighbors. Just tearing them out would make Kemo look like a peck on the cheek." "Next. Have we contacted the hidden sand?" a woman spoke up. Sasori was one of theirs. Surely they'd have an antidote. "If it's not a recent invention, maybe," another of the doctors argued. "But even for a ninja messenger bird it would take too long. Most of these people have 20, 30 hours at most. And our teleporters are dead or disabled," Rin said with a sharp nod. "Except for the Hokage, but he's not leaving the village." "Not again." "So it's like heavy metal," a third said. "Treat it like heavy metal then. We could introduce another binding agent and have them pass it naturally dash." "We don't know what the poison is, or what would bind with it without just creating another toxin," Rin said, obviously frustrated. "We'd be playing trial and error for days that they don't have dash. We've got samples of the poison, right?" Naruto spoke up, and Rin fixed him with a look that was entirely business. There was no friendship or familiarity there at all, and for some reason that helped Naruto focus. "Sasori's dead. He must have left some behind. It can't be identified." Joining in, "Namikaze?" one of the medical ninja asked, obviously surprised, but when Naruto nodded he continued without missing a beat. "It's a bespoke compound, whatever Sasori created it with, it's not a terrestrial element. Current theory is an unknown meteoric metal, or something chakra synthesized," Rin said, and Naruto nodded, understanding enough to know how much worse the situation was than he'd figured. Either way, it's only interesting trivia for the time frame that we're working with. The rest of the poison is a simple enough base, but the mystery element is binding to cells near the point of injection dash. By weapons. By weapons, Rin confirmed, and spreading throughout the body, subverting white blood cells and rupturing the cell walls when it's supersaturated. The paralysis occurs first. The poison is directed towards the nervous system through manipulation of the chakra system. After that, it runs wild across the whole body. It's like a genjutsu as well. Naruto said, and Rin nodded. How? A jutsu-shiki on a molecular level. It must have been Sasori's life work, she said, and Naruto took a deep breath, completely overwhelmed. He understood jutsu formulas, but the idea of creating one that could fit on a molecule was just dumb, let alone making it complicated enough to replicate itself. The chakra control that would be necessary for something like that was something that only existed in the realm of the theoretical. And Sasori had taken that talent and turned it towards something as basic as poisoning people. Naruto clenched his fists, overwhelmed with contempt and hatred for someone he'd never met who was already dead. What made someone such a piece of shit that they'd do that instead of literally anything else with their life? What if we... Naruto trailed off as Rin looked at him impatiently. What if they subverted the formula? Yeah, neat idea, but how? You needed to understand how a jutsu formula worked before you could hope to turn it against itself, and a molecular one couldn't just be looked at with the naked eye. Have we analyzed the formula? Naruto said, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Rin shook her head. It's in progress. We have some Uchiha and Hyuga on it, she said, and Naruto nodded. Then I'll pitch in when that's done, he said. Sorry for butting in. He turned to leave, and Rin called after him. Take a nap, she said, and Naruto waved over his shoulder. And no more soldier pills. We need everyone at their best. How had she known? He must have been jittering. Naruto left without another word, but it was only when the door closed behind him that he realized Shikamaru had followed him out. They watched each other for a second, Naruto wondering if he would say something. Thanks for trying to help, Shikamura eventually said. You okay? Naruto shrugged. I need to rest. I will be. He paused, having no idea what to say next. I'm sorry about your dad. Ino's and Koji's are both dead, Shikamaru said bluntly, and the boiling hatred in Naruto's heart started burning him from the inside. If mine goes too, it'll be a clean sweep. Are they all right? He asked, and Shikamaru shrugged back at him. They're alive. Koji's back got broken, but Rin said he'll be okay. He stared off down the hall as a group of people ran by, one of them carrying a defibrillator. It hasn't really sunk in yet. We'll see how things go. Naruto followed his gaze, words he couldn't bring together curdling in his chest. When this started, he rasped, I couldn't believe it. I never thought Rain could do something like this. Shikamaru looked back at him, obviously curious. After we came together in waves, after what Sakura said the Akatsuki was about, I thought everything was going to work out. That I'd be a ninja for both the Hidden Leaf and Rain, and things would just go well. That it would be like Fukamai City, but this time we'd stop bad things from happening instead of just cleaning up afterwards. He closed his eyes, crushing down his grief. But now, I just want them all to die. I had friends in Rain, but a lot of them died when it was attacked by Cloud. Now, I just want the ones that made it to run away, and the rest of them to die. I don't think I can ever forgive them for this. He stood there for a second, vibrating with the import of his words, and then coughed into his elbow. A bit of blood ended up on the inside of his arm. Naruto stared at it, feeling a scab in his throat that had come loose. Do you think that makes me a bad person, Shikamaru? He finished. To think that about people who were my comrades, even if it was just for a bit. Shikamaru thought it over, his fingers curling and uncurling as he pondered the question. You're not a bad person, Naruto, he said eventually. It's just a bad world. You think? Naruto asked, and Shikamaru nodded with a grimace. Yeah, he said. He turned. I'm going to stay with my dad. Rin said that it will help them to have people around. It will. Naruto felt a sudden surge of determination. We'll cure him, Shikamaru. All of them. I won't let anyone else die. Shikamaru chuckled. Everyone's going to die eventually, he said with a sarcastic smile. But you do your best, Naruto. We all appreciate it. Naruto left the poisoned ward behind and headed upstairs, towards room 507. He wasn't sure what he would say when he got there, he just wanted to make sure Sakura's head was still attached. The hall was full of walking wounded awaiting treatment, but everyone let him pass without issue as they quietly spoke among themselves, counting their losses and plotting revenge. When he pushed the door open, Sakura was awake. She sat in a plastic chair that had been dragged between the room's bed and the window, staring out into the darkened village with her hand placed on her mother's leg. Mabuki had been savaged. Naruto could tell at a glance that she was missing an arm and an eye, and considering that she was still unconscious, she was definitely in a coma. Every time he thought he couldn't hate more, he was proven wrong. He stood there for a moment taking Sakura in. Her neck was in a cast, and most of her body was covered in fresh bandages. Her eyes were unfocused, lacking their usual fire, but she turned towards the door as he opened it and locked eyes with him. "Hey," Naruto said, his throat thick. "You alright?" Sakura blinked, and then shook her head. "You?" she croaked out, sounding even worse than him, and Naruto shook his head as well. He stepped into the room and spotted another chair, dragging it to the other side of the bed and collapsing into it. "At least we're the same," he said, and Sakura hiccuped, like a laugh had died halfway out her mouth. They fell into silence for a while longer, maybe a full minute, before he spoke again. "The snow," he said, knowing it both was and wasn't a question. Sakura nodded. "It was him," she rasped, and Naruto closed his eyes. "He went to you?" he asked. "What?" Sakura's expression didn't change. "He's dead," she said, her voice flat. Haku might have been an amazing ninja, but Sakura had been the better one. Naruto stood up, shuffling around the bed and acting entirely on instinct. He painfully sank down on one knee and wrapped both his arms around her in an aching hug, his head pressed to hers. He couldn't imagine what she was feeling. There weren't any words he could come up with to express it. Naruto didn't know how long they were stuck like that. Sakura was like a statue, staring ahead and barely breathing. There were no tears, no shudders, it was like she was frozen. "Is your mom all right?" Sakura eventually whispered, and Naruto pulled back. His cheeks were wet. Even if Sakura hadn't cried, he had. It was a quiet thing, a measure of grief for someone important to her, even if Sakura herself didn't seem ready to acknowledge it. That chakra she used. I don't know. Maybe he had too much trust in his mother, but Naruto didn't find himself too worried about her. The last he'd seen of her, so gloriously golden and obviously powerful, she'd looked like she could take on anything. He hadn't understood what he'd seen, but it seemed that she'd taken the Kyuubi's power for her own. "Tenten was with me," Sakura continued after a moment. "Haku almost killed her. That's why She stopped. "I don't know if she's okay," she eventually said. "I got her to a medical ninja, and then I saw the barrier. I haven't seen her." "She's okay," Naruto said, with absolutely no idea of whether that was true or not, but knowing in his bones that it was the right thing to say at that moment. "She's tough. We'll go looking for her once things have calmed down." "Yeah?" Sakura asked, and Naruto nodded, squeezing her shoulder. "Yeah. She'll be fine," he said, feeling her warmth and solidity. He dragged his chair over to sit next to her, settling in like his body was made of lead. Right then in that very moment, Naruto had never been more sure that he loved Sakura Haruno. Like a brilliant spark surrounded and defined by an abyss, being in that room with her made him feel stronger and more alive than anything had since he'd woken up. It was selfish, but at that very second he never wanted to leave her side ever again. If they stayed together, protected each other, nothing this horrible would ever be allowed to happen again. "I have to sleep," he said, and Sakura nodded. "Doctor's orders. Will you keep an eye out?" "Yeah," Sakura said. Naruto was already leaning back in his chair, his head slumping forward as he allowed exhaustion to overwhelm him again. "No problem." I can do that. Naruto drifted off alongside her and her mother, and slept with the peace of the dead. Kushina was pacing in a place between life and death. The seal had been rebuilt. Of that she was sure, because she wasn't dead. But something had gone wrong, or been ruined by her desperation. The reforged seal was imperfect, her body was no longer entirely her own. The Kyuubi was here, pacing restlessly with her on the other side of a massive wall of bars. It looked for all the world like a hungry dog, probing for a weak space where it could break through and devour her. It was withered, its skin clinging to its bones, the chakra she had stolen from it hadn't yet been regenerated, and so it looked as frail as she felt. "Are you proud?" it asked, gnashing its teeth. "I guess," Kushina said, stopping her pacing and watching as it did the same. "I mean, I doubt anyone else has ever pulled that off, right?" "True enough," the fox said, obviously irritated. "My chakra has not been stolen since the time of the Jubi. In that, you have surpassed your ancestors." "Cool," Kushina mused. "Doesn't really help now though. Do you wanna make another deal?" The fox smiled, all teeth. "There's no need. I'm sure you can feel it, the seal was shattered, and it seems the others were not able to fully repair it. Your stolen power broke its foundations. My freedom is a guarantee." It reared up, sitting in an almost human pose as it leered down at her. "You will be recycled, most likely. A defective weapon. I will be transferred. But there will be a chance for freedom in that moment. I will seize it." "I doubt that'll happen," Kushina retorted. "For a lot of reasons. But even if I did get put down, there's no one else that could hold all of you. And splitting you would be suicide for whoever did it. It matters not. I have no interest in a deal." The Kyuubi sat back, scratching at its chin. Kushina pondered that, trying to seize some awareness of her real body in the meantime. No good, she must have been so fucked up after her battle with the Akatsuki that she was trapped here now, her mind and soul just kicking around in her chakra system and communicating with the only other inhabitant. In a way, this was probably the closest to ninja she'd ever get. She laughed, amused by the rogue thought, and the fox scoffed. "You will die alone," it said. "You're too dangerous to be around others now." Kushina found that she barely cared about the Kyuubi's mocking tone. After being enveloped and almost melted by its chakra, its words couldn't even sting. "What did you mean by that, anyway?" she asked, and the fox snarled at being ignored. "Or was it just more garbage?" "About what?" "Stolen power," she said, and the beast grunted. "You have already lost." That sounded like something spoken from experience, but you said no one else had managed to nab your chakra. She turned it over in her head again, finding that with nothing else in existence this was taking up the entirety of her focus. "Or did you mean Madara?" "Don't speak his name," the Kyuubi warned, and Kushina scoffed. "Oh please," she said, moving closer to the bars. The Kyuubi drew closer as well, lowering its eye to glare at her. "How can you be that old and still be such a baby? So he bossed you around for a bit, haven't you had a couple decades to get over it? You of all people should know the burden of slavery," the fox rumbled. "That man was an abomination even among shinobi, one who would do anything to achieve his aims. Humans may find such ambition admirable, but it always leads only to destruction." "Always?" Kushina asked. "Always," the Kyuubi snarled. "I do not know where humans came from, but that is surely the reason they have limits, that they age and die. A terrible mistake was made in teaching you the secrets of chakra." Kushina frowned. "That sounds personal," she said, and the fox shifted. "Are you that old, Kyuubi?" The fox didn't respond, so Kushina started pacing again. Even if she was just imagining the motion, it still helped her think. She'd never been able to do that and sit still, and probably never would. "You said you came from the Jubi and the Sage of Six Paths. I'm not big into mythology beyond the important stuff, but I've heard that he was also the one to teach people how to use chakra, first as ninju, and then that became ninjutsu. You're real, the Jubi was real, that means he was probably real too, and that legend might be right." She stopped walking. "So when you were born, I guess, could people not use chakra yet?" The fox regarded her with a look Kushina couldn't read. There was a deep malice in its eyes. She knew that if there were nothing separating them it would kill her and claim its freedom without hesitation. And yet, there was also a consideration there. For the second time, Kushina wondered with some more grounding if the thing was more than a baleful demon. They could not, it finally said. The sage passed his teachings on to them, before they were corrupted, debased, and destroyed. Was that the purpose you mentioned last time? Kushina asked. You were there when the sage died. What did he tell you? That is not for you to know. It never will be. The fox glared at her. Do you truly believe stealing my power entitles you to my secrets? Not really, but what's the harm? Kushina said, cracking a grin. If you're right, I'm just gonna die anyway. It's not like I'll get a chance to spread anything around. The fox didn't respond, closing its eyes and remaining silent. Kushina didn't mind, she kept pacing, and kept talking. Assuming I've got everything straight, which I probably don't, she continued, creating a bunch of incredibly powerful and immortal creatures and telling them to keep your legacy going would be a hell of a way to ensure your teachings stay on the right track. But the problem there is that, well, things obviously didn't go right. You said yourself that the sage's teachings were corrupted. So if that was the purpose you all were given, you definitely failed. I'd be embarrassed to talk about it too. Still no response. Kushina wasn't dissuaded. Is that what all that hatred is about? She asked. When I took in your chakra, I realized how deep it was, but it seemed shallow to me at the same time. As far back as I know of, people have been terrified of you, always showing up and destroying places. But you've got that ability to sense malice, and I bet you're a terrific sensor aside that. Maybe you were destroying places that were abusing chakra? That would definitely make shinobi all over terrified of you. Still nothing. Kushina pressed on, feeling in her gut that she was getting somewhere even if she wasn't 100% correct. Was that your goal? Terrifying people out of using chakra? Or just punishing the people who misused it? She thought about it, and then shook her head. Or maybe it was just trying to follow your purpose. I bet the sage told you to help connect people, right? But with ninja gone, the best way to do that would just be to destroy the worst concentrations of ninjutsu. And before the villages existed, that would have been the great battlefields and empires that you smashed, you know. She stopped, tapping her fingers against her side. But that doesn't really solve the original question of how you failed in the first place. How come ninja wasn't preserved, if something as strong as the tailed beasts were meant to look out for it? Or did you just ignore Daddy's instructions? That finally broke the beast. The Kyuubi slammed into the cage, and Kushina felt her body and soul rattle from the force of it as the Baijuyo tore at her chakra system, trying to rip the seal apart, to rip its way out of her and kill her. She gave it an insolent smile as it raged against the bars, slamming its body into them and gnawing at her mind with teeth too large for its shrunken mouth. The seal might not have been able to be perfectly rebuilt, but it still wasn't something the Kyuubi could break through. Its rage shook her and stopped her heart for a moment, but the moment passed and Kyuubi was still standing. Be quiet. Its voice was even louder, surrounding her and dominating her senses. It blew away the false void they were standing in and left them alone, glaring at one another as naked souls. You know nothing. Well, enlighten me then. Kushina said, spreading her arms. 'Cause you sure as hell can't kill me, Kyuubi. If you want to shut me up, tell me I'm wrong. 'Cause from where I'm standing, it seems you're just a failure. Silence. Kushina laughed. Failed to keep the sage's teachings alive, failed to escape Madara, failed to beat the first Hokage, failed to break free from my clan, even failed to kill me. Have you done a single thing right? It was not our sin. The Kyuubi roared. It towered over her, its rage vast enough to shatter a mountain and yet helpless and restrained, breaking around Kushina like a crimson tide. Whose, then? Kushina needled. If you're not going to take responsibility, who should? The Kyuubi stopped, its anger freezing, and that was infinitely more frightening than anything Kushina had seen it do before. It stared down at her, eyes narrow, chest heaving, claws scoring through emptiness. You are trying to draw this from me, it growled. Why? What does it matter to you, Kushina Uzumaki? Why did it matter to her? Kushina barely knew, she was just chasing a thread she could feel teasing at her nose, nothing more. She took a second to think it over, the oppressive darkness of the void pouring over the both of them. I never thought about the start of all this before, she eventually decided. It didn't matter to me. But if you don't know history, you're just doomed to repeat it, you know. She shuffled her feet, having nothing to kick. I think I might have fucked up too much already to make a difference. But another ninja war is starting now, it seems that no matter what, they'll just keep happening. I'm thinking that if anyone can change that, it will be you. No response, no world-shaking anger, so she kept going. Because I saw in that chakra that you're not just hatred. I was taught that you were a demon, that you'd only do things to manipulate me and try to break free, but that's obviously not the case. I don't know what you are, but it's more complicated than that, that's for damn sure. Silence, absolute silence, because in the void there wasn't even the sound of her heartbeat, or wind, of her clothes shifting against her skin. Complete and utter silence, the kind the human mind wasn't meant to experience. Then, the Kyuubi's voice once more, pure chakra wired to her soul by an electric and raw connection that had been birthed by the seal's destruction. The sage created us, it said, and Kushina looked up at it, trying to read expressions on a face that suddenly seemed far more human. But we were not his only creations. He made sons in his image, Asura and Indra, meant to carry on his legacy and prove the justice of Ninshu. It was they who betrayed him, betrayed us. It was they who corrupted Chakra. It was a statement too vast in its implications for Kushina to immediately break down, so she went with her first thought. Mikoto said the Uzumaki were descended from one of them, she said. Asura. Yes. The Kyuubi sounded thoughtful, its words full of feelings Kushina could barely handle. Regret, disgust, fear, disappointment, love. The last more than any other rooted her in place and filled her with doubt. Asura and Indra both created countless descendants, the fox said. They saw it as part of their mission, I feel. Most humans seem to think creating more of themselves is necessary. Even the sage did it, after all. He bestowed upon them different gifts, different aspects of himself. To Asura, the strength of his body, to Indra, the cunning of his mind. It settled down, the void closing in and drawing it and Kushina closer together. The bars were still there, invisible, but Kushina felt like she was right before the great beast, dwarfed by its titanic presence and yet somehow, for this strange moment, regarded nearly as an equal. From that body your vitality was born, a form mighty enough to survive containing even me. From that mind clarity was born, minds and eyes keen enough to see through the facade of the world. The Uchiha. Kushina said in a moment of sudden epiphany, and the fox nodded. The motion was so unsettling in its humanity that Kushina flinched, and the Kyuubi sneered at her. Yes. But neither of the sons were prepared for the burden of the sage's teachings. They sought power, domination, they competed, and chakra, a binding force, became a tool for murder in their hands. The Kyuubi's voice was distant now, coming across a gulf of millennia as it pondered an alien past. With his father's cunning, Indra enslaved us, as Madara did and the other Uchiha still dream of. And with his father's strength, Asura defeated and scattered us, as your clan and the Senju did before I came to be imprisoned in you. Which of them won? Kushina said. In the end, if they were trying to come out on top. There was no victory, the Kyuubi growled. They killed each other, and their followers scattered to further spread their corruption and dominate the nations of the world. Their battle continues to this day through proxy, the Senju and Uchiha continued slaughtering each other until the blighted villages were created. But such things are temporary, the killing will begin again soon, though perhaps with new names and faces. It was way too much to digest. Kushina didn't doubt for a second that the Kyuubi was telling the truth, but what an insane truth. She stood there trying to come up with a witty response and failing for an embarrassing eternity, and finally just sat down. Does that satisfy you? The Kyuubi asked, and she shook her head. So you see anyone who uses ninjutsu as one of the sun's followers? She asked. Even if they don't know it, they're carrying on Asura and Indra's legacy, instead of the sages. Correct. But killing people over that, surely you can see how humans would see that as unjust. Kushina asked. People are born into things they don't understand, you know. Everyone using ninjutsu, they don't understand what it means to you. To them, it's just a tool. I doubt you would go after people using swords or bombs with as much hatred. Also correct, the fox mused. I am not stupid. It is unjust. I have considered the new reality, that even if ninjutsu is all that remains of ninju, there may be those who try to use it in the way the sage intended, despite its warped state. But the Kyuubi fixed her in place with its massive eye. But I am a beast, dreaded across the world as a force of annihilation. Only those who wish to harness my power for their ambitions seek me out. Perhaps I made errors in my youth that fixed me on this path, but it has become my destiny to destroy, just as ninjutsu does. In that, I share the brothers' sin. I have no choice but to tear down all they've built, and so, I seek out those filled with their evil. Kushina didn't have an answer to that, there was already too much. The Kyuubi wasn't a demon, it was both more and less than a person. A creature formed from raw immortality and given an impossible quest that it was now trying to fulfill the only way it knew how. How could she negotiate with something like that? She'd been hoping to learn some new context, but this new framing seemed even more hopeless than the old one. She was the unwitting inheritor of a millennia-old grudge, the whole world was, because ninjutsu had been just that efficient, coming to dominate everything just like it had been designed to. The shinobi system that her son and his friends had drawn out, that Minato had been so steadfastly trying to smother, wasn't just the countries and hidden villages of the world and their competitions and rivalries, it was the very underpinning of human history, an unknown tale of misused power and destructive ambition. It was all way too much, but at the same time, Kushina was a simple person at heart, so after a while she managed to shove all that to the back of her mind and focus on something that had been niggling at her. She could deal with that later, assuming she was still alive. For now, she wanted one more puzzle piece to try and pull things together. One last thing, she said, and then I'll leave you alone. What could it possibly be now? The fox asked. Will you never be satisfied? Hey, it's your fault we're stuck like this, Kushina groused. But forget about that for a second. I've just been thinking, the sage named his sons Ajura and Indra. What was his name? The fox hesitated, but the question had clearly piqued something in it, and after a moment it spoke. Hagoromo, it said, and Kushina nodded. Thanks, she said, and then pushed forward. And what about you? The fox stilled, Kushina couldn't read it. The electric connection had faded, but she ventured the question once more nonetheless. He created you, you were basically his kid. All of the Baijuya would have been, even if you were the piece of something bigger, she said. If he named his sons, well, why wouldn't he have named you? Kushina stood up straight and gave a slight bow, the honest kind she'd give to someone she was meeting for the first time. And if that's the case, what's your name, Kyuubi? Obito Sensei Chapter 75 Finds their resolve. It was past midnight when Sasuke realized he knew that Hinata was going to die. He'd stayed at her side for all day after the attack, accompanied by a rotating shift of Hyuga and medical ninja. Over that time, Hinata had only gotten worse, her spasms of pain had intensified, her breathing more labored. She was dying right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Again. It was easier to kill someone than it was to save someone, Sasuke thought, and the same went for everything else. It wasn't a profound thought, the logic was mundane to him. He'd been strong enough to avenge Hinata, but not strong enough to keep what he'd done from being vengeance in the first place. His mother was alive. She'd visited him at around midnight, covered in bandages and wearing an eye patch. She'd strained her eye, but it was still intact. The Uchiha clan had weathered yet another storm, and proved themselves critical to driving the assault off. Kushina was alive as well, just like Naruto had said, though his mother had told him she'd been terribly injured by the Akatsuki. The seal had nearly broken. The nine-tailed fox had been seconds away from being unleashed on the whole village. He hadn't seen Obito. His sensei was still running around the village even now, saving people trapped in flooded and collapsed buildings and guiding his summoned toads in the cleanup effort. Sasuke had to admire the effort, especially since right now he couldn't even get himself out of a chair. Hinata was going to die before he got a chance to really know her. He could have called it unfair, but that clearly wasn't how things worked. Suijutsu was proof of that, along with everything else. With a clarity reserved for someone with precognition, Sasuke was sure that Hinata was going to die, that he'd sacrificed some of his vision, burned some of his future, and still lost what he'd fought to defend in the end. He was sure that telling her to stay and fight had been a mistake even though she'd proved herself beyond a shadow of a doubt, because it had ended in her death and left him untouched. He couldn't have known that 6 hours from then a miracle was going to occur. So he stayed in his chair, locked at her side, hand wrapped around hers in a death grip, and prayed she'd be able to forgive him for the mistakes he'd made. On the morning of the 19th of April, Rin Nohara had been awake for 23 hours, had personally treated 237 casualties, and was starting to consider that Sasori of the Red Sand might legitimately have been an alien, or an extra-dimensional invader, or a time traveler, some kind of person with access to developments the rest of the world was ignorant to. His poison was perfect in an awful, admirable way. Rin was no stranger to poison. You couldn't be a medic without synthesizing some of your own every once in a while, not to mention how common it was in the ninja world made knowledge of treating it a necessity. But Sasori's was a brutal lose-lose where the cures could be worse than the disease, and after losing 16 more ninja to it, Rin was legitimately beginning to worry the rogue ninja from Sand was going to have the last laugh. Pondering the question alone in her office and wondering if she could justify a 30-minute nap, Rin was startled out of her spiteful doze as the door clicked open. Her first thought was hope that it was Obito, but the reality wasn't as exciting. Tanjiro stuck his head through in his characteristically nervous way, giving her an apologetic look. Somehow he was one of the only people Rin knew who had managed to make it through the invasion completely unscathed, a minor and welcome miracle, considering he'd been in the thick of the fighting on the western side of the village and how indispensable his medical jutsu had been since then. "Lady Nohara," he said, and Rin straightened up, seeing the concern in his icy blue eyes. "There's a commotion downstairs." "A commotion?" she asked, shaking off her disappointment and making her way around her desk as Tanjiro fully opened the door. "What do you mean?" "Someone forced their way into the medical suites," he said, and Rin blinked. "They're in a standoff with Umbu now. I'm not sure how the situation has progressed." "Oh, for gods." Rin rubbed her temple, shaking her head and grabbing her gloves from her desk. "I'll deal with it. I could use something to punch." Her head wound had been healed, her arm had been fully set. The cut on her scalp had been courtesy of a rain ninja with a Tonto and a dream, her arm had been thanks to trading punches with a tailed beast. The rain ninja had died with an embarrassing look on their face, and the Hokage and Jiraiya of the Sunin had taken care of the Sanbai before it could more fully show her the difference in their strength. Still, she'd never punched a tailed beast before. Rin stretched out her fingers as she hopped down the stairs after Tanjiro, remembering the sensation of trying to move a living hill with her bare hands. It had been thrilling, terrifying, the first time she'd fought alongside Obito since the mess in the hidden waterfall. She'd enjoyed it, even if everything else had been horrible. Rin didn't love fighting by itself, but seeing Obito fight so hard to keep her and others safe had lit something in her. Racing down the stairs, Rin began to hear the commotion Tanjiro had mentioned. People were shouting, and there was a metallic clatter. It sounded like a gurney getting thrown across the room. That tickled something at the back of her tired brain, but it wasn't until she burst onto the scene that things came together. A mob of Umbu, medical personnel, and other irate ninja had gathered in the hall leading into one of the medical wards that dominated most of the first floor. They were trying to force their way past a young woman with straight black hair who had a pig perched on her head, who was alternatively loudly apologizing and moving a gurney back and forth to block them. "Very sorry," she said, flipping the bed up and knocking back an Umbu who tried to jump over it. "She just needs a moment." Rin stopped, barely able to believe what she was seeing, and then called out with a voice full of authority that she'd cultivated over a decade and so. Her doctor voice, Obito would call it. "Clear the hall," she roared, and even the Umbu jumped to obey, getting out of the way as she stalked forward. Shizun saw her coming and swallowed, taking her hands off the gurney and raising them with obvious caution. "Lady Nohara," she said, and Rin scoffed at the title. "I'm very sorry," she just stormed right in. I tried to tell her dash. Out of the way, Shizun, Rin demanded, and Shizun hesitated. But dash. Move, or I'll move you, Rin said flatly, and Shizun grimaced and acquiesced, standing aside as the pig on her head squealed in dismay. Rin pushed past her and slammed the doors open. Tsunade was there moving among the wounded with her hands clasped behind her back, taking in the devastation with a stolid expression. She turned, registering Rin but not acknowledging her as she entered, and then continued her patrol, examining everyone on the first floor. It was devoted to those who were no longer in critical condition but required rest. Dozens of beds were lined up head to foot in rows that spanned the whole room. Lady Tsunade, Rin said, mustering up every ounce of courtesy she had left. You can't barge into my hospital like this. You've spooked the Umbu. Clearly not too badly, or they would have forced their way in, Tsunade said dismissively. She was going row by row, and only had 2 left. What a mess this is. Rin waited, knowing that speaking again wouldn't help anything. Tsunade had put her mind to something, and she wasn't the kind of woman whose mind you could change with words alone. Well, it's just as I was told, Tsunade finally said, turning to approach her. The village really did get sucker punched. I could barely believe it on the way in. I'm shocked you got here so fast, Rin said, calculating the best way to turn this unlikely arrival to the village's advantage. Tsunade being here changed a lot, but her former master was fickle. There was no guarantee she'd stay and offer her services, and Rin frankly wasn't the right person to make those negotiations happen. But Tsunade had forced her to be by going straight to the hospital. Because she'd wanted this confrontation, or just out of caprice. With her, it was impossible to tell. I was close by. And I still have my sources, Tsunade said, which Rin couldn't help but chuckle at. Tsunade gave her a sour look. But I was just told the obvious. Rain made a huge mistake. She looked around. I came here to see someone, though, not just sightsee. Where's Sensei? In a moment of crude clarity, Rin saw the path forward. He's dead, she said, trying to be blunt without sounding cruel, and Tsunade stared at her. He's dead. She echoed. The Senju truly hadn't expected that much was obvious. And who would? The third Hokage was a legend across the entire world, someone who'd defined the age of the villages. He was infamous, invincible, immortal. Until yesterday. He was injured in the attack, Rin said, letting her genuine remorse bleed through. I wasn't there, but I know everyone tried to save him with all their strength. But it wasn't enough. I guess his age affected him more than he let anyone know. Tsunade had drawn closer, her face pale and eyes narrow. The third Hokage wouldn't die from something like that, she said, her voice a harsh whisper, and Rin realized just how deeply she'd cut without knowing. She modified her approach a little, too much, and more than just the Hokage would die. He was poisoned, she said, and Tsunade shook her head. Rain hired a mercenary, Sasori of the Red Sands. Whatever poison he used killed the third in less than an hour. That's absurd, Tsunade said, her voice clipped, struggling to keep herself under control. It is absurd. Rin fiddled with her glove, an old nervous tell which she knew Tsunade would notice. There were many others who Sasori poisoned that have survived, though. Nearly 100. Most of them are younger. And you've cured them. Tsunade snapped at her, and Rin shook her head. No. I can't, at least, not in time. She gave Tsunade a grim look. I didn't learn all your secrets, Lady Tsunade. There might be something I'm missing, but from where I'm standing, I don't think I can save the other ninja. Sasori's poison is simply too complicated. You always gave up too easily. Tsunade hurled the insult like a knife, but Rin didn't mind. They're still alive, aren't they? Save them. That's your responsibility. There's no such thing as a poison too deadly to cure, only doctors too stupid to cure it. I would appreciate your assistance, Rin said quietly, and Tsunade turned away in a huff. After all, if you'd been here from the start, I'm sure even the third Hokage could have been saved. The rogue Sunin froze, and Rin watched her carefully, waiting to see if her barb had landed in the right spot. The moment stretched into a dangerous silence, 6 seconds of it. Who do you think you are? Tsunade asked, her voice deadly quiet, and Rin bowed her head. One of your only students, she said. I know better than anyone what a genius you are, Tsunade. If anyone can save those ninja, it's you. If you walk away now, we'll try to save them. But most likely, we'll fail. Their deaths will be slow. Tsunade lingered, on the line between staying and walking away once more, and Rin held her breath. You're cruel, Rin Nohara, Tsunade eventually said. I never liked that about you. Ninja are cruel, Lady Tsunade, Rin said. I think I'm just direct. She hesitated. And those afflicted by the poison aren't bleeding. They're just suffering organ failure. It shouldn't be difficult for you to treat them, if you're inclined. I'll take a look, Tsunade said. I can't promise more than that. She turned back around, wiping away a tear, and Rin felt a flash of guilt. But just a flash. Lead me to them. On the evening of the 19th, Naruto was trying to understand how far outclassed he was. He'd poked at Sasori's poison that morning along with some other medical ninja, determined to subvert the jutsu formula that was powering it and reverse its command. It had felt hopeless to him, and the fact that his father hadn't already done it made it obvious to him in hindsight that it wasn't really possible. Working with Jutsu Shiki on that scale was a genius all its own, but probably one that only Sasori of the Red Sands had believed possible until now. Naruto had been fumbling in the dark, and given up. His focus had shifted, the poison had to be removed, no matter how dangerous an endeavor it was. But that had been seemingly impossible too. Even recycling one of the victim's entire blood supply had left too much left over, which had rapidly spread back into their system. It had been stupid, and frustrating, and Naruto had felt that he'd lied to Shikamaru for no good reason because there was nothing he could do. Then Tsunade showed up. Her solution had been simple, remove the poison, while simultaneously regenerating anything destroyed by the tainted cell's forced ejection. Purple bile had poured from the incisions she'd made around the points of injection where weapons or projectiles had scored flesh. A simple solution, but still impossible, Naruto had thought. Diagnosing the infected cells and removing them from the body while simultaneously regenerating replacements for them was theoretically possible, but the chakra control for it was absurd. Not just something that would make the Raiznon look like a child's toy, but something that didn't physically seem possible to him. It was a one-person job, because the clash of multiple chakras inside someone's body while undertaking an operation like that could very easily overwhelm their chakra system and induce universal organ failure. Tsunade hadn't cared. She'd single-handedly rebuilt nervous systems, restored riddled organs, and dumped the poisonous goop that the cells became upon exit into a vast array of vials and beakers for future study. She'd done it all with a dismissive effort, like they were all stupid for not having done it the day before, and then she'd left. Naruto was sure he'd learned from great medics. Kabuto had treated flesh like clay, Nono had never seen a trauma she couldn't mend in an hour. Naruto himself, when he felt like patting himself on the back, was a great medic. He'd saved a lot of people in his career, even done the impossible a couple times like with Kagami. But Tsunade was so far beyond him that it made Naruto feel like a child again. He didn't like it. At all. That's why he was currently sitting with Rin, Sasuke, and Hinata as Obito's old teammate completed her checkup on the Hyuga. Where do you think she went? He asked, and Rin shrugged. Probably to one of the other hospitals. There were some other interesting cases, like Tenten. I told her about them before she left, she said, pulling her glowing hand away from Hinata's neck. The Hyuga looked incredulous that she was alive, and Sasuke was about the same. They kept glancing at each other and smiling. Naruto couldn't tell if it was cute or ridiculous. Naruto had been right that Tenten was tough, he'd been wrong about her being okay. The older girl was on life support in the Eastern Hospital. Her spine and chakra system had been so damaged by Haku's senbon that some of the medical ninja who'd attended to her had been convinced she'd never be able to return to duty. But if she was one of the people Tsunade was going to personally attend to, Naruto couldn't help but be sure that she'd be alright in the end. The Sunin was a walking medical miracle, one he was jealous of. If you're looking for her, Naruto, I can help you find her, Hinata said, and Naruto gave her an appreciative nod. Right, Rin-sensei? She asked, looking at Rin with a hopeful look. Rin gave an exasperated sigh. You should need bed rest, but you don't. Do whatever you want. Crazy, Sasuke said, shaking his head. You sure you're okay? I feel great, Hinata said brightly. She turned and squeezed Sasuke's hand, and to Naruto's great amusement he went bright red. Thank you for staying with me, she said, and as Sasuke's blush deepened Naruto made kissy faces at him over Hinata's shoulder, knowing he wouldn't be able to react. Rin smirked at the both of them. It helped. I thought you were going to die, Sasuke said. A little too frank for the moment, but it didn't look like Hinata minded. Somehow, he completely ignored Naruto, which was honestly pretty impressive. I would never have left. There was a potential for an awkward silence there, but Rin interrupted it. Why are you looking for her? She asked, and Naruto cocked an eyebrow at her. Isn't it obvious? He said. Rin scoffed. I'm gonna ask her for some tips. You and every other medical ninja in the world, Rin said, not too derisive to be mean but definitely not kindly. I wouldn't bother, Naruto. You trained with her, didn't you? He said. Why couldn't I do it? She only did it as a favor to the third, Rin said, obviously a little melancholy. The reality of the third's death still hadn't set in for Naruto, he wasn't sure when it would, if ever. It was kind of like hearing that a law of physics had stopped working. He recommended me to her right after the third war ended, even then, it didn't work out. We weren't. She made a face like she was sucking on a lemon. Compatible. Well, maybe I am. Naruto declared. Sasuke gave him a dubious look, and he stuck his tongue out at him. How do you feel about drinking? Rin asked. Can't do it yet. Gambling. Really good at it. Naruto said proudly, having done very well the single time he'd ever gambled. There was another melancholy memory. He didn't know if Kagami had been captured or gotten away or died. He hadn't heard anything about the other Kaguya after the battle. Huh, Rin said, looking nonplussed. Well, she'd hate that. She's got terrible luck. I've helped out with that before, Naruto said, and Rin laughed. Look, you can give it a shot. Just don't expect another miracle, she said, looking at Hinata. Lady Tsunade may be a medical ninja, but she's not a ninja, not anymore. And she hates most of them. You probably won't be the exception. I'll win her over, Naruto said as Hinata carefully rolled out of bed, Sasuke supporting her. He wondered why her father had only briefly visited after she was cured. The Hyuga clan was probably going through a lot, like everyone else, so it made sense that he'd be busy. Naruto hadn't seen his own dad since he'd gotten back from Mount Myaboku, after all. His mom though? With what? Rin asked archly, and he shrugged, dismissing the thought. Thinking about how his mom wasn't waking up probably wouldn't fix it. He and Sakura both would just have to get by without their parents for now. I'm very charming, he said with a grin. Rin didn't look like she believed him. Sasuke, tell her I'm very charming, he said without looking away. He didn't see what face Sasuke made, but he was pretty sure his best friend was betraying him. We'll make sure she doesn't throw him over the monument, Sasuke said, and when Rin laughed Naruto took it as close enough. They left the hospital together, Naruto taking a moment to check in on Sakura and her mother. They were both still sleeping. Sakura had been sleeping a lot since the invasion. She'd pushed herself so hard fighting Haku and Kimimaro that Naruto wasn't worried about it, and the hospital had pulled an extra cot into the room so she could stay by Mabuki's side. Her home was gone, after all, and her dad still wasn't back. Naruto hoped he was still alive. He didn't know what kind of mission Sakura's dad had been away on, but he did know he should have been back now. When they were outside, Hinata tentatively activated her Byakugan, using hand signs to reduce the strain, and looked around the whole village with a clarity Naruto knew he'd never have. She sucked in a breath, taking in the destruction in full. Not great, Naruto said, and she shook her head. Could have been much worse, she said after a moment, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. If you hadn't kept the Kyuubi from breaking free, or if Sasuke hadn't finished off that puppet. There were 1,000 little things, Sasuke said quietly, squeezing her shoulder, and Hinata sighed, some of her anxiety draining away. Naruto couldn't help but grin at how obvious it was. No point in worrying about it now. Is your family alright, Hinata? Naruto asked as they started walking, following Hinata's vague direction as she moved east. With everything. It's fine, Naruto, Hinata said with a kind smile. Some of my clansmen died. I'm sure that's true for everyone, unfortunately. But my immediate family came through without injury. Father and uncle routed one of the northern assaults. The clan grounds were more damaged by the flooding than everything else. Well, that's good. Naruto looked for something else to say. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. With the poison, I mean. Hinata gave him a funny look. Behind her, Sasuke watched him impassively. No one could. Why apologize for that? I feel like I should have been able to, Naruto grumbled. Hell, that's why we're doing this. I don't ever want to have something like that happen again. You can't fix everything, Naruto, Sasuke said. No one can, and no one's expecting you to anyway. Don't be a dumbass. We'll see, Naruto said, hoping it would come out cocky and finding it a little whiny instead. He frowned as Sasuke continued. Though speaking of which, I figured out the lightning rays non, he said, and Naruto stumbled. Seriously? He said, shocked. Was that how dash? Yeah, Sasuke said. If it weren't for that, Sasori would have killed me without a doubt. I saw. He paused. Wait, did I tell you I can see the future now? This time, both Hinata and Naruto came to a full stop. Naruto said, searching his memory but pretty sure he would have remembered something that ridiculous. Like, with the Sharingan. Doesn't it predict movement? Was that what it was? Hinata said before Sasuke had a chance to respond. The Sharingan technique you were using? There was so much chakra being sent to your brain, and the blood. Yeah, Sasuke said, answering both questions. Wait, blood? Naruto asked, realizing what Hinata was talking about. Sasuke, did you dash? Yeah, he said again. After Rain was bombed. Naruto stared at his best friend, trying to decipher what he was feeling. You didn't tell us, he said, and Sasuke closed his eyes. That you'd awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't, Sasuke said bluntly. I didn't want to ever use it, I didn't want to lose my eyesight. But I figured it out with Obito and my mother after we got back from Rain. They wanted me to know how to, just in case. Naruto cocked his head, both understanding Sasuke completely and feeling a little hurt. The threat of going blind was terrifying, but still. Sasuke must have been hurting even more than he'd known from Suijutsu's death and their rapid return to Konoha to hide it. Sasuke grit his teeth. My left eye sees about 10 seconds into the future. That's how I... He paused, trying to find the right words. That's how I saved you, Hinata, at the beginning, and it's how I stayed ahead of Sasori. But I saw that no matter what I did he was faster than me, stronger than me. He clenched a fist. Just better than me? So what? Naruto asked, laughing a little. He really was falling behind. Sakura was strong enough to beat Haku, Sasuke could see the future, at this rate, they'd leave him in the dust. You just figured out the lightning rays non, and beat him? It took my dad a decade to add an element to it. I cheated, Sasuke said with a shrug. My right eye has a different ability, it's not like Obito's. I guess I'm like my brother. It lets me control my chakra, I guess manually would be the right word. I just had to look, and I could force the lightning to not destabilize until the right moment. It was an incredible technique, Hinata said softly. Fast as real lightning, and it destroyed Sasori's whole body in an instant. But if you had to use your eyes? Naruto asked, finally taking in the full implications of what they were talking about. Unless Sasuke took his brother's eyes, he was going to go blind in, at best, the next couple years. Yeah, Sasuke said one last time. Things got a bit blurrier. Hinata shifted. Still. The village was growing less damaged around them as they made their way northeast, away from the main invasion avenues and the area the Sanbai had rampaged through. Here, it was easy to pretend that everything was mostly normal, if not for how subdued everything was despite the wonderful weather. I've heard the Mangekyo was dangerous, but, well, my clan sees it as an aberration. The Byakugan doesn't have any sort of mutation like it. Still, Sasuke confirmed. Probably forever. In all the clan's lore there's no record of a way to repair the damage the Mangekyo inflicts other than implanting a family member's eyes. That was a lot to digest, and Naruto and Hinata both took their time with it as they meandered on. Your brother's into you, right? Naruto eventually said, and Sasuke gave him an unamused look. I'm not taking his eyes, he said flatly, and Naruto held up his hands. Hey, I'm just trying to game the system, he said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. She understood what he was talking about. I assume eyes can't be traded, she said, and Sasuke shook his head. No. Apparently, Obito and Shisui proved that, he said, and she made an understanding nose. There's a spiritual component, it's not just a physical transfer. The previous eye goes dead when the process is complete. Well, Hinata said, her tone subdued but some of her quiet humor shining through nonetheless. If it's immediate family, you've got a mass murderer brother and a mother who, by all appearances, deeply loves you. Sasuke gave her a confused look. Huh? He asked, and Naruto chuckled. You could double dip, he said, and Sasuke's expression shifted over to a mixture of horrified and intrigued as he realized what they were getting at. If you don't want to take both of Ataka's eyes, you could just take one. And then, when your mom gets old and doesn't need it, she could donate the other. I don't. Sasuke said, and then let out a grunt of laughter. I don't know if that would work. The only recorded eternal Mangekyous have been between brothers. Madara and Obito both took their brother's eyes. I'm not sure if parents would fit the bill. Why not? Naruto said. If it's a spiritual component, the connection is just as immediate. If you need some of both parents' DNA in the eye, well. He pondered it. Well, then you're fucked, but it's still an interesting idea. It's interesting, Sasuke acknowledged. But hopefully I won't ever have to worry about it. I don't want to use my eyes like that again. Sasuke, Hinata said, her tone shifting from quietly humorous to quietly serious. A war's starting. You might not be that lucky. By now, you can't assume that things will work out. Sasuke didn't seem to know what to say, so Hinata continued as Naruto watched, impressed with her decisiveness. You should be prepared to consider other options, she said. Just in case. There was a long silence as they walked, and then Sasuke nodded. I'll think about it, he said, taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. Once again, Naruto smirked at him, and this time Hinata caught it, going bright red. Thanks, Hinata. And me, Naruto noted. Sasuke chuckled. And you, Naruto, he said. Hinata smiled, still blushing. We're getting close, she said, obviously trying to change the subject. Lady Tsunade is, in a competition. A competition? Naruto asked, frowning. She's not working on anyone. It looks like a drinking competition, Hinata said, looking as confused as Naruto felt. He didn't know much about Tsunade beyond the stories, but he couldn't picture a medic like her not working until the job was done. He was only taking a break because Rin was forcing him to, and even then he still had a shadow clone on call back at the hospital. Sasuke had a more straightforward question than Naruto's. Who the hell is she competing with? He asked. As they came to an intersection and turned towards a public park, the answer became self-evident. The park was a wide square filled with foliage set in the center of a confluence of business and residential buildings, run through with walking paths set alongside carefully gardened flowers and bushes of all sorts. There was a grassy hill that dominated most of one side with several public benches and a gazebo that had survived unharmed, and there were ninjas surrounding the gazebo, cheering and making bets, some of the first careless behavior Naruto had seen since the invasion. As they drew closer, Naruto saw Tsunade of the Sun for the second time. He had initially been expecting an older woman, she was Jiraiya's age, after all, and even ninja-aged. But the curvy blonde woman taking shot after shot of some strong-smelling sake was about the same height as him and barely looked 30, without a single wrinkle to her name and long golden hair without a hint of gray. The same question ricocheted around his head, was she that good a medic, that she could keep herself young, or was it just a vain henge? And if it was, how could she keep it up all the time in public? Across from her was Might Guy. The Jonin's leg was in cast, along with one of his arms, and he wore a medical vest meant to bind together a deep wound on his chest, but he barely seemed to notice as he matched Tsunade shot for shot. Naruto and his friends stopped and watched at the outskirts, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Guy! 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 The cry was going up from most of the ninja present as the green beast slammed another gulp of sake back, looking about with a wide smile. Tsunade just looked bored. She was going through the alcohol like it was water, occasionally giving Guy an amused glance as he fumbled for another cup. "Don't you think you should slow down, Lady Tsunade?" he slurred, and Tsunade smirked. Naruto wondered how many cups he already had in him. He'd never seen Guy drink, but he had to imagine the man was a heavyweight with the kind of body he had. It would be terrible to ruin your homecoming with a hangover. Cute. Tsunade had a commanding voice, Naruto thought. Even if Rin had said she wasn't a ninja anymore, she sounded like one. "You're getting a little jittery there. Maybe it's time to call it." "Impossible," Guy declared, his hand suddenly becoming rock solid. "The green beast has never been felled, not by the enemy, and not by drink." He took several more shots and inspired more cheers. Naruto had counted 8 since they'd arrived, and things had obviously been going like this for a while. He shook his head, unable to contain a laugh, and some of the ninja gave him a warm smile and shifted, inviting him and the others into the circle. "You've got a half-severed foot and a compound fracture," Tsunade said with the same muted amusement that was in her eyes. "I don't. Gambling may not be my game, but drinking certainly is. If I was your doctor, you'd be in a lot of trouble." "If you were my doctor, indeed. Were it not for my youthful liver, you would have a point," Guy said with a grin. He was tipping to the side, and a younger ninja caught him by the shoulder, keeping him from toppling over. "But..." He made a vague gesture at another cup, perhaps an attempt to pick it up, and then slipped, nearly crashing into the ground before several ninja caught him and carried him away like a martyred hero. Naruto laughed, feeling light for the first time in a while as he watched him go, and Tsunade looked around with obvious expectation at the stunned ninja. When Guy had fallen, a silence had too. "Anyone else?" she asked, and there was a murmured denial as ninja fished for wallets and purses, coins jingling, and cash shuffling. On the table then. Naruto watched as the bills piled up, well over 2,000 ryo all told, which definitely wasn't a bad haul for a single game. Tsunade collected it with a smug expression and then stood up, giving a mock bow to several shinobi and eliciting some laughter and light applause. The group began to break up, and the Sunin turned, looking over the village and striding off towards the south without hesitation. Naruto had a vague idea that she was heading towards one of the other hospitals. He hopped after her, jogging a bit to catch up. Tsunade was a fast walker, but as he drew closer she glanced back, obviously realizing she was being followed. "You're too young to compete," she said, and Naruto laughed, "so I hope you're not looking for a late challenge." Sasuke and Hinata had fallen back a little bit, talking quietly to one another. Naruto was happy to move forward without their support now that he'd found her. Not really," he said, and Tsunade slowed down as he drew alongside her. "What then?" she said, looking him up and down. There wasn't recognition there, he thought, but she was analyzing him, seeing his injuries, watching his gait, and something else that Naruto couldn't identify. "I don't give autographs, if that's it." "Not that either," he said cheerfully. "I'm looking for some tips." Tsunade's face shifted, her mouth pressed into a flat line. She slowed down further, the emerald crystal hanging around her neck catching the light. "Tips?" she said, and Naruto grinned. "Yeah," he said, and she gave him an unimpressed look. "I'm a medical ninja, and, well, what you did with that poison, I just couldn't figure out how dash." "I'm not looking for an apprentice," Tsunade said brusquely, speeding up, and Naruto matched her pace. The streets weren't that busy, but there were still enough people for Naruto to notice them steering clear. Tsunade's chakra was starting to ripple around her, like a heat haze. Even as passive as she was, it had a tremendous weight. "And I'm not looking for a master," he said brightly, ignoring his shinobi instincts screaming at him that this woman was very, very dangerous. "Your technique just seems so amazing, I was wondering if you could show it to me. I mean, you saved so many people dash. Leave it, Tsunade said, and Naruto frowned, thrown off by her harsh tone. But, hey. He said, running out a bit in front of her and jogging backwards as she continued to power walk forward. Seriously? I'm just asking for a second. You're not going to get it, Tsunade said, a faint sneer flitting across her face. If you're looking to learn some of my tricks, check with Rin Nohara. I'm sure she could teach you whatever you need to know. I did. Naruto did, and thankfully Tsunade slowed down once again. She told me I shouldn't bother. And yet you came anyway. Tsunade snapped. What a waste of time. Who are you anyway? Naruto said, coming to a stop and sticking out his hand. I'm Naruto Namikaze. It's really nice to meet you. Tsunade stopped as well, looking at his outstretched hand dubiously. Namikaze, she said, and Naruto nodded. Her chakra quieted down, the air stopped smelling like ozone. You're the Hokage's son. Yup. Naruto said, trying his best to keep up his bright disposition and not let slip just how much the legendary ninja was grating on his nerves. I thought you were in the Nation of Rain, Tsunade said, eyes narrow, and Naruto narrowed his eyes back. It was a deep cover mission, he said. We finished it, so we came back. He kept his hand outstretched, waiting for Tsunade to take it or slap it away. Tsunade fully regarded him, for the first time, looking into his eyes. Her own amber eyes were uncomfortably piercing. Naruto felt like she was staring right through him. Slowly, she took his hand and shook it. Her grip was iron, Naruto felt his bones creak. Tsunade of the Sunin was strong, stronger than any ninja he'd met. You must have an interesting perspective on the invasion, Tsunade said, not letting go, and Naruto froze, pinned by her amber eyes. He could see Hinata and Sasuke catching up behind her, both of them looking concerned. I guess, Naruto said, and Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. You were there until recently. The handshake had lasted way too long. Now, it was more like she was holding him hostage there, the obvious strength in her arm enough to rip his hand clean off if he tried to make a break for it. Did you think something like this was going to happen? It wasn't a threat, but she definitely was only going to let go when she was satisfied. Naruto grinned and bore it, trying to give an honest answer to the heavy question. No, he said, letting some of his fear, frustration, and hatred leak through. The Omekage had wanted us to go back to Konoha as ambassadors anyway. We never thought they would turn around and attack the village, not in a million years. Why do you think they did it? Tsunade said, so intense that Naruto couldn't help but blink. He took a moment, trying to consider the question with as clear a head as he could. I think they're scared, he said, and Tsunade tilted her head, obviously curious. They were always talking about becoming accepted as another village, but after what happened with the hidden cloud attacking them, I think they decided the whole world was going to be their enemy no matter what they did. So now, they're just going to try to kill anyone who could stop them. They probably think because of what they're trying to do, it's justified. Anything could be. Tsunade frowned. That's the wrong answer, she said, letting go of Naruto's hand. He shook it out, massaging his wrist, and she smiled faintly. They did it because they're ninja. It's a nation ruled by shinobi, for shinobi, and this, she said, gesturing around, is what shinobi do. You really think that? Naruto said. Tsunade gave him an appraising look. You don't. She said, and he shook his head. I think ninja do all sorts of things, just like people do. Ever since I graduated, I've been told everyone is scared of us, that ninja bring conflict and start fights, that they exist to hurt people. Naruto balled his fists up. But I think that's stupid. I didn't become a ninja to hurt people, and I've never gone out meaning to do anything like that for the sake of it. I became a ninja to protect people, like my dad and mom did. I doubt many people would say Minato Namikaze is a ninja who protects people, Tsunade said, her tone sour, and Naruto nodded. I've met them. And they're right, maybe. My dad was really cruel in the last war. For the first time, Tsunade showed some indication of surprise, of consideration. He turned people into weapons, he even did that to one of my teammates. Maybe I'm stupid, but I've never thought about doing anything like that. Naruto straightened up, trying to be as respectful as possible, and bowed his head. I learned medical jutsu to keep my friends in one piece. If you don't want to give me any tips, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure I asked. I'd feel like an idiot if I let someone as amazing as you pass by without trying. Ha! Tsunade said, and behind her Sasuke and Hinata shared a concerned glance. Laying it on a bit thick, aren't you, Namikaze? Naruto stayed silent, his head bowed. After a second, Tsunade sighed. Don't do that, she said. As flattering as it is, I'm not someone you should bow to. You saved Hinata, and Shikamaru's dad, and plenty of others, he said, finally looking up. That's more than enough for me. Shush, Tsunade said with a harsh look. She hesitated, and then continued. I've seen your work before, you know. At the hospital? Naruto asked, feeling his heart speed up. That was probably a little sloppy, my arms almost got burned off dash. Not here, Tsunade chided. In Fukamai City. The land of waves. Oh, Naruto said, the memory that felt so impossibly distant and yet wasn't a month old rushing back, a memory from a different, desperate world, but one that was still less confusing and cruel than the current one. That. You used shadow clones, right? Tsunade said. The stories I heard said you were in a lot of places at once, I assume that wasn't just mass hysteria. Naruto nodded, and she continued. I've never heard of a medic doing that, she said, and when Naruto jerked in surprise she scoffed. Don't look so surprised. It's difficult enough to control your chakra in one body, doing it after splitting it multiple times is too complicated for most, let alone having the necessary reserves. You're like a one-man team. It was the only thing I could do, he said. So many people had been hurt, if I'd done it alone, it wouldn't have been enough. He couldn't read Tsunade's face. They stared at each other for a couple seconds, and Naruto started to fidget. Are you bullshitting me? She finally asked, and Naruto's eyes went wide. No, definitely not, he said. That sounds like a really bad idea. Tsunade grinned. Did your father put you up to this? No, Naruto declared. All me. I haven't even seen Dad since everything happened. And the same goes for Rin. Yeah, Naruto said, starting to get fed up. Like I said, she told me to not even bother. Why? What do you care? Your work in waves was good, Tsunade said bluntly, and Naruto found himself blushing. When I went there, I expected a lot more injured people to shake money out of, but you'd saved so many that I ended up needing to squeeze your sensei for some cash to make up the difference. People wouldn't stop talking about you, the blonde kid from Rain who'd fought the demon and put hundreds of people back together afterwards. Naruto said, too stuck on the first part to be pleased about the compliment. That sounds a little, well dash. Tsunade kept going, not caring that he was trying to talk. When I heard that kid was the Hokage's, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't picture Namikaze raising anyone who wasn't a killer like him. Naruto shut his mouth, and Tsunade smirked at him. Do you disagree? I never saw that, Naruto said quietly. I think my dad and the fourth Hokage people know are basically different people. When I started seeing him from the outside, I didn't recognize him. Tsunade looked him up and down, and nodded. You have any assignments coming up? She said, and Naruto furrowed his brow. Dunno, he said. Everyone's still figuring things out. That'll work, then, she said. Training Ground 6 still exists, right? Yeah. Naruto said. The one by the lake on the east side. Yeah, that one. Tsunade walked past him, pushing him aside with a single finger. Naruto stumbled, thrown off balance by her ridiculous strength. I'll see you there tomorrow. I'm not an early riser, so we'll call it 10 a.m. Huh. Naruto sputtered, spinning, and looking after her. What do you mean? Are you stupid? Tsunade said, looking back at him. No. Then you should figure out what I mean, she said, rolling her eyes. Have a nice day, Naruto namikaze. Then she walked off, and Naruto was too shocked to chase after her. Naruto. Sasuke and Hinata approached, and he turned towards them, eyes wide. Did she? Naruto gaped like a fish out of water, and Sasuke gave him a pitying look. Well, Rin warned you, he said, and Naruto shook his head. No, I think she just made me her apprentice. He said, and now Sasuke was the one struggling to find the right words. Huh. He settled on, and Hinata giggled at the both of them. You must have made an impression on her, Naruto, she said, and Naruto nodded, still stunned. His time in Rain had made it easier for him to not expect special treatment. He never would have dreamed that Tsunade would have taken an interest in him instead of the other way around. I guess. He said. Though now, Now you'll learn everything you can, Sasuke said. She's not a leaf ninja anymore, so it's not like this is an easy opportunity, you shouldn't pass this up for a second. I'm sure everyone in the medical division won't mind you taking time to learn from someone like Tsunade of the Sunin. He slapped Naruto on the shoulder with a wide grin. Congratulations. You're gonna have an even more famous teacher than the rest of us. Naruto laughed, the joke finally snapping him out of the surreal moment, and they all went on, looking for something to eat and for things to do to help with the recovery effort. It was almost midnight when Obito finally took a break. He'd never been one who could stand resting. It was against his fundamental nature to wait and see, or to stand back while people were in pain. So for a day, night, and day again, Obito had been pushing himself forward, coordinating rescue operations, evacuations, and hunting down the occasional rain ninja that had stayed behind to try and make a name for themselves. The work would have been faster with the Kamui, but there was nothing to be done about that, and so Obito went about with his eye patch in place once more and his body aching down to the bone. He'd yearned to be with Rin instead of cleaning up Rain's mess, but Obito wasn't a complainer and so he hadn't said a word about that. He hadn't seen his students, though he'd learned they were all alive. He had seen Mikoto, who'd updated him on the clan's condition, Guy, who'd expressed how finally getting to unleash the seventh gate for the first time in years had felt incredibly painful, but the kind of pain that made you appreciate your youthful vigor. Many of his fellow Jonin, including Kurane, who he'd found mutely grieving over Asuma and his missing legs, and countless others besides. The strangest meeting had been with Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mito Kato, the withered advisors to the Hokage. Just about every rock in the village had been flipped over, so Obito hadn't been surprised that they'd scuttled out into the open at some point, but they'd worked together for about an hour disposing of bombs after a chance meeting. Rain Ninja had seeded many of the standing structures on the southern side of the village with explosives as part of both their assault and retreat, a salted earth strategy that Obito had come to realize was representative of Rain's warfare as a whole. Koharu had an observation jutsu Obito wasn't familiar with, though he suspected given the woman's age and associates it was the kind of copycat jutsu many organizations back in the era of warring clans had developed to mimic the Byakugan or Sharingan. Whatever it was excellent at finding explosive tags and conventional bombs, and Koharu's Fuinjutsu had quickly disposed of any that turned up. Obito had been stuck strictly in a support role for the first time in decades, relied upon to get the old-timers out of trouble if something went wrong with their meticulous work. It was nostalgic, in a twisted way. Obito had always enjoyed helping the elderly, but on any other day he wouldn't even have given Danzo's former teammates a second of his attention. Still, when they'd nodded and said their farewells afterwards, he'd felt an old grudge dissolve. In the face of a shared enemy as vicious as the Nation of Rain, maybe even ancient ninja like them could forgive him for the lake of blood he'd spilled ripping up Danzo's traitorous ambitions. But now, he could rest. There were plenty of ninja recovered enough to finish clearing the village. Any lingering Rain ninja were long gone. By the time darkness swept over the land on the 20th, Konohagakure was quiet and, for the most part, safe. Looking across the room at two Sunin sitting at the bar and sharing drinks, Obito couldn't help but wonder how much of that was thanks to them. It must have been a long time since Jiraiya and Tsunade had gotten drunk together, because they were going about it with a kind of fervor that would shame people half their age. The bar hadn't been especially classy even before one of the walls had been destroyed by an earth jutsu that had crumpled the street behind it like paper, but they and the rest of the patrons just seemed glad that none of the alcohol had been destroyed. The legendary ninja told stories, shouted at one another, briefly arm wrestled, which sent Jiraiya somersaulting through a table with a loud crash and a roar of laughter, and above all, drank. It wasn't the kind of reunion Obito could understand. There wasn't anyone in his life who he had as complicated a relationship with as the Sunin shared. But he, and several of the others in the bar who were watching, could still take some vicarious joy from it. It was obvious that they'd missed one another, even if Tsunade had played it cold when Jiraiya and Obito had first arrived. The death of their teacher had reunited them, however brief it might be. For most everyone in the village, it had been the same. Everywhere Obito had gone, people had been mourning the third Hokage. Everyone seemed to have a personal story, a treasured anecdote, or a battlefield legend about the man who'd made Konoha what it was today. It was no different for Obito. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been the one to help him navigate his new, complex relationship with his clan when he'd come back from Konobe Bridge with mythic eyes. Without the third Hokage, Obito thought, it was very possible he would have been dragged into the coup attempt against his will. It was a sour thought which blew away like dust in the wind when Jiraiya suddenly spun on his seat and beckoned at him with a gregarious smile. "Obito!" he bellowed. "I just realized." He lifted up his eye patch, revealing the hole underneath, and Obito raised an eyebrow. "We match." Obito finished his milk and ambled over, tapping at his own eye patch. "There's still something under mine, Sensei," he said good-naturedly, wondering how his eye was doing with the strain. Maybe Rin would take a look at it after this. Or maybe he was just trying to think up excuses to go find her. "It's the fashion that matters," Jiraiya said with a dramatic frown, "not what's under it." He gave Obito a smug look. "Eye patches hide a dramatic story, and you know who loves dramatic stories dash." Tsunade elbowed him hard in the side, and he coughed. "Everyone," he protested. "I was going to say everyone." "Fat chance," the woman said with a laugh, spinning to look at Obito as well. "What happened, anyway?" "Never thought I'd see Obito Uchiha going around with one of his eyes covered." Obito shrugged. "I got a new one," he said lightly. Tsunade paused, narrowing her eyes and looking him over. She might have been tipsy, but she was still a legendary ninja. "Fantastic," she eventually decided. "Really?" Obito asked, surprised. After their encounter in the Land of Waves, that hadn't been the answer he'd expected. "Don't get me wrong," Tsunade said, turning back to her bottle of cheap wine and taking another swig. "On any other day, I'd give a fuck. But today? You've changed, Obito. Maybe you'll show you deserve that second eye." "Are you saying I didn't deserve the first?" Obito said, sitting down on the other side of Jiraiya. The Toad Sage was frowning at his serious question, but Obito was too tired to care. "Did you think you did?" Tsunade asked with a blatant glance, and Obito chuckled. "Guess you're right," he said, and Jiraiya shook his head, his long hair swaying from side to side. "No one deserves anything," he grumbled. "Surely this clusterfuck is proof enough of that." "Oh please," Tsunade said with a mean smile. "So some brats you found ended up getting Sensei killed. What did you think was going to happen when you made more ninja? That they wouldn't kill people?" Jiraiya swirled his drink, looking into its dark depths with a darker look. The man had never more perfectly nailed the look of a tortured author, Obito thought, though he doubted it was on purpose. "Guess you're right," he echoed, before downing the whole thing and calling for another. "What, did I bring the mood down that quickly?" Obito said, and both the Sunin laughed. "You'd think you'd have lost enough to recognize grief, Obito," Jiraiya said. Obito shrugged. "That's not how I do it," he said, and both the Sunin nodded along. "I usually just kill people." "I'm sure you did plenty of that yesterday," Tsunade said, and Obito nodded. "So you're satisfied?" "Not nearly," he grunted. "But I'm tired enough that it'll do." "What a waste," Jiraiya grunted, slumping. "What a waste." Tsunade looked down at him with pity, and then up at Obito. "Did you want any?" she asked, sloshing her wine, and when Obito shook his head she finished it off. "I don't like saying I was wrong, because I never am," she continued. "But I didn't know it at the time, so it doesn't count. You did better than your best." "Sorry." Obito asked politely, and she scoffed at him. The village seems pretty wrecked to me. I'm not talking about that, Tsunade grumbled. Namikaze's son. Naruto. You're the one who trained him, right? Before he left, Obito said, not at all sure where this was going. And since he's come back. You did a good job, Tsunade said. Hell knows how, but with how ninja are, I doubt anyone's told you that. She turned to face him fully, her cheeks flushed but her eyes intense and alive. If Konoha had more ninja like him, maybe things would turn out alright. Obito sat there, stunned, for an embarrassingly long time before he collected himself. Did you meet him? He said, and Tsunade nodded, fishing behind the bar for another bottle as the owner watched helplessly. I'll be seeing more of him, she said, and the implications of that kicked Obito's pulse up a notch. He impressed me. Wow. Jiraiya said, rocketing back up. High praise. It was. From what Rin had told Obito about her time with Tsunade, the Sannin wasn't someone who impressed easily. He wondered what exactly Naruto had done to grab her attention. Or himself, for that matter. Oh, be quiet. Tsunade snapped, collecting another 2 bottles held between 4 fingers and throwing several thousand ryo onto the counter in a feat of drunken coordination. I've gotta be up early, she continued, spitting out the last word like it burned her tongue. See you, Jiraiya. Try not to lose your other eye. Good advice, princess, Jiraiya said with a loose grin. 1 eye patch is dashing, 2 just makes you look clumsy. Tsunade laughed and stumbled out into the night, and Jiraiya watched her go with a melancholy look before turning back towards Obito, almost falling off his chair in the process. She's doing well, he said, then laughed. Every day I get older, she looks younger. Do you think that's a sign, Obito? I'm not weighing in on that, Obito said, and Jiraiya's laugh petered out into a hearty chuckle. You could probably do the same if you wanted, sensei. Nah, Jiraiya said. Not that I'd want to. It's not just ego for her, you know. The world respects weathered men, but weathered women. He scoffed. Most people can only see shallow beauty, that which hasn't been touched by the world, hasn't touched reality, that's what people will call beautiful. He mused, his hand searching for a drink that wasn't there. Still, I wished she'd show her wrinkles. Are you just talking about Tsunade? Obito said, seeing a metaphor, and Jiraiya looked over at him without comprehension. Oh. Guess so. What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked, and Obito shrugged. Rain, he said. The Toad Sage stared at him for a moment, the thought clearly struggling through the booze filling his head, and then as Obito watched his eyes cleared, his focus returned all in an instant. That's clever, Obito, he grunted. You should write a book. I'm not a good writer. Do you think I am? Jiraiya said with a snort, and Obito gave him a dubious look. You're successful, he said, and Jiraiya returned the look with twice the force. Oh, and that must mean I'm good, he said mockingly. Something being successful always means it's good, right, Obito? He tapped his Hittite and the symbol of the leaf upon it. If you want to go there, I'm sure plenty of people would agree with you. Jiraiya, come on, Obito said, not wanting to start something like this, but the Toad Sage was already too deep into his drinks and his mind. You've never tried writing, have you? He said, and Obito shook his head. Yeah, like most people haven't. You just assume you won't be any good, so why bother? He started tapping his fingers on the bar, drumming them hard enough for hairline fractures to form in the counter. Why work at something if it's not perfect from the start? Why write if you have to do multiple drafts? Why become a ninja if you're not talented? Why do anything new when it's unproven? He was getting more and more intense, and Obito tried to bring him back down, knowing he probably wouldn't succeed. I didn't mean dash. You're right, is the fucking problem, Jiraiya said. You're right, and I'm wrong, no matter how wise I look with this hair and beard and dashing eye patch, he continued, gesturing at himself. Rain's ideals, what they call beautiful, aren't connected to reality. They're a fantasy, and they've justified killing as many people as they think necessary to bring that fantasy to life. He scratched his beard. My fantasy, or a distortion of it, like every ideology, every religion, every belief is. I'm the one who got this ball rolling, and the sage long before me. What does it matter? Obito asked. Jiraiya fixed him with an intense glare. People will list every justification under the sun for their sins. What happened here wasn't something done in the name of peace, no matter what the Amekage say. You shouldn't burden yourself with it. It matters because everything has a source, Jiraiya said. The world pours things into people beyond hatred, and if you can't understand what those things are, you'll never see what's coming. He stared at Obito's eye patch, lost in thought for a moment, and then, jerked. Hey, he asked, and Obito never would have been able to predict what he said next. Do you still have that zombie in your basement? Obito saw some of the others in the bar turn at that statement with quizzical looks, and he leaned in towards Jiraiya. Where did you hear that? He whispered, and Jiraiya gave him a triumphant look. Minato told me, he said. After things were over, after we were done setting up Kushina's containment seals. Obito quelled the rage that boiled throughout his body at hearing about Kushina's condition as Jiraiya continued. A dead legend, just loitering in the Uchiha compound? I knew Orochimaru had a few screws loose, but I never dreamed he'd bring back the Madara Uchiha for some conversation. He's not a very good one, Obito said. Oh. Jiraiya said, delight rippling through him to Obito's alarm. Everything the stories say then. He's a bitter old man, Obito said. And dead to boot. If you're thinking of talking to him, I wouldn't recommend it. Mikoto and I already dragged everything necessary out of him. I'd be happy to tell you whatever you want to know. He's the beginning of so much, Jiraiya said, leaning back but still keeping his voice low. It's his Rinnegan that's giving Rain the confidence to do this, right? Maybe I want to meet the man who ripped out one of my darling student's eyes. Obito paused, realizing that Jiraiya was right. In some twisted way, Rain was Madara's fault too. It had been his batshit plan to turn Nagato into his inheritor, after all, even if Black Zetsu had run off before it had worked out for him. Jiraiya might have been the one to train the Amekage, but the modern world had been created in no small part by Madara. The notion, easy to dismiss when in the pitiable company of the eyeless zombie, rocked Obito back, and Jiraiya noticed it. Here, if it makes you feel better, Jiraiya said, casually biting into his thumb and summoning a toad in the blink of an eye on the counter. The little orange creature barely had time to catch its bearing before Jiraiya tapped it on the shoulder. Go get the Hokage, would you? The toad saluted and vanished, and Obito stood up. That's not necessary, he said. What? Jiraiya asked. If I need anyone's permission, it would be his, right? Sensei's probably busy, Obito said, and then there was a puff of smoke and Minato was there, wearing his robes and looking as perfect and unflappable as ever. He was in sage mode, like he'd been almost constantly since Cloud had attacked Rain, and had a vaguely concerned expression. Obito face-palmed. Something wrong, Sensei? Minato asked, looking over the both of them. Hey, Obito. Doing okay? Minato. Jiraiya said, standing up and throwing far too much money on the counter as he stumbled towards the open wall of the bar and out into the street. The Hokage followed with a bemused expression as everyone else in the bar bowed their head or saluted in respect, whispers and cheers spreading like fire. Where the Hokage went, worship followed. Anything else after what he'd accomplished against the invasion wouldn't be human nature. I need your permission for something. Sensei, don't listen to him, Obito said, following after into the crisp night air. He's being ridiculous. What is it? Minato asked, his concern making way for curiosity. If anything defined Minato besides his lethality, it was his curiosity. I want to talk to the Uchiha's big important corpse, Jiraiya said, spinning about with a drunk smirk. Tell Obito he has to let me. Now that's playing dirty, Obito complained. Minato crossed his arms, watching the both of them. I just don't think it will be worth it. Especially with how you are now. What, this? Jiraiya laughed. Obito, you never drank enough with me. I'm not even halfway there. Sensei, please, Obito said, turning to the Hokage in his dangerously impassive face. We've already told you everything we discussed with him. If Jiraiya is curious I'm curious too, Minato said, and both Jiraiya and Obito stopped and stared, their back and forth meeting the same end as a train plummeting into a canyon. And I have some time. We'll all go. Huh? Jiraiya said. What? Obito asked. What's so surprising? Minato said, giving them both an amused look. He's a village legend, the man who opposed the first, and nearly won. Not to mention how much ancient history he seems to have dug up. I'm not like you, he said, pointing to Jiraiya, but an opportunity to speak with someone like that doesn't come along every day. I was planning to eventually, so long as he kept himself available. He turned to Obito. Unless you don't think it's wise. Obito sighed, not sure if he was making a mistake or not. If you want to, Sensei, he said, I won't stop you. Wow, Jiraiya muttered. Double standard. Shut up, Obito said, pointing back towards the east. He's in a shrine way beyond the compound, in the forests to the south. Nakano Shrine. We'll have to walk . How far? Minato asked mildly, and Obito sighed. From here, about 6 miles. He guessed, and the Hokage hummed. He removed a kunai from beneath his cloak, looked up at the sky, squinted, and then whipped it into the air with a small crack of a sonic boom. It's a wonder you aren't as round as a drum, Jiraiya said as they watched the kunai sail off into the dark. I get plenty of exercise, Minato said mildly. In just a moment, the knife had vanished in the night, but the Hokage kept staring in its direction, feeling it with his sixth sense. He dropped another kunai to the ground at his feet, shifting his stance. 1 second. Neither of you move. The Hokage flickered out of existence, and Obito looked over at Jiraiya. When he learned how to do that, he asked, and then there was another flicker as Minato reappeared and grabbed both their shoulders. How did you ? They reappeared across the village, leaving the first half of Obito's sentence behind. Feel. He finished. Jealous, Jiraiya said without hesitating, and the Hokage laughed. If it made a damn bit of sense to me . It really is simple, Minato said, stowing both his knives. They'd appeared in the middle of the forest south of the Uchiha compound, probably about 200 feet away from Nakano Shrine. Obito didn't understand how his sensei's brain worked, but it was moments like this that convinced him that Minato Namikaze was superhuman in a way other ninja could only dream of. You saying that doesn't make it so, Sensei, Obito said with a shake of his head. Shooting yourself through a dimensional void with your chakra as an anchor makes just as much sense as calling someone's soul back with a bit of their DNA. Well, you can thank the second for both of them, Minato said, starting to trump south with his typical childish enthusiasm. Whatever anyone thinks of me, that man's imagination was the true marvel. We going? The forest was quick work for them, and as they mounted the steps of Nakano Shrine, Obito recalled the complex jutsu Mikato had used to unseal the hidden room beneath it. His Sharingan might be sleeping, but his perfect recall wasn't. Both his teachers waited as he removed the seventh mat and revealed the slab beneath, raising it up with the secret technique. Neat, Jiraiya said, peering down into the darkness. Very spooky. Is dramatics in your blood too, Obito? You've seen him use the Kamui, right? Minato asked, and Jiraiya chuckled as they descended into the shadows. You were the one who taught me to intimidate people, Sensei, Obito groused, and Minato shrugged, as though he were entirely innocent. I'd think you would want to take credit for that. People give me too much credit already, Minato said, his words tinged with a melancholy Obito had rarely heard from him before. The only times he could recall was when they'd spoken about Kakashi. I don't mind you getting that one. They filed out into the wide hidden room, torches lighting as Obito made the same motions Mikato had. As far as Obito could tell, Madara hadn't moved an inch from where he and Mikato had left him. He was still seated in his folding plastic chair, slumped forward and looking for all the world like a cracked, lifeless corpse until he stirred at the sound of them entering the room. You've returned, he said, not looking up. His long white hair, even longer and whiter than Jiraiya's, was draped over his face, hiding his eyeless sockets. Obito, and two I don't know. He dragged himself up, and Obito felt a shiver run down his spine at the dead man's motion. Your chakra is muddled. Has something happened to your eyes? Don't worry about it, Obito said, stepping forward and wondering just how keen Madara's senses were, even if he claimed to be crippled and useless. Despite who this man had been, he felt no sense of decorum whatsoever. The Hokage and his master wanted to speak with you. Since you came here to speak in the first place, I didn't think you'd mind. The Hokage. Madara muttered. The Yondaime, Minato said, plopping down next to Madara. Nice to meet you. And his master? Madara continued, not returning the greeting. He coughed, or perhaps it was a laugh. This is about that commotion, isn't it? He looked up, his sockets becoming obvious. War has come to Konohagakure. Come and gone, Jiraiya said, standing in front of the corpse and crossing his arms. But this isn't about that. We just wanted to ask you some questions. Ask away, Madara said, and Obito felt a small thrill of alarm as some of the man's ancient, reborn cunning began bleeding off of him. The hairs on the back of his arm stood up as Madara sneered. I'm at your service, Shinobi of the Leaf. Obito Sensei Chapter 76. Can agree on the problem, but not the solution. For the duration of the discussion, Obito managed to hold his peace. Both his masters had come to speak to the dead, but having already interrogated Madara the first time around, he had little interest in repeating the process. In the same vein, he didn't think it was his place to interrupt either of them, though he was challenged several times. And so, sitting on a chair on the nearby wall, he witnessed the whole thing as a neutral observer, and took what he heard and what he learned for himself and, eventually, his team. It's an abomination, Jiraiya said, and Madara scoffed. When introductions had finished, Minato had raised the question of the infinite Tsukuyomi for his master's benefit, and Madara had been content to reiterate it, perhaps hoping for a receptive audience. He hadn't gotten one. You're right, Madara rasped, the deep shadows of the room hiding his lost eyes. Better to let them die on their own. It's a choice, at least, Minato said mildly, and the dead man laughed. Choice reigns supreme, it seems. Why parent, when you would deny a child their freedom? He said, his hands shivering against his knees as he leaned forward. Jiraiya, you resort to language like abomination because there is no moral argument against it, so you must make a judgmental one. It was the sage's intent, why else would he have left the instructions behind? The Baijuyu that he created became forces of destruction, and so he also created a means of uniting their power in mankind's interest once more. A cold sneer on cracked lips. Could you question his benevolence? If it was the sage's intent, he must have been going senile, Jiraiya said dismissively. Ninja was the art of communication and understanding. Isolating everyone into their own private fantasies goes directly against it. He realized his mistake, Madara said. Ninja was a failed experiment. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate expression of its core desire, ending pain. Human beings cannot coexist without causing agony. They are not made for it, no amount of understanding or communication will fix that. He leaned back, the chair creaking. I have already unwittingly passed on my will, and warned my clan of the consequences. My part in this is done. If you wish to disagree with me, feel free, but it won't change reality. One bony finger pointed upwards. Surely the strife above was proof of that. This war was caused by poor communication, Minato said, always stolid and solid. He was sitting cross-legged, and leaned forward, propping his chin in both hands as his golden eyes gleamed in the low light. The nation of Rain attacked out of fear of what Konoha might do in the future, a paranoia that could have been gutted if they had not assumed the worst. It seems to me the exact sort of situation Ninja was created to prevent. Attacked because they were attacked in turn, and nearly destroyed, Madara wheezed, his perpetual sneer not fading. Was that attack a misfortune of timing? A misunderstanding? Minato paused. No, he eventually decided. It was the start of a land grab. Nothing more. People who desire more will always exist, Madara said, sounding satisfied. And such people spread hatred with every breath, they yearn for what they don't have, and so they take it. However, they cannot be stamped out without also stamping out the freedom of choice you have shackled yourself to. When that desire takes hold, it blinds all other considerations. He laughed. Who better to know than I? That still doesn't justify it, Jiraiya groused, and Madara shrugged. I don't care, he said. I'm long dead. You won't change my mind, nor I yours. If that bothers you, consider introspection. Or killing yourself, so that you too can be eternally set in your ways. Jiraiya clenched a fist, and then released it in his anger in the same moment. There's no panacea to the world's ills, he said after a deep breath, words that caused Minato to shift. We didn't come here to find one. Another deep breath, and then he went on. The Uzumaki whose eyes you ripped out, Nagato. I ended up training him. Was that his name? Madara mused, and Jiraiya ground his teeth. Madara had known the name, the ignorance was a malicious act. Appropriate. What does it matter? You know he now leads the nation of Rain, Jiraiya continued. The Rinnegan is a mystery, one that only you have unlocked. I want to know what Nagato could do with it. To kill him? Madara asked, and Jiraiya shook his head, and then spoke when he remembered the man was blind. To save him. Jiraiya tapped his fingers against his knee, an anxious beat. He's been dragged into this war by his bastard friend. I have no doubt something like this was the farthest from his mind. If Nagato can be made to see reason, the war will end. But to make him see that, I need to know exactly what he's capable of. Anything and everything. How poetic. I have never tried my hand at poetry, Madara said. Perhaps that would have evened out my life. Regardless, I do not exaggerate. The Rinnegan contains endless knowledge and potential. One looking through those eyes sees an entirely different world, and techniques and possibilities pour into them at every moment. Even though I was frail, worthless, when I manifested it, I immediately understood many of its powers, the manipulation of the soul, how to absorb and digest any manner of chakra, control over gravity and fundamental mass, even the resurrection of the dead. It was on that potential that I built my plans. Nagato can bring back the dead? Minato asked, and Madara nodded. Through a deadly exchange, he confirmed. The Rain Tensei requires the body to be present, though not intact, and the soul willing to return. I wouldn't worry about your enemies being brought back, Hokage, it is a weighing of lives. A hole is torn open, and life pours though, one for as many as the Rinnegan's master can reach. I doubt that for the nation of Rain, any number of their ninja would be worth that one man's. There's more, Jiraiya said, his voice low. You're holding out on us. There is one more, Madara admitted. The eyes themselves have a contract built into them. A summoning contract. With the corpse of the Jubi. A sick smile. Withered and stored in some uncountably distant place, but intact, and hungry for chakra. It is the key to the infinite Tsukuyomi, perhaps the only vessel in existence that could survive the convergence of the tailed beast's chakra. Fascinating, Jiraiya said. But I doubt Nagato cares about that. You have no means of negotiating with such a man, Madara said. I tasted the Rinnegan's power only briefly, and it overwhelmed even me. One bearing those eyes is closer to a god than any ninja could dream to be. If you intend to drag him out of this conflict, you will have to rely on human weakness. You really are a cold bastard, huh? Jiraiya said. The corpse feebly shrugged. You came here in futility, wishing for answers I do not have, he said. Or perhaps just for the novelty of it. It matters not. If the Rinnegan is your enemy, you face an impossibly deadly task. Even Hashirama would have been hard-pressed to defeat me if I'd possessed its power at our confrontation. Why did you do it? Minato asked, not speaking suddenly yet nonetheless surprising both men. Jiraiya turned to him, and Madara went still. Why? He rasped, and Minato continued. You built the hidden leaf with the Shodai, he said, his tone respectful and earnestly curious. And yet, you turned on it so quickly. Did it end up not being what you'd pictured? Is that why you came here, Hokage? Madara asked. To pick at the past, assuage your curiosity. Yeah, Minato said. That, and some other stuff. Then what do the stories say? Madara said, so sure that there were stories. That it was jealousy, or madness. Perhaps both. Both would be correct enough. Hashirama accepted and respected me, his brother and clan did not. They feared the Uchiha who had inflicted so many wounds on them, and rightfully so. Madara scratched feebly at his chin, some of his paper-like skin coming away under his long nails. Half the clan is dead, I was told. Unfortunately, yes. Driven by my shadow. So it seems. What was Itake's motive? The Uchiha were planning a coup. He disagreed. To replace you. So it seemed. Then it was as I predicted, Madara said. The Uchiha were slowly expunged from the workings of the village, left to linger and rot while Konoha grew stronger. They were not. Minato shook his head. They were given the responsibilities of the military police by Tobirama, the second Hokage. Oh, yes, Madara scoffed. Everyone adores the police. Especially shinobi. It's a fair point, but not one I agree with, Minato said. The Uchiha are respected. I have forgiven their treason, though it never coming to pass helped. There are those who mistrust them, just as there are some who mistrust all the clans. But much of that mistrust would be due to you, Madara. Your abandoning of the village was bad enough, returning to attack it only added fuel to the fire. At that, Madara did not have an immediate response, and so Minato continued. So you left because you perceived the unity of the village as a sham. Yes, but that was not all. It was a failed experiment. That seemed to wake Madara up. Just like Ninshu. Hashirama and I had brought so many ninja together in the hope of creating peace, but it wasn't to be. Even in cooperation, there was strife, politics, fear-mongering, conspiracy. The clans, mine included, competed for power and influence, and though none doubted that Hashirama should be the first Hokage. The sneer returned. It was who would be the second that everyone had their eye on. How cruel, considering that Tobirama doubtlessly seized it without room for discussion when Hashirama passed. You consider that sort of thing strife? Minato asked. It was more than that, Madara said. We dreamed of a place where shinobi could come together, and the folly of our youth would not be repeated. But in executing that dream, we doomed it. The hidden leaf was too successful, it changed the world. More villages appeared in other countries, the governments of the land and the shinobi that wandered it realized that in the face of our strength, they would be dominated, they had no choice but to cooperate. The word came out like a slur. Our dream of safety was ruined, corrupted. It became just another way to organize shinobi in their slaughter of one another, to spread their violence and cruelty across the world without end. And all the worse, now it was not just clans who suffered, but whole nations. So you thought that even if Konoha had ended one problem, it had caused a worse one. Minato confirmed, and when Madara nodded he continued. But the Uchiha and Senju made peace. You couldn't be content with that victory. These opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation, Madara quoted. The sage wrote that, speaking of light and the shadows it casts. He meant people too. All human interactions force change, and change is violence. To communicate with others is to influence them, whether it's love or hate, we all try to bend those important to us into more pleasant shapes, distorting them for our comfort. As Minato considered Madara's strange answer, Jiraiya made a soft, understanding sound, and then chuckled. I get it now, he said. You're a perfectionist. Excuse me. From the corpse's mouth, the polite words were a curse. You could have been patient, Jiraiya said, standing up and pacing. But that's not your style, is it? If you'd stayed with the village, you would have been a part of something that was working, but not working well enough or fast enough. You and Hashirama created Konoha to end conflict between ninja, so why was it still happening? You are not as clever as you think, Madara said, but Jiraiya didn't miss a step. So you read your old rock, and there was your panacea, he continued, flinging out the word. A grand and majestic illusion, a perfect world for everyone to faff around in for all eternity. No strife, no conflict, just a universe-ending nap. That must have really appealed to you. He snapped his fingers. Why didn't you just kill everyone instead? Wouldn't it be the same in the end? The pure world exists. You're proof of that right now. It would have been too slow, Madara spat, and Jiraiya laughed. You let a perfect that doesn't exist get in the way of an absolutely acceptable good, he said, unable to hold back his chuckling. And to think, so many people have just chalked it up to insanity. It was much worse than that. Your insults have no hold on me, Madara said with a sick grin. I died alone and a failure, I'm all too aware of my imperfections. But you, Sage, you're the one who created a whole nation of deluded fanatics with your childish fantasies. Jiraiya's chuckle died, and Madara leered at him. Don't think that Orochimaru spent all of his time digging out my secrets. He confided in me, thinking me senile and helpless. I've heard both of your names many times, his hatred for you runs deeper than any malice I held in my long life. And you were comrades. What pathetic things must you have done to draw his ire so? What did we do? Jiraiya asked, quite genuinely. Well, Orochimaru and I never agreed on everything, but I thought we were at least friends. You did nothing, Madara said, so self-satisfied. He is just another greedy man unable to accept others being above him. A taker, a yearner, an expression of petty jealousies and rampant ego. What could you have done to satisfy him? Lie down and die, live a life without meaning, purpose, accomplishment, joy, sorrow. Exist in a void against which he could not compare a single part of himself to you and come up lacking, lest that fire boil up inside him and scour his heart with hatred. That's not what I was hoping to hear. Oh. Madara said. Were you looking for an easy solution? Struck silent by the ancient man's accurate venom, Jiraiya withdrew into himself. The Hokage took up his torch. We're not concerned with Orochimaru, Minato said. But I do appreciate your candor. There's no need to be so polite, Hokage, Madara chuckled. I would not be in your position. And that means you deserve cruelty. Minato said, and Madara paused. How many did you kill yesterday? He asked. Minato took a moment to think about it. Why do you ask? He said after his contemplation. What is rudeness as a cruelty compared to taking lives? Madara said. We are both strong. We both know how easy it is. I can feel it. You can feel it. You are unmoving when you don't speak. Madara shifted. You are in sage mode, even now, prepared to defend your village. Only powerful ninja can control such a thing. Ninja like Hashirama. You're still sharp, despite your age, Minato said, leaning back. That's really impressive. I hope I'm half as put together when my time comes. If you intend to be polite, don't ignore the question, Madara said, but a sneer didn't rip across his face. Killing is a cruelty without compare, Minato said. You're right about that. Anything else can be recovered from, given time and care. But when you kill someone, you've wiped out everything they were and everything they could ever be. I don't do it lightly, and when I have to, I try to make it quick and painless. So just because I am forced to be cruel sometimes, that means I should choose to be cruel all the time? Minato asked rhetorically with a shake of his head. Is that how you felt, Madara? It must have been painful to tear away your humanity like that. Or was it just in your nature to not consider other people around you? With the way you talk about relationships, I wouldn't be surprised. Now it was Madara who had been struck silent, and Jiraiya who was perking up. You are a dangerous man, Madara eventually decided. I suppose I should thank you. Minato said with a gentle grin, and Madara shook his head. You understand the gravity of what you do, he said, his voice even more hoarse than usual. Most people are unthinking and unknowing, or intentionally close their eyes to the world when they are forced to act. But you move with eyes wide open, Hokage. You kill without blinking or turning away. You are like me. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, Minato said. I'm a preserver, you're a destroyer. Perhaps we are the same in that we're both skilled at what we do. You. Madara laughed. A preserver? Shinobi cannot preserve, they can destroy in the name of preventing change, but that is not the same thing. What would you call your infinite Tsukuyomi then? An armistice. Minato scratched his chin. I can accept that. For a time it was quiet, and all wondered if the words that had needed to be spoken had already passed. But Madara had a question of his own, and he voiced it before any could shift and rise to leave. I heard a great roar, he said. There was a tailed beast unleashed within the village. It did not sound like the Kyuubi. Rain possesses them. A couple, Minato said carelessly, obviously not at all concerned about a man who could not even walk trying to hunt down the Baijuyu. They released the Sanbai into the village. It caused plenty of chaos, but it's contained now. In a shinobi? A new Jinchuriki? No. What will you do with it, then? Madara hacked out a laugh. Gift it to one of your warriors, I'm sure. Probably not, Minato said, and Madara paused. Destroy it, then. We'll probably give it back to the hidden mist, the Hokage said, carefully watching the corpse. To broker an alliance. They are already fighting the hidden cloud, and will need its power. Giving them a gift like this will make them accept us as allies all the easier. Madara gaped like a fish for some time, and then slowly slumped in his chair. I was wrong, he eventually muttered. You are not like me. Oh. You are a fool, Madara spat. Please, Jiraiya scoffed. It's a perfectly acceptable move. A whole village is a hell of a lot better than a single big turtle, no matter how strong it is. You're just repeating Hashirama's mistakes, Madara said, ignoring Jiraiya, who looked incredibly offended. Attempting to use such creatures as tools of peace is doomed to failure. I wouldn't call Hashirama's decision a mistake, Minato said mildly. Handing the Baijuyu out like he did kept the villages from directly attacking each other. It reduced civilian casualties massively by forcing ninjas to fight away from their homes, even if some of that burden fell onto the border states. Until now, Madara said, and after a moment Minato nodded. It was a temporary state of affairs, the corpse rambled on. Built by fear and uncertainty. By now, ninja understand the limits of Jinchuriki, and Cloud has surpassed them with their new weapon. Hand the Sanbai to Mist, and your children will regret it when they release it in Konoha for a second time a generation from now. Mist is in no position to challenge the Leaf, even after what's happened, Minato said, his voice growing colder. There's little chance they will be in the future. Securing their aid against Cloud is almost certainly the better option, even if the long-term danger exists. Why work by coalition? Madara said, ancient fire burning in his words. Why build alliances when you know they will disappoint you? You are strong, Hokage. You possess multiple tailed beasts. Set your terms. Build the world of your dreams, not one populated by weak vassals and simpering slaves. No one can rule alone, Minato said, his words like a knife. Taking on the world is all well and good, but it leaves you as the sole target. The recipient of every grudge, every hatred. Konoha could not survive that. You don't know that, Madara rasped. You say it with conviction, but no knowledge. Compared to the blood you've stained your soul with, it is pitifully hollow. His voice raised, his hands digging into his knees. You've shackled your ambition to a phantom, you've enslaved yourself to false words. It was better when shinobi were free from empty duties. The words of a man who died alone, his ambitions unrealized, Minato said, slowly standing up. I've made Konoha the strongest village in the world, Madara. Jiraiya was staring at him, seeing a whole new side to his student. Even now, after this betrayal, we are at the top. I've done it my way, patiently, quietly. I killed when I had to, but did not use slaughter to cement our position. I chose not to place the village atop a mountain of bodies. When we win this war, the world will see exactly how strong my way is. At that point, they'll have no choice but to accept it, then, I won't let anything like this happen ever again. Madara looked up at Minato with empty eyes, his face twisted in an expression dangerously close to pity. Minato namikaze, he said, his voice low, carefully articulating every word. All things come to ruin. I am proof of that. Minato narrowed his eyes as Madara continued. Time and toil reduces everything to dust. You refuse to embrace eternity, if such a thing is too dreadful for you, incarnate destruction. Become ruin, Yondaime. Minato laughed. Like you. He said, obviously amused. Would you like me to take up your torch, Madara? I thought you said your part in this story was done. Madara paused. I understand you now, he said. It would have been better if we could have met in battle, but this talk has enlightened me. You could be the one, Minato. You have strength, and more importantly, clarity. However, there's one critical flaw. And what's that? The Hokage asked, a little less amused now. You, Madara said bluntly. You, despite your overwhelming position, have decided to fetter your violence. Now the only one keeping you from realizing your dreams is yourself. Minato didn't have a clever comeback to that. He stood there staring at Madara for several seconds, and a silence deeper and darker than the shadows settled over the room. You are afraid of your power, Madara eventually said as the Hokage continued to stare at him. Jiraiya was watching his student, warring emotions racing across his face. You are afraid of being the avalanche that sweeps the world away. If I am the man who threw away what could have worked in search of the perfect solution, you are the one who refuses to sacrifice what isn't working in search of something better. He slumped in his chair. Even if the Edo Tensei was immortal, ageless, tireless, Madara was clearly losing vigor, his sharp mind fading from the strain of extended conversation. People like you make such sacrifices too easily, Minato whispered, the soft sound still harsh. Perhaps, Madara wheezed. But I think you agree with me. I think I am not the first one to say this. The silence stretched. Are you satisfied? The corpse asked. Or is there more wisdom you would pull from me? We're done here, the Hokage said, turning to leave. Thank you for your time, Madara. The corpse laughed as Jiraiya and Obito rose as well, following the Hokage out. Deny me if you'd like, he rasped after them. We will see what this latest war teaches you, Yondaime. I'll be here, if you think you made a mistake. His choking laughter followed them up the stairs as they returned to the land of the living. Obito Sensei Chapter 77 is honest with their feelings. 1 week after the attack on Rain that had sent the world careening towards a bloody disaster, Minato Namikaze was sitting at his wife's side and watching her for a sign of life. For the moment, he'd sent away the medical personnel who'd been carefully monitoring her chakra system and the sealing specialists who were refreshing the barrier around her new old home. He was alone with his wife, and for the first time in days, the Hokage's facade fell away. He allowed his exhaustion and fear to show through, though only one who knew him well would recognize it. It was a house built in a spiral, an old Uzumaki structure just adjacent to the Hokage's tower that had survived the invasion unharmed. Jutsu formulas were built into the foundation of the building itself, siphoning away Baijuyo chakra in minute amounts and putting human chakra systems into stasis, slowing the production of physical and mental energy both. It was a place that embodied the buzz of fluorescent lights, the feeling of being awake at 4 in the morning with no hope of sleep. Kushina had always hated it, and it had been one of Minato's singular prides to have improved her seal enough to ensure she'd never need to step foot in it again before he became the Hokage. But now his wife was back here, her mind locked away and her body struggling to recover from the Kyuubi's toxic chakra. She lay in a wide bed, expressionless and lifeless. Minato's face was just as lifeless as he stared at her. Kushina was not a peaceful sleeper, she frequently kicked and punched, spoke full sentences, and generally scared the hell out of anyone who didn't know her nighttime habits. Seeing her lying there without any movement whatsoever cut Minato more deeply than he ever had been in his life. Kushina, he said quietly. He was sure she could hear him, even if she couldn't respond. Naruto's picked up an apprenticeship. He tried to smile. With Tsunade of the Sunin, if you can believe it. She didn't move. Right, he muttered. You'd definitely believe it. Minato sighed. We've started working on a counterattack. The hidden sand is being dragged in, I doubt they're happy about it, but they can't afford to go back on the alliance at a time like this. Wind's court is kicking up a fuss, like usual. I think they're going to demand a joint mission to recover Rain's daimyo, so the reward will be split. It will probably be worth conceding on for the extra ninja. Naturally, Kushina didn't move. Minato knelt forward. But my heart's not in it, he confided in her. Maybe that means I'm not taking this seriously enough, but everyone seems dead set on leveling a Megakure. Even when I look at you, I can't justify that to myself. When I last saw Yahiko, I told him I would kill all his ninja. In a perfect world, we would just punish him. But he's dragged a whole country into it. He hesitated. So even if I can't justify it, I guess they all have to die. Still. Did he resent me that much? Minato said, his voice below a whisper. I never tried to oppose the nation, but I wasn't its ally either. I thought Rain was too dangerous for Konoha to openly side with, it recruited too many rogue ninja, and of course the situation with the daimyo. He paused, considering his lifeless wife. But I never thought it would come to this. I believed we could approach the villages from both sides, and meet in the middle. That while Konoha kept the rest of the world in check, Rain would spread its revolution, and that even if the Amekige's ideals and mine weren't perfectly matched, they would be at least close enough for coexistence, eventually cooperation. Nothing. I don't think Jiraiya would have trained an evil man, but it's hard for me to see what he did as anything else. I'm not the only one stuck like this. Across the whole village, people are hurting because I wasn't there to defend them, because I thought Yahiko was acting in good faith. I didn't think I was that easy to take advantage of, but I guess I was wrong. I saw an opportunity to avoid a fight, and even though the delay should have warned me, I jumped at it without thinking. Now, people are dead because of my stupidity. The Hokage is supposed to protect the village, but right now the whole thing is on my back. It's too much, surely. I'm its shield and sword and leader and commander all at once, but it's like you say, multitasking is just doing multiple things poorly. Still. Nothing. Maybe I'm going too slow, Minato said, taking his wife's hands in his and feeling her burning warmth. Do you think that's true? I've always thought that if I have to fight, I should try as hard as I can, as fast as I can, and get it over with. But I haven't been doing that, I haven't been fighting, have I, Kushina? I've been sitting still, thinking people would make the right decision. Thinking they would make my decisions. But I'm the abnormal one, I'm the one who doesn't want people to die. No one else seems to care. And with everything that's happened, have I still not been fast enough? Does that still sound right to you? Still. Nothing. Yeah, Minato closed his eyes. I don't know either. He sat there in silence for several minutes watching the gentle rise and fall of his wife's chest, the microscopic flutters of motion as she occasionally struggled to take a breath. You're fighting your own battle right now, he eventually said. I know you'll win. We'll figure out what to do about the seal once you're awake. For now, you're safe here, even if you hate it. One thing at a time. He bent forward and kissed her on the forehead, clammy skin feverish against his lips. I love you. I know you'll win, Minato repeated. I don't want to leave you alone, but I have to go. You'll be in good hands. He stood up, breathed out, and became the Hokage once more. See you when you wake up, the Yondaime said, and then he vanished out of the room like he'd never existed. Konoha mourned, fortified, and recovered. There were no public funerals held for those who had died, those kinds of commendations would wait until the war was finished. 1,000 private memorials were held for friends, family, and lovers, but the village as a whole was focused on ensuring something like this could never happen again. Sakura's mother did not wake up, and showed no indication of doing so anytime soon. The same went for Naruto's, who was locked away in a specialized sealing structure due to the disastrous weakness of her shattered seal. Both of them found themselves accepting it, their mothers weren't dead, which meant they would be back eventually. They took that with the implicit assumption of strength and recovery that had been drilled into them as ninja, and refocused just like the village had. Konohagakure prepared for a counter-attack against the nation that had dared to provoke it, and gradually ninja were drawn together for the operation as the Hokage and his advisors worked to create a strike force that would end the war before it could begin in earnest. Obito Uchiha, the Hokage's right-hand man, unofficial chief assassin who had spilled rivers of blood for the village, was automatically removed from consideration. It would be at least another 10 days before his eyes recovered, and a ninja of Obito's caliber couldn't be risked at half strength, especially when his bloodline technique was about to grow even stronger. In a better world, the village would be able to wait until Obito had recovered to assault Rain, but every day they did not was another day that speculation across the world grew that Konoha was weaker and more damaged than anyone knew, a reputation the village could not afford to spread. And besides, the Hokage was going. Minato Namikaze was enough. So Obito rested and spent most of his time with Rin Nohara, who had taken it upon herself to look after him. Chunin and Jonin swarmed out of the village, patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire and frequently coming into conflict with rogue ninja and shinobi from the Nation of Rain. There were 10 skirmishes on the 19th, and 17 on the 20th, all ended with at least one casualty, though only 4 caused a fatality on either side. The center of the continent boiled with violence and the expectation of it. Countryside towns buckled down and instituted curfews, the daimyo's court deployed more than 20,000 soldiers on peacekeeping missions, and commercial contracts began drying up as the world braced for a fourth war. Knowing firsthand the scale of the catastrophe that was approaching, Team 7, their friends, and their teachers trained, determined to be prepared for a future that they weren't ready for. Naruto met with Tsunade of the Sun-In on the morning of the 20th and was put through his paces, the medical master determined to learn everything she could about his condition and technique as a ninja and a medic. Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, and Lee attempted to tag along, but were quickly chased off by the legendary ninja and settled for observing from a distance as they worked on their own techniques, each of their usual teachers otherwise occupied. Tsunade demanded that Naruto return for more work on the 21st, and earlier this time, 8 a.m., practically the crack of dawn for the wandering ninja. When Naruto arrived, this time alone, Tsunade told him something that didn't make sense. By my standards, you're not really a medic, Tsunade said, as blunt as a hammer, and Naruto blinked. Huh? He asked intelligently. They were back at Training Ground 6, a small field with a little pond that Tsunade seemed to appreciate for its remoteness more than anything else. Naruto had figured the second day would be like the first, with Tsunade running him through countless chakra control exercises, observing his medical jutsu, and poking and prodding at him with the mystic palm technique as she figured out what made him tick. Instead, she was pacing in front of him with an irritated look as he stood there gormlessly. Your Iraya jutsu is fair, though, she continued, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief, though his confusion didn't change. I doubt anyone else has noticed your crutch, even Rin hasn't, right? She hasn't said anything about it. Naruto said, and Tsunade scoffed. What do you mean by crutch? Sloppy, Tsunade grunted. I'm going to rub that in her face if I get the chance. Could you not? Naruto asked, trying to be as polite as possible, and Tsunade gave him a withering glare. I don't know what happened with you guys, but it makes me uncomfortable. Tsunade laughed. You're too nice for a medical ninja too, she said. So you haven't noticed either, I take it. I have zero idea what you're talking about, Naruto answered, edging towards irritation. Tsunade might have been a genius, but she didn't mince words, didn't try to soften her blatant superiority for the sake of others, and loved asking rhetorical questions. Naruto had a premonition that if this weird half-apprenticeship continued, his patience was going to be pushed to the breaking point. When you use your jutsu, what do you feel? Tsunade asked, and Naruto pushed down his annoyance to focus on the question. In my own system, or the patient's? He asked, and Tsunade gave him an approving smirk. Both, she confirmed. Naruto sighed. A small drain on my end, and a bloom on theirs, he said, scratching his head. I don't know if there's a better word. I know all the theory like the back of my hand by now, so I don't even think about it. I just tell their body to fix itself up and my brain covers the gaps, it's practically automatic dash. Wrong, Tsunade said abruptly. Naruto scowled. What do you mean, wrong? He groused. I'm telling you what I feel dash. It's not practically automatic, Tsunade said with a smug smile. It is automatic. Naruto paused, trying to understand what the annoying genius was saying. What? He settled for, and Tsunade stalked forward and grabbed hold of his hand. Medical jutsu always requires thought, she said. Even if the act of guiding your chakra can become close to subconscious, it can never fully make the leap to an unconscious process. That would be like being able to fight in your sleep, it's just not possible. I'm not saying I literally don't think dash, Naruto tried to say, not mentioning that he was pretty sure his mother could fight in her sleep. Once when he was 6 or 7 she'd socked his dad in the jaw in the middle of the night, the only time he'd seen his father bruised. Shut up, Tsunade said, so casually that the words didn't hurt. Don't take it the wrong way, like I said, you absolutely learned medical jutsu. You're above average, for sure. Her face hardened. But the results you've achieved in times of crisis have been extraordinary. Close to my level, as much as I hate to admit it. And that's because of your crutch. Which is? Naruto said. Yang release, Tsunade said triumphantly, and Naruto gave her a blank stare. He understood what Yang chakra was, in theory. Chakra natures encompassed the 5 elemental chakras, fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, each expressions of the different structures that chakra could take and be molded into. But beyond the fundamental elements, there were also combination natures, like the wind and water that Sakura used to create ice for her flowing hail blade, and beside them, there was yin and yang. Those were foundational chakra manipulation divided by yin, the mind, and yang, the body, the two energies that when combined made chakra as a whole. Obviously either just meant a chakra type that was almost entirely one or the other, cause otherwise it wouldn't be chakra at all, but beyond that Naruto didn't know the specifics. Isn't all medical jutsu yang-natured? He ventured. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but nodded. Like how all genjutsu is yin-natured, sure, she said, and Naruto nodded along, hoping to understand. Anything that manipulates the body alone is yang-natured. But I'm not saying you have a yang affinity, I'm saying you have a yang technique. A bloodline. Naruto realized, shocked, and Tsunade shrugged. It's not consistent enough to be categorized as that, she said. Naruto couldn't help but get sucked into her authoritative tone as she started pacing again. There's a difference between Kekkei Genkai and just generating a unique kind of chakra. Your father's got no heritage as far as anyone can tell, but the Uzumaki have a long history of strange bodies, and they're an offshoot of the Senjo, who were even stranger. My grandfather dash. The first Hokage. Naruto interrupted, disbelief rattling through him, and Tsunade snapped her fingers. The sound was shockingly loud, and his mouth snapped shut on reflex. The very same, Tsunade continued after a moment. He was a freak of nature. You couldn't hurt him, his body just wouldn't allow it. I saw it once. He scratched himself pushing through a thorn bush and she drew a line up her arm, and made a hissing sound. Shhhhhhh. It closed right up, steaming. That's how much energy his body held. Why was he pushing through a thorn bush? Naruto asked, wondering why the steam in particular sounded a little familiar. I threw his wallet in there. Tsunade waved him off as Naruto pondered someone stealing the first Hokage's wallet. That part isn't important. You've taken some beatings, so you're obviously not capable of the kind of regeneration grandfather was, but you've got the same kind of yang energy. You have your mother to thank for that, I'm sure. She tapped a finger against her lips. It's interesting though, this kind of thing should have been present your whole life, but from what I've seen your yang release is recently awakened. Maybe between waves, rain, and the invasion here your body finally had enough. Was that it, Naruto wondered? Had he pushed himself beyond the brink so many times that some part of his mom's power had woken up inside of him? He'd always wondered when he was young if he would inherit something like the adamantine chains, even though his parents had told him it wasn't likely, they'd married for love, not for maintaining a bloodline like Sasuke's had. He remembered the land of waves, how he'd been ready to kill himself to save Sakura before Karen had forced him to bite her. How golden chakra had bled out of her arm and her back, the tingling taste that had filled his mouth as his whole body exploded with energy. How he'd healed so fast he'd steamed. He wondered if Karen was okay. What she thought about what Rain was doing. She hadn't even seen him before he'd been taken back to Konoha, she probably thought he'd ditched her, just like everyone else in her life always had. Hopefully, she'd run away before his dad got there. The how doesn't matter, Tsunade said, bringing him back to the present. What matters is understanding what you've actually been doing when you heal people. What do you mean? Naruto said, snapping to attention as Tsunade scowled at him. Your medical ninjutsu isn't guiding the body into healing itself. You're directly injecting your yang chakra into it. Think of it as draining a bit of your own life to trade for theirs. It's directly stimulating cells with an infusion of energy and rapidly regenerating them. Tsunade paused, pondering again. It has a lot of shared principles with some of my techniques, but your lack of understanding of the jutsu is the real problem. Have I been running down my life? Naruto said, feeling a faint trill of alarm. Sasuke said Nagato had a technique like that dash. No, Tsunade said bluntly. It's the other way around. By forcing people to heal like that, you're shortening their life. A year here or there. Shinobi aren't an infinite energy source, and cells can only split so many times. Forcing cells to regenerate so aggressively will make them approach their limit sooner. Naruto stood there as horror took hold of his heart, but Tsunade just laughed at the look on his face. Don't look so terrified. It's definitely better than them just being dead. Those are the kind of situations that I'm talking about. I don't want that, Naruto said, the words bubbling out of him like boiling water. That's the opposite of what I wanted when I learned how to be a medic. That's dash. Yeah, left to your own devices it would be a real mess, eventually. Tsunade smirked. That's why I'm here. Naruto blinked. I can learn to control it, right? He said, filled with a sudden fervent energy. You'll do more than that, Tsunade declared. Most talents like this are only good for killing, making deadlier, more complex ninjutsu. You've got a gift, Naruto, I'm not going to let you squander it. Where do we start, then? Naruto said, realizing the whole first day really had been just Tsunade figuring him out. From her smug look, he could tell she'd already come up with a plan. He was split between excitement and terror. The notion that his medical jutsu was unique and powerful in a way others couldn't be thrilled him, but knowing that he'd probably already accidentally trimmed down the lives of Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata, his mom, and who knew how many others filled him with a dread as crushing as the bottom of the sea. From the beginning, at first, Tsunade said. You've slacked on chakra control, it's excellent, but that only counts for passing if you're a real medical ninja. Naruto wondered just what Tsunade's definition of a real medical ninja was as she continued, knowing that his chakra control was better than most he'd met. We're going to make sure you're not accidentally using a single drop before we move on. Perfect control, that's all I'll accept. Then, and only then, she hesitated. Something wrong? Naruto asked, and she shook her head. The most efficient technique for giving you that level of control can also be used in a fight, she said with a grimace. I didn't want to teach you that sort of thing. That's not why I decided to bother with you. Naruto frowned. I get that, I guess, he said. But I was going to ask you about that kind of stuff anyway. He crossed his arms, rocking back and forth with the rhythm of the breeze. Why? Tsunade said bitterly. Don't you want to protect people? That's why, Naruto said, trying out her bluntness. When the village got attacked, I couldn't help my mom. She almost died because I wasn't strong enough to even make a dent in the people trying to kill her. I felt useless, I was useless. If it weren't for Sakura, we'd both be dead. Tsunade stared at him. He couldn't fully read her expression, but he thought it was probably somewhere between regret and excitement. Fine, she said after a moment. But don't make me regret this, Namikaze. I promise you'll regret that a lot more. I'll try not to, Naruto said honestly. Tsunade turned away, preparing something as her chakra surged, and he jogged after her. Hey, he continued, should I give it a name? Your technique. Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded vigorously. Of course. Names have power, creating a concept to attach your efforts to will help guide your chakra. That's just common sense. Cool. Naruto grinned. I'll think of one then. Don't get cocky, brat, Tsunade grinned back. First, we'll see if your control can be improved enough to use it safely. You might just be hopeless, you know. That's not going to happen, Naruto said, his happiness fading and replaced by an urgent seriousness. Everyone needs me at my best. At first, Obito had thought that having to share the bed would be annoying. He wasn't someone who sprawled out in their sleep, but the freedom to do so had always been there, and there was some irrational part of him that still feared change, which wondered if being stuck with half of his usual sleeping space would grate on him, and maybe eventually turn into a homicidal rage or something equally ridiculous. On the morning of the 22nd, 9 days after he'd slept with Rin for the first time, Obito was starting to wonder if his entire life would be a series of realizations that his past self had been an idiot. "You still haven't used the VCR," Rin said, propped up on one elbow and grinning at him. "I'm beginning to think it's pathological at this point." Obito groaned and covered his face with a pillow, hiding from her mocking smile. "I've been busy," he said. "It's not like the last week has been uneventful, you know. You've had plenty of time." Rin prodded at him, and he grunted, rolling over as she poked at his sensitive side. "Especially since you've supposed to have been on bed rest for the last couple days." "I'm in bed," he said, peeking out at her from under the pillow with his one good eye. "I'm resting. And hating every second of it, which really isn't helping," Rin noted. She rolled over as well, bringing them face to face. "Do you even have any movies?" "At the moment," Obito said, taking in how close and how undressed she was, "I genuinely don't remember." "I had a couple," Rin mused, obviously delighting in distracting him, "but I'm sure they probably got wrecked with the rest of my stuff." The Sanbai had flooded her family home, one more irreplaceable thing rain had taken from them, even if it paled in comparison to the lives that had been lost. Obito's mood darkened, and Rin noticed. She rolled her eyes at him, and he blushed. "Sorry," he said. "You know how I feel." "I know how you feel," Rin confirmed. "But even you aren't important enough that the whole counter-attack will wait for you, Obito," she went on with a smirk. "Maybe you should just deal with that, instead of sulking that Sensei won't drag you along on another death-defying mission." "It's not just that. Sasuke's been added to the assassination squad," Obito noted, and Rin sat up, distracting him again. "Really?" she asked, and when he nodded she looked perplexed. "He made a name for himself over there and in the invasion, but still, with his age. With the Nibi still being in reign, Sensei wants a Mangekyo Sharingan at his side when he faces the Omekage, I think," Obito said, which was a bit of a fib since he knew it for a fact. Minato had told him himself when he'd spoken with Obito about putting Sasuke in the counter-attack force, half asking for permission and half explaining his reasoning. "I'm out of commission, and he wants Mikoto here in case the Kyuubi starts trying to break out Kushina again." "It makes sense, though." "Mikoto," Rin said with a scowl. "After what she dash. She saved Kushina's life once already," Obito said with a chuckle. "I don't think that's a concern anymore." "MMMM." Rin groaned, and then blew a raspberry. "Fine. But Sasuke, you're not happy about that?" she asked, and Obito shrugged, some of his excitement draining away as he was forced to remember the real world. "I'm proud of him. I think he'll handle himself fine," he said, meaning every word of it. "Sasuke made Jonin in rain, and he deserved it. He's one of the finest ninja in the village. But he's still just a kid, and my student. It feels wrong to see him going on a mission like that when I can't. Not to mention that, no matter how comfortable with Rin Obito had gotten, he wasn't at the point where he could admit to her that when he was thinking about Sasuke being dragged into an invasion of a village he'd been a ninja of, it was Madara's cracked face and malicious empty sockets he saw, the words the corpse had said about the dream of Konoha being corrupted that echoed in his head. Hashirama and Madara had created Konoha so that children wouldn't have to fight. And yet, they'd been sent to Konobe Bridge, and Kakashi had died. Now, Sasuke was going to be sent to Rain to fight his former comrades, and if fate turned the wrong way, he could lose his life there. It made him boil. Something was wrong, but Obito was in too deep to get a clear look at it. He'd grown up completely embedded in the village, and had never made a scholar of himself like his teachers. He knew in his gut that even if he was able to completely figure out the problem he would have no idea how to fix it, and knowing that made him unbelievably frustrated. More than that, he didn't want the ancient monster to be correct about anything. A man like Madara only deserved ridicule, not validation. It was like when he'd come back to the village after his team had left, that feeling of reawakening. But this awakening was uncomfortably raw and coarse. Before, Obito had remembered who he really was. Now, he couldn't help but question what he'd dedicated his life to. Not to mention that you're going too, he finished, and Rin shrugged. Sensei will be with us, Rin said, so sure of their teacher's strength that it let Obito believe for a moment that he was worrying for nothing. He'll be fine, I'll keep an eye on him. I assume Naruto and Sakura aren't happy with it. They accepted it, Obito said, trying to distract himself. He pulled himself up a little and started drawing circles down Rin's back, and she shivered, giving him a grin over her shoulder. Naruto hates Rain for what they did to Kushina, can't blame him. Sakura. He paused, and Rin pushed back into his hand when it stopped moving. I haven't been able to get a read on her, he admitted. It's like she's numb. I don't have a clue what's going through her head right now. She bought the Akatsuki pitch hook, line, and sinker, Rin said, somehow not sounding cruel even though Obito knew she didn't exactly think the best of Sakura for her apparent naivete. We've done that talk already, I'm sure she's just processing that betrayal. It'll take her a while. I wish she'd ask for help, Obito said, starting to move his hand again. She will when she needs it, Rin assured him, wriggling a little as he traced her spine. Naruto will drag it out of her, if it needs to happen. Naruto? Obito asked, and Rin gave him an incredulous look. Why him? Oh my god, she said, her voice deadpan. You're never going to learn, are you? He squeezed her butt, and she jumped with a little squeal. You shouldn't bully me, Obito said, injecting false gravitas into his voice. I'm a really dangerous man, you know. Yeah, in danger of being the most clueless man alive maybe, Rin laughed back, and with mock outrage on his face Obito pulled her down. It had taken them a long time to be ready for one another, but things had worked out well enough. Even if it had taken his team going rogue, Waves and Rain and Leaf being attacked, and a midnight conversation to show them they shouldn't wait around, Obito was content he'd been brought here by everything that had happened. Even if things were getting more dangerous by the day and uncertainty prowled the horizon, right then Obito was the happiest he'd ever been. As the days passed, the village hardened like a blade being reforged. A date was set for the counterattack, April 27th, exactly 2 weeks after the initial strike against Rain that had kicked off all the chaos. Shinobi across Konoha and beyond began preparing themselves for a battle which would destroy the nation of Rain's ambitions and re-establish the Leaf as the world's supreme power in whatever ways they could, be it prayers to gods and ancestors, debauchery, martial meditation, and 1,000 other means. 642 Konoha shinobi and 87 Sand shinobi had been selected to be part of the counterattack, split between a general disruption force meant to engage Rain's strength in detail, a raid group charged with destroying infrastructure and providing support to the main force, and a critical assassination squad led by the Hokage with the intent of tracking down and destroying Yahiko and anyone who tried to defend him. The relatively constrained size of the counterattack was Minato's concession to his own morals and to the dream he had shared with his fellow students, his attempt to limit bloodshed by cutting off the head off the snake. The Hokage had no idea if Yahiko's death would result in Rain refusing to prosecute their war against Konoha further or just doubling down, but Jiraiya counseled him to trust in Konan and Nagato, whom Yahiko had deceived. And so for a time, Minato continued to trust his master. The assassination squad was composed of Minato Namikaze, Raza of the Desert, Hisashi Hyuga, Muta Abarame, Rin Nohara, Suzaku Nara, and Suzuki Uchiha. This was considered a group of ninja small enough to navigate any battlefield in pursuit of their goal without being bogged down in the general conflict, skilled enough in tracking to locate the Omekage quickly while also countering enemy sensors, and powerful enough to kill any obstacle in their way. They would be accompanied by Jiraiya, though he was not officially a part of the squad. In between tutoring Naruto, drinking, and wandering the village with a melancholy look, Tsunade found time to treat the remaining injuries that interested her, including Tenten, whose spine she realigned, though she forbade Sakura's friend from active duty for at least a month. Sakura was there, and though she hugged Tenten fiercely when she woke up, everyone present couldn't help but note how empty her eyes were. On the 23rd, Sakura's father returned to the village, and was overcome by its destruction. He and the rest of his squad, led by Anko Mitarashi, had been caught up in a corporate dispute in the Land of Waves that had escalated into a small ninja war as Native Waves businesses and the Fukamai family, predatory foreign companies, and black market operatives had squabbled over who would be responsible for rebuilding the Great Channel Bridge. Ninja had been brought in from several major and minor villages, but with many of Mist's most dangerous men and women occupied in Frost, it had been nothing that the Konoha team hadn't been able to deal with. Kaizushi Harano had returned triumphant, but dreading what he'd find with the news of Rain's attack having spread like fire across the continent. He did not leave his wife's side after finding her. Mabuki still had not awoken. To most who witnessed it, it seemed that Mabuki's condition shattered Kaizushi, who was an experienced ninja but nonetheless was unprepared for his family to be ripped apart so soon after his daughter had returned from the Nation of Rain. Sakura, superhuman, a village hero who by now was well known to have slain the Three Tails Jinchuriki and saved the village from even greater devastation, was left behind by her father once again. Perhaps Kaizushi believed that she was stronger than him, and that her cold demeanor meant she had already processed her mother's condition. Perhaps he simply did not have the capacity to comfort his daughter when he himself was nearly beyond comfort, especially when he did not have the context to understand how close she had been to Haku, seared by a kiss that had never happened. Whatever the reason, Sakura pressed on without her parents. She trained relentlessly with her teammates, including Naruto when he had spare time, and did not speak of the Nation of Rain. All who knew her saw that she was chafing, straining against her binds in her place in the village. Sakura wanted to go abroad, to do something, but even when Naruto asked, she herself was not sure of where or what. Perhaps because of that yearning, she grew stronger every day alongside her team, but among them all, pushed forward by a sense of guilt and desperation, Naruto raced ahead. It took 3 days for Naruto to name his technique, 4 days to learn how to shatter the earth with his bare hands, and 5 days for Tsunade to be satisfied. Earlier on that same day, the day before the counter-attack, Sand Shinobi arrived in the village, including the Kaze Kage and his children, as they prepared to coordinate with Konoha's ninja and launch the assault against Rain as a joint force. Gaara of the Desert, maligned by just about every person who knew the truth of what had happened in the Land of Waves, was forbidden from entering Konohagakure. His power was needed for the attack on Omegakure, but he was not trusted, and his grudge against Sakura in particular was well understood, even if the news of her return had not yet spread widely. The Jinchuriki remained under guard by his siblings, who were too terrified to be effective at it, and a gold clone of his father, who swore to keep him under control. He did not succeed. It was the evening of the 26th when Tsunade looked Naruto over with her hands on her hips and shook her head. "You're a freak," she said, and Naruto gave her a tired grin, never happier to hear the insult. "I didn't expect this." "That's a bit mean," he said, on the line between smug and exhausted. "Did you think I wouldn't figure it out?" "You might not have," Tsunade said, crossing her arms. "I might be incredible, but my teachings are no guarantee. Most ninja can't cut it." "Well," Naruto said, straightening up and shaking out his arms as they vibrated with yang chakra, golden light shimmering across them. "Guess I'm not most ninja." "Fortunately, yes," Tsunade said, looking over at some of the other ninja present. His whole team was there, Obito, Sakura, and Sasuke, all looking suitably impressed, along with Shizune, Tsunade's companion. "What do you think, Obito Uchiha?" she said with a toothless sneer. "Is he finished?" "It looks finished to me," Obito said with a laugh, walking forward and slapping Naruto on the back. Naruto grinned up at him, absorbed in the moment and his justified pride. "Well, that's a shame," Tsunade said with a grimace. "I told myself I'd give him a week, and the brat finishes a day early. I hate underestimating someone." She pursed her lips, sulking to herself for a moment, and then chuckled. "Wait, that'll work out," Naruto said, and everyone present looked at him in disbelief. Everyone except Sakura, who seemed to look right through him. "There's another technique you want to work on with her, Naruto?" Sakura asked, and he nodded, wishing he could fix the way his heart tore a little whenever he heard her speak with a voice so obviously devoid of passion. "Kinda," he said, Tsunade looking at him with open interest. He'd learned how the Sunin had ticked pretty well over the course of the last couple days. She put on a cold front, but jutsu development was definitely something she was insanely passionate about, and the flexibility of his yang release and how quickly he'd picked up her techniques had obviously intrigued her. Naruto was the only one who knew he'd only been sleeping 2 or 3 hours a night for the last 5 days, tirelessly working day and night to perfect his chakra control and the dangerous life energy that he now understood was raging inside him at all times. It wasn't the same thing, but the whole process had made him feel closer to his mom, who was still asleep but was getting stronger every day. Obviously his yang chakra wasn't as dangerous as the Kyuubi, but it was dangerous nonetheless. It was a bit easier for him to see how seriously she took containing the Baijuyo now. What kinda? She asked cautiously, and Naruto scratched the back of his head as he tried to organize his as usual chaotic thoughts. I wanna combine everything, he said. Tsunade and Obito both quirked an eyebrow in the exact same way. When they realized it, they grimaced at one another. Everything I know, my medical jutsu, my yang release, my jutsu formulas, and my fuin jutsu. I have an idea on how to make it work, so I'll need help. You sure you don't want to throw the Raise-Non in there too? Sasuke asked dryly, and Naruto laughed. Make it the full package. If I could make a healing Raise-Non. Naruto trailed off, looking thoughtful, and Sasuke gave him a dubious look. Seriously? He asked, and Naruto smirked. Nah. He grinned. Just messing with you, he finished, filing it away. Shizune spoke up as Sasuke laughed. I know a little about jutsu formula, Naruto, and of course Lady Tsunade is a master at them, she said, and Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm sure the two of us can help you at least start a formulation with a day to work with. Maybe the Toad Sage or your father could assist as well. Feh, Tsunade said. If you want to bring them in dash. I'm your apprentice first, Naruto said, and Tsunade gave him a strangely sincere smile. And I doubt either of them have the time, they'll be in rain tomorrow anyway. He ignored the part of himself that was screaming in horror at that and focused on his hatred, how badly his mother had been hurt, how Sakura had been hurt, how Rain had betrayed him and them and the world and deserved everything his dad was going to do to them. We'll see how it goes, and if I need it I'll go looking for other help afterwards. I need to speak with Jiraiya anyway, Sakura said suddenly, and everyone paused as they looked over at her. So you should at least check with him, Naruto. We can speak to him together. You've got to talk to him. Obito asked, and Sakura nodded. I have some questions for him, she said. Their sensei waited a moment, and then made a gesturing motion. Any interest in sharing? He asked. Sakura shook her head. Not really, she said, and her words were final enough that even Obito didn't seem to know how to respond. Well, okay, he said, looking like he didn't know whether to be impressed or offended. Are you gonna go find him then? We can go look together, Naruto said, and Sasuke raised his hand. Yeah, I know, he said, smirking at his friend and burying his concern. We'll head that way. Adorable, Tsunade said flatly, stretching out, and closing her eyes for a moment. I'll see you tomorrow, Namikaze, she decided, and then she vanished, no doubt in search of a bar she hadn't plundered yet. Shizune watched her master disappear with a helpless look before turning back to them all. You've done very well, Naruto, she said, and then she surprised him by stepping forward and bowing slightly to him. Thank you. You're welcome. Naruto asked as Shizune straightened up with a clear smile. You can't know how difficult it has been for Lady Tsunade these past years, she said as everyone watched her curiously. But I have traveled with her since I was young, and I can tell that this week has brought her great joy. She's never had a disciple that she's worked so well with. Have all the others betrayed themselves? Sakura asked, both sudden and subdued, and Shizune gave her a startled look. I think that is how she would put it, she decided after a moment of hesitation. It's no secret that Lady Tsunade hates ninja. Most of her clan is dead or gone, including all of her siblings. Her fiancé, my uncle, died in the Second War. She blames shinobi for that, and rightfully so I would think. Everyone else she has ever trained has used her skills to become a better ninja. She felt that they had betrayed her, and forced her to betray herself. I don't think I'm different there, Naruto said doubtfully, but Shizune shook her head. You are, she said quietly. You're too young to see it, but especially compared to your father. She looked at Obito, and Naruto's sensei nodded. But please don't overthink it, I just wanted to thank you for helping Lady Tsunade, even if that wasn't your intention. She turned to leave as well, before stopping and bowing to Sasuke as well. I hope tomorrow goes well, she said, fishing into her sleeve for something as Sasuke nodded back. I'm not someone who believes in the justice of war, but what Rain did was unconscionable. Please stay safe there. She pulled out a small vial of yellow liquid with a sealed plastic cap and handed it to Sasuke, and he took it with the reverence of a small child receiving a birthday present. A poison? He asked, as Naruto and Obito craned to look at the vial. A topical neurotoxin, Shizune confirmed, and Naruto whistled. My hobby, she continued with a shy grin. This is one of my deadlier ones. Please don't get any on your skin, and only use it if the circumstances justify it. It's very painful. I will, Sasuke promised, and after some further pleasantries Shizune departed as well while Team 7 headed towards the heart of the village in search of the Toad Sage. They're really not going to wait for you, Sensei? Naruto asked for the 100th time, and Obito shrugged. I'm not back in action for at least another week, he said, obviously resisting the urge to rub at his healing eye. According to him it had started itching like hell constantly. And the daimyo's court is very concerned that Konoha hasn't taken retribution against Rain already. They think not counter-attacking the very same day proved Rain's ideology had merit, and made Konoha, and them, look weak. That's ridiculous, Sakura said, her tone a little crueler than Naruto would have liked. Even the fire daimyo isn't that embedded in the village's logistics, Sasuke noted. Which is just the way both parties like it anyway. Konoha might functionally be at the daimyo's right hand, but there's a degree of separation of knowledge that both the court and the village cultivate. It's not like Rain. It doesn't need to be like Rain, Sakura said. But the village being driven by political considerations instead of reality is still ridiculous. If the attack could wait just another week. She paused, considering, and Naruto spoke up. Is that how you feel about it, Sakura? He asked, genuinely curious. They hadn't spoken about their feelings on Rain all week, and he had figured that Sakura of all people would be hurting the most about the coming counter-attack. She had been a member of the Akatsuki, after all. Or still was. It wasn't like they had any way of knowing if she'd been officially kicked out or not, though she probably had been. I don't know how to feel about it, she responded bluntly. We all consented to those mind dives to pull out a Megakure's layout and response protocols. We're already colluding with the assault, even if Sasuke's the only one that's going. Naruto frowned, remembering the work they'd done with the Yamanaka clan at the Hokage's request. TNI operatives had pulled Rain's organization and layout from their heads, and while Naruto had gone along with it the whole time he'd felt dirty. Getting yanked out of Rain against his will had been against his control, fighting Kagami and Kimimaro had basically been self-defense, but spreading information to make attacking the nation easier? That was a straight, unambiguous betrayal. Do you think we're bad people? He asked, and as Sasuke and Obito walked quietly Sakura shrugged. If we are, everyone is, she said. I don't think it matters anymore. Rain decided to betray us first. Remember what Jiraiya said? The traitor is the guy who punches first. Naruto remembered that old conversation, his first introduction to the idea of ninja in the wake of Rain's operation to steal Fu, and his heart hardened. Fu was somewhere in Rain now, whether Sasuke's brother had meant to do it or not, he'd accomplished the mission Rain had originally given him, and the nation had gotten exactly what they were looking for. When he thought about it like that, Sakura was right. Rain had betrayed them, and they'd betrayed themselves, just like Tsunade would say. Even if they'd talked a big game about peace and bringing people together, in the end they'd just collected a bunch of powerful ninja that they were using to take on the world and kill anyone who disagreed with them. His consciousness somewhat assuaged, they continued on talking about things of no importance, until Sasuke started to subtly lead off. Heading towards the compound again. Obito asked with a sly smile, and Sasuke gave him the kind of irritated look only a teenage boy who had disintegrated an S-rank ninja could pull off. You're one to talk, he said. Like you haven't been spending every spare second with Rin. That's different, Obito said smugly. She's my doctor. I didn't know those kinds of treatments were allowed in Konoha, Sasuke said, and that got a laugh out of Naruto and Sakura both as their teacher blushed. I can't beat that, Obito decided after a moment, and Sasuke smirked at him. Get out of here, if that's how it is. Whatever you need to handle tomorrow. I'll come see you all before we leave, Sasuke said. Promise. He wandered off towards the east, people in the street recognizing him and getting out of the way, some giving him little charms or words of affirmation, and then it was just Obito, Sakura, and Naruto. Any idea where Toad Dude might be, Sensei? Naruto asked, and Obito shrugged. I could summon someone to ask, he said, and Sakura nodded. Hopefully he's a bit far, she said as Obito summoned a small orange toad and asked it where the Toad Sage was. I need time to think. You could bounce some stuff off us? Naruto asked, and Sakura shook her head. It's about a conversation we had in the Nation of Rain, she said, and Naruto made an understanding noise, remembering what Sakura had told him and Sasuke about the night she'd made Chunin. I don't think it'll make sense to anyone but him. No offense, Naruto. I get that, Naruto acknowledged, a little offended but knowing that it wasn't rational. He shoved it down as Obito got his answer. Looks like he's at the Hokage's tower, he said, and they altered course, heading north. He and Sensei might be making plans. We can check with both of them then, Sakura said confidently, and as Naruto started to say something she waved him off. You've barely seen your father at all since the invasion. He can make time for you before he launches one of his own, right? Maybe, Naruto said, feeling doubtful. His mom still hadn't woken up, and as Sakura had said he hadn't seen his dad more than 3 times since everything had happened. The balance between dad and Hokage had been something that his father had handled pretty well as far as Naruto could remember, though obviously there had always been weeks or months where he only had time for one or the other. But with what Rain had done, Minato the dad had essentially disappeared and been replaced by Minato the Hokage, and Naruto couldn't blame him one bit for that. Dad had lost one family member, the Hokage had lost a couple thousand. As they went, they were recognized every once in a while like Sasuke had been. People stopped them and gave them thanks, wished Obito luck with his recovery, and one young girl pressed an origami kunao into Sakura's hands with a fervent look and a story about how she'd been at the Chunin exams. Sakura gave the kunao a funny look, perhaps remembering Konan, but it was a sincere gift, and she gave it sincere thanks as the girl told her Sakura had inspired her to be a ninja. Naruto's teammate didn't seem to know what to say as the girl left, even as Obito had given her shoulder a squeeze. Naruto had never seen the village like this before, but he'd seen the conviction everyone was filled with since the attack. Most people came to Konoha because of how safe it was, but with it being attacked that sense of safety had been transformed into gratitude towards the shinobi who'd defended their home. If Konoha was like this, he thought, what must it be like in Rain? They were almost to the Hokage's tower when they were interrupted by something strange. Sakura was the first to stop, followed by Naruto and then Obito. She stared straight ahead and they followed her gaze, Naruto channeling chakra and awakening his superhuman senses as he realized Sakura had been doing the same the whole time. Her sixth sense had picked up something before either of them. There was someone standing in the middle of the road ahead, about the same height as him and Sakura. They were hooded and cloaked, with one hand in their pocket and the other sleeve limp at their side, and they stood stock still as the village surged around them, ninja carrying messages, civilians shopping in just rebuilt commercial buildings, and people of every sort walking the streets in the waning hours of the day. Who is that? Naruto asked, and Obito narrowed his eye. No idea, he said. They're looking at us though. They all stood still for a moment, and the mysterious ninja, cause Naruto was 100% sure that's what they were, made no motion whatsoever. His sensei had been right, whoever they were, the ninja was staring right at them, his unseen eyes boring into them. The feeling was familiar, cold sweat prickled on the back of his neck. You know who it is, right Naruto? Sakura said, and Naruto blinked, looking over at her. Her chakra was raging, pouring out of her body so violently it was almost visible to the naked eye and emitted a faint hum. He had never seen Sakura do something like that, hadn't even known she was capable of it. You remember this feeling, don't you? He realized what she was talking about, where he'd felt this feeling before. There's no way, he said. Obito clearly didn't understand what they were talking about, but his sensei looked ready to run and get help with the way things were going. He was banned from the village. When would something like that ever stop him? Sakura said, taking a step forward. The hooded figure did as well, and that's when Obito pulled things together. Gaara, he said in a harsh whisper. That's Dash. It's him, Sakura said. She looked so determined, so focused, that it sent a chill down Naruto's spine, a mixed cocktail of admiration, anxiety, and love. He's been waiting. For either you or me, Naruto. Maybe both. She took another step, and so did Gaara, the deadlock breaking as they both strode forward. Should we go talk to him? Not here, Obito ordered, and Sakura looked back at him. Too many people. Get somewhere more isolated. After last time. Naruto said, agreeing. Let's hit the roofs, let him follow. Sakura paused, then nodded. Good idea, she said, and then she leapt away. A couple people on the street gave her curious looks as Naruto and Obito followed. Gaara did as well, vanishing from the street in an instant. He was fast and quiet, even more so than last time Naruto had seen him, and fear and rage began twisting his gut. They came upon the rooftops and drew away from the quiet clamor of the streets with Gaara right behind them, the hooded shinobi maintaining a cautious distance. Naruto's heart was racing. Gaara would have to be insane to attack them in the middle of the village, but Gaara was insane. The Land of Waves had proved that. There was a good reason his dad had forbidden Sans Jinchuriki from entering the village. Had the Kazekage not cared, or could he not even prevent his son from doing that? Sakura spun and stopped, and Obito and Naruto did as well, forming a phalanx alongside her. Gaara stopped just as suddenly, silently regarding them from about 15 feet away. We know it's you, Sakura said, her chakra still screeching. Come on. Take off the hood. Gaara reached up with a rock-steady hand and tugged back his hood, and upon seeing his full face for the first time Naruto hissed. Part of it was genuine anger, but it was mostly shock. He hadn't seen Gaara's face in waves after Sakura had cut him. It was a mess. Sakura's blade had obliterated the top of Gaara's nose and left a brutal, ragged scar that arced up and past his left eye to his temple, a screw of scar tissue that had erased his tattoo and left his face completely asymmetrical. It made one eye seem larger than the other, and only contributed to the deranged look on his face as he glared at them, his lips pressed into a grim line and his body vibrating with anticipation. Hello, Sakura, he said, his voice unsettlingly quiet and composed. Namikaze, Uchiha. A pleasure. Like hell, Naruto said, his teeth grinding against his will. What the fuck are you doing here? Father is working with the Hokage, Gaara said, like that explained a thing. I'm sure you know I'll be accompanying the attack force to Omegakur. My. He paused, and then gave a sick smile. I'm valuable. So it seems we're allies once again. Isn't that nice? How did you know they were back? Obito asked, and Gaara looked at him like he'd forgotten he was actually a human being instead of a prop, surprised he was capable of speech. My father was very angry with me after what happened in Waves, he said. He supposed that Namikaze was a double agent, since he was working with other Konoha ninja. It seems he was correct. His gaze shifted back to Sakura, and she met it without apparent fear or hesitation. Naruto couldn't imagine how she was capable of it after what happened last time. Sakura was even stronger than he'd known if she was capable of that. You were waiting for us, she said, and Gaara nodded. I was waiting for you, he answered. The coherence of the sentence made Naruto shiver. Or someone who would lead me to you. Looking for a rematch. Sakura said, so boldly that Naruto couldn't believe it. Slowly, almost delicately, Gaara shook his head. Not yet, he said. Sakura laughed, but he continued. That wouldn't be appropriate. I wanted to talk to you. So talk then, Sakura said, crossing her arms, and Gaara shifted. I wanted to talk to you alone, he said. This time, Naruto was the one to laugh. That's never happening, he said, trying to inject as much venom into his voice as possible. Just get out of here, leave the village. You're a mass murderer, you being here at all makes us sick. Just go off to Rain and do what you were made to do. Gaara shifted his gaze to him and Naruto did his best to meet it with as little fear as Sakura had. He didn't have as much luck. Gaara's eyes were pitiless, unblinking, and he was overwhelmed with the same sensation he'd felt back in the Chunin exam. Of being ascertained, of being prey. It made him want to crawl out of his skin. I can speak, he eventually said as if deciding it for the first time, even if we are not alone. He looked back to Sakura, his hands stiff at his sides, his face expressionless. I love you, Sakura Haruno. There was a long, baffled silence. Obito and Naruto were speechless. Even Sakura, with her steel-like resolve, obviously had no idea what to say. They all stared at Gaara, struck dumb, and he stared back. For the first time ever he looked like an ordinary scarred teenager instead of a delusional mass murderer, patiently waiting for a response to his confession. What? Sakura eventually asked. Gaara blinked, and then nodded his head. I love you, he said with just as much conviction as the first time. I had to think about it for a long time, but I'm sure of it now. What the hell? Obito muttered, but Sakura somehow recovered her composure almost immediately. What do you mean? She asked, so clear-headed, and Naruto realized she'd already assessed the situation, that what Gaara called love wasn't recognizable to a normal person. He was still too stunned to say a thing as the Jinchuriki answered. My uncle told me about love, he said, brushing his hand across the scar tissue on his head. Before I killed him. He said it was what you felt for people you wanted to protect, but I've never felt that for anyone. So I carved that reminder on my forehead, Sakura. To make sure I knew to love only myself, and to fight only for myself. His finger traced through the bumps and grooves of the scar, settling above his eye. But you cut it out. You made me realize it, Sakura. You're all I think about. You're the only one who's made me feel pain, pain in my body, and pain in my heart. I can never stop thinking about you, and every time I look in the mirror, I can only see you and the marks you've left on me. Gaara. Sakura said, shockingly quiet, but he continued without acknowledging her. The words were pouring out of him so sincerely that Naruto couldn't reconcile them with their sick contents. My uncle said human life was about love and pain and how they intersect, so until you hurt me. I wasn't sure I was human, not really. Each time we've met, we've gotten closer and closer, we've learned more about each other. We've given each other so much pain that we're a part of each other now, inseparable. His hand fell away from his face, and he smiled. It wasn't the death grimace that Naruto was used to, it was a real smile, with real warmth. We both got closer and closer to death each time we met, Sakura. Let's go all the way. Naruto and Obito were too horrified to say a thing. As Gaara expectantly waited for a response, the red sun dipping in the west and stretching out their shadows, Sakura laughed. Gaara's smile faded, but Sakura's laugh didn't, carrying loud and clear over the roof. She petered out, shaking her head and grinning, rubbing her forehead and covering her eyes for a moment before she fixed him with a bemused look. Gaara, she said. I don't love you. It's like I told you in Fukumai City. I don't care about you at all. That's Gaara started to say, but Sakura cut him off. Naruto could see that he was staggering, like her words were doing just as much damage as her sword had back in waves. I don't care about you at all, she said, every word crystal clear. No one does. You have no real family, no friends, no one loves you. If you die in rain, the whole world will be glad for it. Your father and siblings, they'll do their best to pretend you never existed. And me? I won't be able to pretend, but I will forget about you eventually. You'll just be dust, and the only thing anyone will care about will be your tailed beast. And then, before too long, it won't even be yours. You'll just be another forgotten failure who never understood anything except how to kill people, because you were too stupid, too weak, to make an identity for yourself beyond pain. Gaara wasn't the only one struck dumb by Sakura's words, Naruto and Obito were too. Nothing Sakura was saying was incorrect, but the clarity with which she spoke, the naked cruelty, neither of them had ever experienced that before. Sakura's anger had always burned so hot it was dangerous to be near, but now she was cold, and calculated, and they both could see when she broke Gaara's heart like a porcelain ornament with a hammer. Fuck off and die, in whichever order you'd prefer, Sakura finished. I won't be joining you. Gaara stood there in complete stillness for a full 7 seconds. Naruto tensed, not knowing if he was preparing to attack or not. Then the Jinchuriki turned and walked away, his whole body shaking like he was having a seizure. He leapt off the roof, and was gone. Sakura sighed. Well, that was stupid, she said. Naruto blinked at her. Let's go, yeah. Sakura, Obito said quietly. You don't want to dash. It's pointless, Sakura said with a shake of her head. He's not going to come back. He didn't come here for a fight. Naruto could tell that wasn't what Obito had been asking about, but Sakura clearly didn't care one way or another. She started heading towards the Hokage's tower and he trailed after her, trying to digest what had just happened. It rolled around in his head as they made their way back to the street, through the doors of the tower, and began climbing the stairs. She was different. Killing Haku had changed her, and maybe not for the better, but it was more than that. Naruto struggled to identify it as they took the stairs 2 at a time, Sakura pushing ahead of them. Something about the girl he loved had changed, but it had happened while he hadn't been looking, sometime during the invasion. So much of what they'd experienced together, that was where his love came from, and why his mom had been able to call him out so easily. But now, there was an aberration. He'd missed something, and he needed to find out what. When they reached the top of the tower, Naruto didn't recognize the Umbu guarding the door to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's normal bodyguards, who he'd known since he was a toddler, had all been assassinated in the invasion to keep them from reverse teleporting his dad. The bitter hatred that reminder spiked into his brain helped him forget, for the moment, about his concern for Sakura. The Hokage's dash, the Umbu started to say, and then Sakura pushed the door open and slipped through without acknowledging him, too fast to be stopped. Naruto felt a complicated sense of déjà vu. How many times had he done the same thing? But the last time he'd done it, when he'd finished learning the Raise-Non, Sakura had had such a scandalized look. Now, she was the one marching into the Hokage's office without an invitation. He and Obito followed, and found the room quiet and dark. His dad and Jiraiya were both in there alone. It was a personal meeting, not a war planning session. They were standing on either side of the desk, and stopped discussing whatever they were talking about as Sakura approached. His dad looked tired. He wasn't in sage mode for the first time in a while that Naruto could remember, but Jiraiya was, small wrinkles and warts creasing his face in unnatural ways as they took in the new visitors. Minato gave them all a tired smile as they came to a stop, Sakura keeping her arms flat at her sides. Naruto, Sakura, Obito, he said, acknowledging them each in turn. What's up? Sensei, Obito said with a small bow of his head. Sakura and Naruto both wanted to speak with Jiraiya before he left tomorrow. Oh. Jiraiya said, shifting to give them his full attention. Naruto couldn't help but notice his dad looked relieved at not being the focus for once. The both of you? What about? You first, Naruto, Sakura said, deferring back to him. She was frowning, her characteristic look when she was trying to put an argument together. She wanted him to buy her some time. Naruto gave her a grin, some of his doubt fading, and straightened up. I finished my new technique, he said, and Jiraiya gave him an impressed nod. But I want to make another. And I want your help to do it. So soon? You can rest on your laurels, you know, the sage said with a light chuckle. Naruto shook his head. I can't, he said as seriously as he could. I have the idea already. It's a fuinjutsu, a remote seal that stores my chakra until I release it. He looked over at his father, seeing the gleam of interest in his eyes. Like the Hiraishin, almost. A cursed seal, but for medical jutsu. I'd ask you first, Dad, but you know. Yeah, Minato admitted. Sorry, Naruto. It's not your fault, Naruto said, clenching his fist. It's Rain's. I'm going to get started on it tomorrow with Tsunade, but when you get back, I want your help with it, Jiraiya. If that's okay. I think I'm onto something, but I'm not smart enough to put it together. You're plenty smart, Jiraiya scoffed. What you've pulled with Tsunade is proof enough of that. What you're lacking is experience, which I've got in spades. He stroked his beard. Though that's just a fancy way of saying I'm old. If things go well, I'll be happy to help, Naruto. It sounds like an interesting technique. Great, Naruto said, trying to muster up a grateful smile. Awesome. And Dad, he shifted to the Hokage. Do you mind if I try it out on Mom? What I've finished, I mean. You've got my permission, Minato said with a curt nod, somehow not showing any of the relief Naruto knew he had to be feeling. Hopefully it'll give her the push she needs to wake up. Yeah, Naruto said, not needing to say out loud that that was why he'd been working himself beyond exhaustion all week. Everything he'd done, all the motivation he'd scrounged up, the desperate energy to master his yang chakra, it was all thanks to his mother. The room shifted to Sakura, who had closed both her eyes. She opened them as Jiraiya looked at her. Do you remember what I said? She said after a moment, quiet but authoritative. At the end of that Go game. I remember, Jiraiya said, which was more than Naruto could say. This was something else Sakura had never shared with him. He'd known she'd spoken with Jiraiya and the Omekage on that day in a Megakure that she'd been promoted to Chunin, but Sakura had never given him a word-for-word breakdown of what had transpired. You were right about everything, Sakura said. Even more so than you thought you were, I bet. To everyone's misfortune, Jiraiya said curtly. What's your point, Sakura? I'd have to make them real, Sakura said, glancing back at Naruto. She'd sensed his confusion, he thought. Was there anything he could hide from her anymore? If I ended up in a situation where my beliefs, my ideals, or the ideals of the people I followed, ended up not being reality, I would just have to make them real. She looked back to the Toad Sage. I haven't changed my mind. I still believe that shinobi should come before organizations, but after what happened with Rain, I've got no choice but to believe that violence needs to be part of the equation, that deterrence is the only way to guarantee safety. She paused. But even that belief is just based on being attacked. My home's been sacked twice, once in a Megakure, and again here. And it was the same in the Land of Waves, and in the Hidden Waterfall. Everywhere I go, people are being killed because others think they can get away with it. And Jiraiya said, clearly just as curious what Sakura was going to say as Naruto himself was. Neither Minato or Obito showed as obvious an anticipation, but they were clearly paying close attention. And I'm sick of it, Sakura said plainly. I think people like that deserve some of their own medicine. She shifted, looking to the Hokage as well. I want to go to the Land of Frost. The Hokage shifted, not giving an immediate response, and Sakura continued. Naruto blinked, watching the conviction boil off her as Sakura continued. I've heard that Rain and Mist have both been fighting there against Cloud, that lightning is trying to take over the country. That's true, the Hokage said neutrally, like he was speaking to an equal, and not a subordinate. Whatever relationship Team 7 had with his dad, Naruto realized, everything that had happened with the Land of Rain had irrevocably altered it. Have any Konoha ninja been dispatched to the Land of Frost? She said. Minato gave her an amused look. You're not qualified to have that sort of information, Sakura, he said, still neutral, but Sakura smirked. I doubt that any have. Because Konoha doesn't want to start a war with Cloud right now. She said, and Naruto's father didn't react. You might have before Rain attacked, but now that they've been that stupid, and the village is this hurt, you don't want a war on two fronts, especially when Cloud is already being opposed by two villages anyway. Right. That could be true, Minato said. Jiraiya's curiosity looked to be growing more intense. But Sakura, Naruto interrupted, and his father paused. You want to go to Frost to fight Cloud? Sakura looked back at him. Yeah, she said simply. We just got back from Rain, our defection was common knowledge, especially since we fought Cloud Ninja as Rain Shinobi, but with everything that's happened, and having not been on any missions outside the village, us getting back shouldn't be. She took a deep breath. I joined the Akatsuki to try and create peace, but at the very first meeting I learned that they'd been trying to scare up a war with the Land of Frost or water with lightning anyway. Because people like Kimimaro believed the war was inevitable, so they might as well have it on their terms. She laughed, but this one didn't send shivers down Naruto's spine like her earlier one with Gaara had. It was human, desperate, but genuinely amused. And it got them blown up, she said, and Naruto couldn't help but laugh along at the black comedy of it all. So I think the best thing I can do is follow the ideals I was chasing in the first place, to prevent conflict, even if that means being a part of it. Going to Frost as a ninja of rain, not leaf, and helping them fight the people who tried to wipe them out. I think that's the only place in the world I can be right now and feel like I actually belong. His dad was actually considering it. Despite his neutral attitude, he was seriously pondering Sakura going off to be part of the war. Naruto's hands curled into fists. He didn't know if Sakura was right or wrong, but he knew what he had to do. I'd go with you, Naruto said, deciding it in that instant, and Sakura gave him a surprised look. Again, she said, and he laughed. Again, he confirmed, and her smile lit up his world. I bet Sasuke would too. This is Dash. He had a sudden and painful epiphany, like someone had dropped a brick on his head. This is how we can start trying to make things alright, maybe, Naruto said. If it's like people have said, and Yahiko did this without getting everyone involved. Dash. He did, Jiraiya confirmed. I'm sure he went to the summit telling Nagato and Konan he was sincere. And Konan is in the land of Frost now, leading the rain contingent against Cloud. He stabbed his own lover in the back out of fear. That's perfect, Naruto said, even though objectively it was terrible. Konan liked us, Sakura and I can meet up with her, explain what happened, we can be the ambassadors you thought up, Sakura. And with someone to fight together, it'll be hard for her to turn down the help, he finished, not understanding why Sakura didn't look as excited as she should be. It won't be that simple, she said after a moment. Nothing's ever simple, Naruto said, knowing it was both pithy and true. But it's something. You thought this up, even if you might not have put it this way from the start. It's a good idea. Or rain turns on you, Minato said quietly, and you both die in Frost without accomplishing anything. At least we'd die trying something. Naruto said, his own fervor surprising him. What he said next surprised him even more. If you'd let us go back from the beginning, we might have been able to avoid this. Or at least seen it coming. He threw his hands up, overwhelmed by the feeling they were on the verge of something, at least something more than sitting around and trying to put the pieces back together. Trust me, Dad. We can do this. His father watched him, unreadable icy blue eyes, and Naruto maintained eye contact for an uncomfortably long time. After a long moment, the corner of Minato's lip jerked up, but he didn't finish the smile, and no mirth made its way into his gaze. Sakura's point about you all still being rogues is well founded, he said. And once Obito is fully recovered, I had planned to turn our attention towards neutralizing Cloud and its cannon regardless. Naruto sighed, excitement squirming through him, as his father straightened up. Sasuke was a Jonin in Rain as well, so there are doubtlessly some ninja there who trust him. After the assault on Omegakure, he could be dispatched to Frost as well. If all goes well, there won't be any witnesses for him in Rain anyway. He looked over at Jiraiya, the sage was frowning. Sensei, you're a well-known wanderer. Do you think you being in Frost would be considered an attack by the hidden leaf on the hidden cloud? I don't really care one way or another, Jiraiya snorted. But I'm a well-known pariah. It would be simple for you to disown me until Obito is done cooking. It's been done before. I'm not cooking, Obito said mildly, drawing the room to him. And I don't like this, even if it's well put together. His single eye was full of an emotion Naruto couldn't identify. War's a terrible thing, Sakura. I'd rather you not see more of it, even if you think you need to. I've already killed one of the people most important to me, Sensei, Sakura said, the bluntness of it clearly catching Obito off guard. After that, for just a second, Naruto caught a glimpse of the struggle inside Sakura, but it was muted, stiff as meat left in the freezer. In that glimpse, Naruto realized that Sakura still hadn't really grieved. Even more than a week later, she was still stuck. I want to make a difference, she decided. I can't do that here. She smiled. And if I'm turned down, I'll just run away anyway. I came here to ask for forgiveness, not permission. I'm sure, Minato said dryly. Then you all will leave the day after tomorrow, with my blessing. Hopefully by then, Yahiko will be dead, and we can begin drawing the rest of Rain back to sanity. He paused. Assuming you're on board, Sensei. I'm on board, Jiraiya said, studying Sakura. It's worth a shot, at the very least. We'll see if we can't hammer things back together using Cloud as an anvil. It's decided then, Naruto's dad said, looking tired and grateful in equal measure. Thank you for your initiative, Sakura. Don't thank me, Sakura said with a shake of her head. Naruto watched her carefully, trying to get another glimpse into her heart, but she was frozen up, implacable and unreadable again. All he could see was her certainty. This is just for me. 30 minutes later, Sakura had gone off to speak with Tenten, and Naruto and Obito had been whisked away to Kushina's side by Minato. His father was there as well, accompanied by several ninja from both the medical and sealing divisions, but they were all kept to the periphery, leaving space for Naruto to work. He circled his mother, analyzing her chakra system for the 20th time or so. Medical jutsu had proven insufficient to wake Kushina up. Even after she'd made a full physical recovery, she'd remained in a coma, and it was obvious to Naruto why. Her chakra system had been shredded, and the seal hastily rebuilt on top of it. For a couple minutes, her chakra and the Kyuubi's had been one and the same, and even if she'd somehow miraculously transformed its chakra into something that had empowered her instead of melting her, his mom's chakra system now more resembled a corpse's than a living person's. It should have terrified him, but instead Naruto found himself filled with a steadfast determination. A week wasn't much time, it had taken him months to master the Rasengan, after all. But nonetheless, the week had changed him. Even if he hadn't been strong enough to save his mother during the invasion, he knew he could do something now. He laid his hands on her stomach, over the shredded seal, and concentrated. It was just like it had been with Kagami. There was all his life before this, and then all his life after, never able to return to what it had been. Yang release, he muttered, drawing on the name to focus himself, to guide his chakra into the perfect pattern Tsunade had hammered into him. The fire inside him started raging, the energy that could cut his mom's life to pieces like her seal had been if he wasn't careful straining to pour out of him. He marshaled it, shaped it, and brought it so completely under his control that for a moment he lost awareness of the rest of his body, feeling only his gathered chakra and intent. Kongo Saisei, he intoned, and released the jutsu. Life energy poured out of him, enough that it was visible as a faint orange aura that suffused Kushina's entire body, and Naruto stopped and focused. It took 20 seconds for Naruto to complete the jutsu. He regrew most of his mom's chakra system from scratch, annihilating and regenerating it in the same moment, the same way Tsunade had cured Sasori's peerless poison. The seal was still a lost cause, but to Naruto's relief, he felt his mother's energy respond. Her body wanted to live even more than he wanted her to, and as its chakra system was corrected, Kushina's own energy surged, rebinding her spiritual and physical pieces and making her whole once more. Naruto stepped back, panting, and waited. 10, 20, 30 seconds, and still nothing. But after 37 seconds, nearly 90 beats of his heart, his mother stirred. Her blue-gray eyes slipped open, and Naruto blinked. She looked around the room, turning her head slowly and carefully, every movement obviously sore and stiff. Her gaze settled on Naruto, and then shifted to his father. Her pupils were distended, pushed into vertical slits. They were the eyes of a fox. "Mom!" Naruto whispered, and Minato stepped forward as well, muttering spreading among the other ninja. Kushina smiled. "Hey," she said. Naruto felt something burn in his eyes, unable to hold back his relief. He stumbled forward, hoping to wrap his arms around her. But his father caught him by his shoulder. Naruto looked back at him without comprehension. His father's face was cautious, not relieved. "Kushina," he said quietly, and Naruto's mother nodded. "Your eyes." "Yeah," Kushina said, struggling to lift one arm to touch her face. "The seal's wrecked. If we weren't in this crappy place." Her arm dropped with a sigh, and she looked around, seeming to make up her mind. "Naruto, Minato, Obito," she decided. "Everyone else should leave. We've got a lot to talk about. Check the description for the links to the author."